Alrighty. Good morning. The beta-aided a load of fan club. I don't understand. Oh, perfect. Okay, I didn't screw it up. Like the last 3 times, I chose the proper event, the proper scheduled stream, so we don't have problems. Let's go. I'm thrilled about this. I'm already thrilled. This is something right that I've done this week so far since getting back. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, I should let people know that I am live. Huh, that would probably be good. Look at this, I'm right on time too, 6 p.m. Usually I'm not on time at all. Usually I am late! Oh no! But no, I'm pretty good this time around. Guys, I have so much to talk about today. I already know ahead of time that this is going to be one of those streams where my jaw and mouth is going to hurt by the end of it. I know contextually that doesn't sound good, but that's just because I'm going to be yapping on for like hours, talking about all the fun experiences, the journey that I went on for a whole week in Austria. At first I thought it was Australia. Like, that's a whole other story too, I gotta tell, now that I kind of ripped the band-aid off with the with that at the dinner last night. Oh my goodness gracious. Look, I know Jake's live. Go and support Jake. Support whoever you'd like. Don't you worry. You know, I'll be here. Look, I'm also streaming on YouTube too, so that means you get the best VOD experience. I hope. I don't know. It's a shot in the dark. Oh, is this beta-aided downloaded from Twitch.tv? Oh, wait a minute, Checks Badge. Are you the Vex Wooski? Oh my God, you had beta over your place. Oh my God, what an honor. That makes you, by proxy, a Popufer. Can I have your autograph? One day that's gonna happen, Vex. Okay, one day. And you're gonna look to me, and you're gonna be like, beta help. I'm like, I got nothing for you, Chief. I got nothing. Also, yeah, it's gonna be a Yap stream today. Lots and lots of things to talk about. I pretty much spent the whole last 2 days working on the oh, God damn it, I want to do my super chat goal for this stream. I wanted to just do like zinc question mark, because apparently that's the trend that everyone's doing now, zinc, which, you know, that's a whole conversation. Do things responsibly, okay? Talk to your doctor. You know, don't ruin your body. No, I don't need inspiration. Just start the goal. Okay, it's not going to start the goal. I'm sad. Whatever. Oh! My streamer bot isn't open. That's why I can't read chat right now. I was looking at my OBS. I'm like, oh, nothing's loading. Why is that the case? But hello, everyone. I made it home. In many cases, I thought I wasn't going to. Believe it or not. I thought... genuinely on that Sunday, or I think Monday, yeah, it was Monday, I had left to head home. I thought I wasn't going to make it, and I was going to be stranded in Switzerland for an evening, which wouldn't have been bad, really wouldn't have been bad, but it still worked out. But I missed you guys. It's so good to be back. Honestly, I think my body has really started to take the toll of me going constantly for like a whole week. And now, like, that I'm back, I'm like, all right, there's so much that I want to do. I'm motivated. I am inspired. I have so much I want to get done. So many videos I want to go through. So many projects. But it's also like my body's catching up with sleep. Look, one of the upsides has been that I finally wake up at 9 a.m. A-okay, and, you know, I'm ready to start the day just fine, which is a lot better. Too much tink-tink? And honestly, not that much tink-tink. I don't think I tink-tinked that much that con, and when I did, it really wasn't that bad. And so tonight, I'm absolutely going to be tink-tinking. In fact, I might do it on the stream. You don't know. You'll never know. You may never find out. Not enough tink tink. Not enough tink tink. Actually, I'd say I had a good amount of tink tink. It's just more of like, oh, I didn't go over the top. I didn't destroy my body, as it were. Because there were many times that I was like, you know, why not? Let's have another shot. I'm like, wait, no. We should be responsible. Okay, it's like 2 a.m. We have a panel at noon. We gotta be presentable for that. And so I did that. Okay, I took it easy. I took it as I should. And honestly, I'm pretty proud of myself. It was such kind of like a training arc to some extent for me, like a character development arc, like going through these new experiences, doing new things, like really interacting in different ways and kind of taking the lead with some things. And you know what? I am really proud of myself for that. I'm gonna have to tell you guys all about the stories and trips that I went on. Which I know I'm going to say this throughout the entirety of my recap stream, but big shout out to Vex Wooski for being the best host, the best host anyone could ever have. Going to Europe for the first time and having their first ever furry convention in Europe experience. Oh my god! I miss you too, Ember. I hope you're doing well. Also, thank you for the 1500 bits. Look, you haven't seen my face yet, and trust me, not much has changed. It's really just the same face. Did my face get slimmer? Or did my face clear up? I mean, I have a little bit of acne. That's the only thing I really got while I was gone. I actually, oh my god, I want to show this to you guys ahead of time, because even at TFF, I didn't get anything like this when I was like the guest of honor for the con. This actually made me cry really hard. I know I posted about it on here, but I got a plaque. I got a guest of honor plaque. Oh, I have something to like hang up. It makes me so happy looking at this. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. I didn't think I would actually be getting something like this, so when I did, it actually like hit me really hard. Because here's the thing too. I know this is kind of really sad at the end of the day. Not really something to be worth thinking about. I heard that and my earbuds aren't even in. metal pipe. No, but seriously, even throughout like my childhood, I didn't really do much to like warrant getting an award or anything, like any sort of like plaque or trophy. I just kind of existed, and I didn't realize that I hadn't gotten anything like that, like playing a sport as a kid or doing anything. So like when I got this, it actually kind of hit hard of like, oh, this is like an actual physical achievement thing. Granted, more than anything, like I know it's supposed to be, you know, I'm the guest of honor. More than anything, I felt honored beyond belief to be there. Like this, it was such a good week. Oh my god, man. It like, yeah, obviously there was some like downsides, down things that happened, but you know what? The momentum just kept going. And you know what? It's a good thing for me because I've had a tendency in the past, whenever negative things happen or like one slight inconvenience happens, when I'm overwhelmed, to spiral. And you know what? I did a good job handling it. I did a really good job. This whole week was just like a nice test to see how far I kind of came. Not just in terms of, you know, what I do on the internet, but in terms of mentally and internally. You know, I'm really happy. This makes me happy. I'm not one that's even for, like, you know, trophies or marks of achievement physically, because it's just like I have so much like shit to hang up as is. Like 2 pieces Moonlight Festival jockstrap poster, and then a couple of things that my friends got for me and other posters, but most of the time I just put up fun stuff, so like this is an actual achievement thing. Honestly, I feel more honored to get this than when I got my fucking Bachelor's of Science degree. You know how like, okay, so little TLDR, during COVID, like right during lockdown, I had graduated with my like Bachelor's of Science mechanical engineering degree. So I had like the first like few months where I just didn't really feel like I celebrated graduating because we were all in lockdown. Everyone was sad and depressed. And so like just randomly, instead of receiving my award, my what is it? My degree. What do they call that? My plaque, degree, certificate, whatever the fuck it's called. I just got it in the mail. Like in like a UPS package. And I'm like, oh, that's it? Diploma, that's what it is. When I got my diploma, I just opened them like, oh, okay. Sure. And I know I should, you know, be proud of that because that's 4 years of my life. But honestly, like, if I'm being honest with doing YouTube and content creation. I have been doing that long before I had ever wanted to be an engineer, long before I really even thought about what I wanted to do with my life or who was Beta. And so, honestly, getting, like, any sort of, like, plaque for this just to show, like, kind of how far I've come and how much I've worked. And, you know, it's not to the extent where I wanted specifically to end up here, but, like, this is just a nice celebratory feeling for me. Honestly, this whole week was so good. So much to talk about. So many places I went. So many places I brought my fursuit. Got some banger photos, courtesy of Vex, who brought their camera and helped me take fursuit photos around Austria. It was an awesome time. I have so much to show you, from like what I did before the con, which was a lot of like sightseeing and like traveling, touristy stuff, getting like really good food. Oh my god, I miss the Wiener Schnitzel. It was so good. It was so good. I'm not even joking, okay? And then, like, to the con experiences of, like, hosting panels and, like, challenging myself to do better than I did during, like, my previous few panels. Like, I did that. I succeeded in it. I am just so... I ended up leaving the con filled with love. And a little bit of dread with getting home, because the little TLDR with that, I had a layover flight, hour-and-a-half layover flight in Switzerland before my flight from Switzerland to Boston would happen, the long 7-hour flight, which there was only one that day. The flight to there kept getting delayed and delayed, to the point where 5 minutes after landing, they would have already started boarding for my flight. So I was booking it through, like, passport check, through the tram system, through everything. Still made the flight, but it was not... it was honestly not the anxiety I wanted to have heading home, trying to get home after being exhausted. But regardless, it was so good. So yeah, this is the one last thing that I received from the con. So many other things, by the way, but this is the little guest of honor plaque that I got. A little... Honestly, you know what's funny? I got this before I got my YouTube play button. I still don't even have a YouTube play button, by the way. YouTube will not send me a silver plaque for me hitting 100,000 subscribers. I've tried. They're like, oh, you have to reach out. And it's like, okay. They're like, oh, we can't get you in contact with the manual systems. You're on the automatic system, so I'm in, like, a feedback loop. So it's like, who the hell do I reach out to get my plaque? And also, it doesn't matter to me now, because, sadly, I'm not getting it during, you know, Susan Wojcinski, or Susan, I can't remember her full name, during her era being, like, the YouTube CEO, because she sadly passed away. And it's with this new guy who's, like, a crypto bro, and I'm like, I don't really want a letter from you, dude. I'm sorry. I don't want anything from you. But yeah, I got that. It was, makes me so happy. Oh, I have so much to show you guys, too, by the way. I ended up coming back with, like, a few knickknacks and snacks. I really wanted to try some, like, European chocolates and bring those back. Got a shit ton of wafers. Oh, it's so good. Also, sorry, I have been neglecting, like, chat and reading everything with all the notifications. First off, I want to say thank you all for the support and for coming by, because this stream, it's a nice, fun comeback to, like, a whole week of travel. Like, I wanted to stream, like, throughout the week, from, like, Tuesday to Thursday, but I have just been so tired. I have been so tired with trying to get back into the swing of things and get work done, because as soon as I got back, I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I should rest up. But then I've been motivated, like, literally throughout the con, I had, like, 6 different video ideas from this one convention, and you'll probably see a couple of them that I want to do at some point. One of them I actually already recorded, which is pretty good. But, like, when I got back, I was just like, I gotta do stuff, and then my body's like, stop that. And so, yeah, so I've been inhaling, like, vegetables and all sorts of, like, actual hydration, water, basically, like, eating healthy and trying to work out as much as I can, while also, like, unpacking, organizing all my photos, and really wanting to, like, put together this presentation. That's pretty much been, like, my to-do for this week, is just put together the presentation and the con recap for Awoostria, because it was genuinely such an honor to be there. It was an honor to be able to be on stage, to make people laugh, to tell my story, to talk about my experiences, and help people get into content creation or YouTube. I hate the word content creation, but that's just how it be. But still, little cheers. This is just water and liquid IV, by the way, or just double hydration. But a little cheers to an awesome week, to an awesome time, and to hopefully a good con recap. And also be sure to hydrate, okay? Don't forget to hydrate. But yeah, let me catch up on chat and all the notifications. I do apologize. I'm excited to be back. It's been really, really fun getting to go on this adventure and then come back and be able to do all this. And like, oh, I get to gush about a fun time. Let alone my first time in Europe or at a furry convention in Europe. Like, it was so good. Also, Ember, I appreciate the 5 gifted. I appreciate it so much. Can we get some life jackets and beta 8 of hearts in the chat? I appreciate the support. I appreciate you lots. I appreciate all you guys lots. The warm welcome back has been nice, too. I left filled with love, and I came back filled with love. And I'm like... I had a lot of good cry nights, I will say that. And I needed that. I needed that. Good cry nights. Any problems with jet lag? Okay, surprisingly... What the fuck? I don't know. What's in my throat? Stop that. Problems with jet lag? Not really, surprisingly. And I was shocked by this, too. I think what I ended up doing was, like... I didn't sleep on Sunday. I ended up basically, like, packing and all that on Saturday. Doing everything, and then I didn't sleep into Sunday. Then I had my flight, which was at around, like, I think 3 p.m. or so. And that was going to take me to Switzerland, which was going to be there at 6 a.m. So I didn't end up sleeping. I tried napping on the flight. It just didn't work.
Is choking. Oh, whoa.
I'm always choking, okay? I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about anymore, man. Look, bear with me. It's going to take a bit to get back into the swing of things here. Since this is like my first stream back. It's my first time doing any of the content creation stuff again after kind of just having a nice little vacation. I wouldn't necessarily call it a vacation. It was a lot of work and a lot of traveling, a bit of stress. But, you know, and at the end of the day, it was an awesome time. I had a great time. But thank you for the bits, Ember. And also just to go down the list, thank you, Snowboy Adam, for the tip prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you for the bits, Ember. Thank you, Blue Bengal, for the bits. Going from Vienna Schnitzel to, I don't know, McDick's feels bad. Okay, not gonna lie. I did come back. First thing I had was a Big Mac, and I was a little sad. I'm like, ah, this isn't like Vienna Schnitzel or like the Smash Burger or the Dune. I think that's how you pronounce it. I went into the... So, a little story with that, too. There's a kebab place right across the street from the convention space where it was this year. I know it's at a new venue next year, but this year it was across the street from this place called Duna Meister, I think. And it's the D-O with the 2 dots above, N-E-R.
17 months
and
of
I
best chef on Twitch.
Did not know how to pronounce it, so I'm like, oh, Donner. And I would say that to anyone local there, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they're like, oh, Duna. And they're like, oh, yeah. And they just realized I'm an American with no knowledge of anything. But it's pronounced Duna. Dunameister. And I'm getting better at pronouncing it. Someone was like, hey, can you pronounce this German word? And apparently I'm actually pretty good at pronouncing it. So, yeah, you know, I'm getting better with it. I learned how to say Wiener Schnitzel. It's not Wiener Schnitzel. The W is like V. It's so good. So fun. Also, thank you for the super chat, CG Grizzly. I appreciate that. That's very, very generous of you. Am I playing MFF this year? I cannot wait to see you in person again. Well, I appreciate it. I don't know if I'm going to be doing MFF. MFF is one of those cons where it's so big, where a lot of times I only go to it unless I realize I can feasibly and comfortably last second. Like for me, and I know this might be sort of like a privileged mindset of like, oh, if I can't get this, I won't go. But a lot of times I want main hotel. I want main hotel or Hyatt or the Hilton, whatever one's like close by. Anything else is just like, I'm not going to like go out of my way to go. And in the many times where I have gone, I haven't won the lottery. So it's like, okay, you know, I'll look around for rooms. And if it happens, it happens. If not, oh well. But for me, it just kind of comes down to if I end up getting a main hotel room, it was like, you know what? Sure, why not? Like I did that like a few different years in the past where like we'd either win the lottery or not. And like some friends would be like, hey, I have a spot in my room in Maine. I'm like, okay, sure. Why not? And it was pretty good. It was honestly pretty good. And like MFF is one of those where, again, it's just gonna be up in the air. So I might go to it, I might not go to it. Who really knows? It's all just kind of when it happens, it happens. And I'm gonna be on the lookout for getting into that room lottery and making a room group. I was so worried you don't like the food. I love the food. Oh my god, Vex. I'm one that, like, I've even realized even recently, because I've started like cooking and eating a lot less of like the processed stuff and like eating out, where like cooking and having really fresh good food hits different. And so like going from that to European food to in Austria, it was like you could taste the quality difference. And also the only thing that I didn't like was just learning how scammed I am as an American, not being there, but just as an American buying any food. Like my mind was fucking blown when you told me that eggs, give or take organic eggs, were about 50 cents a pop. If I wanted to get a 10 carton of eggs, obviously depending on where I am, at least where I am currently, that would net me about 12 bucks, 12 to 15 bucks. And that's getting it at like a grocery store. And it's not even getting organic eggs, which would be much more expensive. So like I learned that more and more just about like pricing and like how much, you know, quality stuff was there versus here. And I'm like, wow, they really are ripping me for every little penny that I have. As an American, it's not fun. Also, you can drink the tap water there, just straight up from the tap. You don't need a Brita filter. In fact, it's actually clearer and fresher than a Brita filter.
Because of bird flu or something?
Bird flu? Isn't that like a movie or something? I don't know if bird flu is like a pandemic thing going on now, but I don't know, man. Everything's just so expensive here, and I'm like, Christ, man. Please, can we stop? Please, I want to be able to live and eat healthy. Which is what I've actually been doing this past week. I've been doing a lot of, like, food prep, believe it or not. Like, I got, like, a bunch of eggs, which, yeah, they weren't cheap. I got, like, an 18 carton of eggs in bulk, and that was about 20 bucks. Yeah. No fun. But I used that to make like these little egg bites for breakfast, and then I got some like chicken breast to make some like marinated chicken to add with like green beans, sweet potatoes, and rice. So yeah, simple move to Austria. You know what? I would if I could, but everything makes it so goddamn hard. It makes it so hard. Look, Talson's already on his way. He would love to move to Europe or the UK or London. That's where he wants to go at some point, and I don't blame him. Okay, and for me, it's like, oh, I'm already in like a pretty, what I'd argue a pretty good area of like the US in terms of like quality stuff, but it's also like my rent prices, my electric bill prices. Ooh. Yeah. But thank you so much for the bits and support, everyone. I gotta go through the list again. I do apologize. I haven't said thank you to everyone. But thank you, Ember, for the 1,500 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, Twinkerbell, for the tier 1 sub. I'm never getting over that name. Thank you, Shameless, for the 100 bits. I missed you, too. I hope you're doing well, too, mister. I miss your little insights of info. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy to see everyone. And Russ, too. I love Russ. I missed Russ.
So about 60 eggs here.
I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad hearing that. I'm so sad. So sad. But thank you for the 100 bits, Ember. I appreciate it. And thank you, CG Grills, with the $10 super chat as well. I appreciate that. There's a FurCon in Mexico that is largest in country known as Confuror in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. I've been thinking of maybe doing that at some point. But, you know, it's just one of those where I think I really needed to break out of my shell with going to non-US cons, because the only one that I technically did outside the US was Infernal Equinox in Canada, which for me right now is an hour flight away, which, you know, is still noticeably different from being in the US, but it's just one of those where, like, I hadn't done it in a bit, and I hadn't really, like, gone outside my comfort zone of trying something different. And so, you know, when I had this opportunity, when I was offered the position of being the guest of honor for a European furry convention, I was terrified, but also, like, excited at the same time. And so this has all been, like, a new experience, opening my mind up to all sorts of new different things to try, and honestly, it has been so good. It's been so fun. Literally, this whole week has just been like, oh, just try new things. Just try new things.
64 and love Ho 64 and
also,
love.
hi Hogan. Thank you for the 20 months, and thank you Adrian for the tip prime. I appreciate that as well. No, but that's the thing. Going into this con, like, I actually wanted to keep myself busy. So, like, when I was asked, like, all sorts of things, I'm like, oh, do you want to join, like, the content creator panel that's happening? I'm like, yep, sure. If it fills in with my schedule, absolutely. Oh, do you want to do the Maid Cafe? Maid Cafe? Never done that before. Sure, why not? Give it a shot. And so that's what I did kind of going into this. And like, I'm really glad that I did, because it opened myself up to, like, different experiences, talking with people, socializing, you know, not being, like, a hermit. As soon as, like, I finished, like, my panels, I'd go to my room. The only time I went to my room was to, like, take a nap and, like, lay down for a bit.
Did you get to see the kangaroos?
There are no kangaroos in Austria. I actually got a magnet from one of those little... I know it's like one of those touristy trap shops where it has all these, like, souvenirs, knickknacks, and shirts and whatnot. It's like a crap store of, like, you know, all these shirts, just kind of just with stereotypical things, you know, for Americans to bring back from Austria. And one of the things that I got was a magnet, because I wanted a fridge magnet, or at least one of those, like, little crappy things to get to throw on the fridge. And it was just a sign that says no kangaroos in Austria. That was literally the only thing that I got in terms of those, like, I guess, souvenirs. So, you know, all it really did net me at the end of the day was, like, $2-3 or something, but it was just something to take back with me, because the only thing that I was really taking back at the time, and this is Thursday, right before opening ceremonies, from the con, was a bunch of, like, snacks, where I got these, like, actually, if you give me, like, 2 seconds, I'm actually gonna bring the bag of, like, little snacks that I brought back with me from the con. Technically, I'm allowed to do it, but not. I don't know. Either way, look at the dogs in the back. They're laying down because they're exhausted. He has no right to be exhausted. This one's exhausted because he's had some travels. So yeah, enjoy his company. I'll be back in like a minute and a half. Not even. Not even. Alrighty. We're back. There's the baggie of snacks that I brought back with me. Some being snacks that I was given, and some being snacks that I bought. Which, hey, you know, that's pretty cool. There was another little baggie downstairs that I had. I can't remember what it was. But a lot of these loose snacks were given to me by Frodo, who was actually the blue fursuiter in the thumbnail for this stream, who was absolutely a sweetheart. Loved getting to meet him. Loved the picture that we got together. That makes me happy too. But they ended up giving me this little, like, gift basket of, like, snacks and stickers. You'll see it sometime in the little con recap we do eventually in time. I realize I haven't been, like, breathing that much, so I gotta catch up on my breath. So, give me a moment. Oh, I'm just, like, so excited to be back and be able to do this again and tell of all, like, the fun stories and experiences. I kind of feel like a kid who went away for summer camp and then came back and is like, oh, Mom, Dad, you won't believe what happened to me. I forgot how to breathe. Breathe. Oh. Of course, you bring snacks, you furry. I love it. I love it. You know, this is the sort of anti-furry energy that I want to have coming back. Just being like, oh, you furry. You know, it's actually funny. Speaking of, like, anti-furry stuff, it's gotten to the point, too, where on my other social medias, I think, like, Instagram and Facebook, where I get, like, anti-furry hate, sort of. In the comments, they censor the word furry. Like, they do the FU asterisk furry, or Y at the end. And I'm like, why do you... Look, I know that job is apparently something that needs to be censored now, but, like... Okay. It was just funny to read that. I'm like, we for real now? What's going on here? Oh. But either way, First off, Peach, thank you for the 100 bits. Speaking of, you did ask about, if I saw kangaroos in Austria. This is the magnet that I got. It's like a $3 magnet that I picked up from like a little souvenir tourist trap shop where it literally just says no kangaroos in Austria. Because Austria and Australia are mixed up because of just two characters, letters. Yeah. Ew, a furry? I'd never do that. No, not me. Oh my god, I remember that phase too of like, ew, I'm not a furry. Yucky. Why would I be a furry? That can't be good. And then here I am now, like a decade later. Also, thank you, Space. I appreciate it. God, it was so nice meeting everyone in Austria. Oh, so many nice and sweet and lovely beans. It was lovely getting to meet and get to know Vex more. Loved having the chats that we did. Loved like cracking open a beer with him too. That was so fun. I love getting to hang with Kai and Larry. They were absolute sweethearts. Kai is such a sweetie. Oh my goodness gracious. Actually, they did like this cutesy little art for me. I was going to go over it later, and I probably still will. But I got some really cutesy art and very, very generous, very nice and sweet art from people throughout the con. And it made me really happy. So first thing, I guess a little explanation or context for this. When I had gotten on stage to do like my opening introduction and opening ceremonies, I'm like, someone asked me, so how is like Austria? Like, what do you enjoy about being in Europe? And the first thing I said was like, did you know a 10 carton of eggs costs $15 in the US? And then I just kind of used that as kind of like my segue into conversing about like, hi, I'm new here, I'm new in Europe, and it's been an amazing experience, but also I feel scammed as an American, not here but just in general. And I made that very, very light, simple joke. And what happened is the next day, for my introduction to content creation panel that I did, someone made this adorable fan art of Maverick holding a 10 carton of eggs. Supposedly, they had done this at 6 in the morning, the next morning after I had done that opening ceremonies, and worked on it for 2 hours to get this to me. Look at how cute this is! I love this. I was literally like gonna cry when I saw... What is with the lighting? Okay, we're good. I was literally gonna cry, like, seeing this. Like, just... First off, artists, please take care of yourself and take care of your body. Oh my goodness gracious. Second, I am absolutely flattered. I love this so much. I'm gonna get this laminated and probably hung up, but it's just like, it is so cute. And they went out of their way to like draw this in the morning, like at 6 a.m. before my panel. Like, I am beyond grateful and beyond flattered. So big shout out and thank you to, actually they go by Sundrop Fox. Ooh, I like this little business card, so cute. So yeah, if you want to check out the artist, little shameless promo, Sundrop Fox, go and check them out. They did the art that I got here, so if you want to go and support them, tell them how awesome they are for doing that for me, because it really was awesome, and I feel immensely grateful, but also undeserving of stuff like this, but I'm also just, y'all are so nice to me, okay? But another little fan art piece that I got was from my buddy Kai, who I got to meet when we went a few days before the con to this like all-you-can-eat sushi Chinese restaurant. It was so good. It was so good. But I sat with Kai and Larry and then the con chair Noodles, and we basically at our table were like chilling, chatting. I got to know Larry, I got to know Kai. Larry's like a huge rock nerd metalhead. I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna like you. And I'm like, have you heard of Volbeat? And then he's like, yeah, they're okay. I'm like, God damn it, I love Volbeat! Their new album's awesome! And they're like, yeah, it's okay. But that was really, really funny. But Kai was one of the vendors slash Voices of Austria. There was like another position for like, I guess, to highlight members of the Austrian furry community. And both Kai and Spray Kitty were like two of the Voices of Austria for that year. And so he had like a booth. He does like art and all that. He's gonna be doing like fursuits. And while they were at their like little dealer's den thing, they drew this cutesy little doodle of me. I love this! Look at the floaty dog! Look at how cozy he is. That would 100% be me. Oh, I love this so much. That like made my day, and truthfully, I was also a little overwhelmed at the time. I was really, really overwhelmed. And so, like, getting that really meant a lot to me. God damn. So that was like some cutesy art that I got from everyone at the con. It means a lot. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy, man. Also, Dragon, thank you for the five gifted subs. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, by the way. Good to see you again. And also, thank you, Sposid. I think that's your name. Sposid? Thank you for the five super chat. I appreciate that as well. Did you go to Salzburg? I'm late to the stream, and I saw that magnet in a shop near Mozart's house. Oh, yeah, I forgot that Mozart was from Austria. Forgot about that. I don't think I was near there. There was basically like we went to this coffee place. It was me and my +1 Taliesin. We wanted some coffee in the morning before I had to do like opening ceremonies. And we wanted to go and get just some nice coffee. And we went to this like little shop around like this like kind of shopping market area, which had like a bunch of like obviously like brand buildings to go and get like clothes like Levi's or there was like an Aldi's there, which is also a separate thing too. But we ended up going down this strip of all these like shopping places and places to go and get food, and we went to this coffee shop. But that was where we went to get that little magnet that we had. Again, I don't really know the areas that I went per se. I just kind of went, and it was this was put from like it was literally called Souvenir World. Souvenir World handles GmbH. Yeah. Wait, you can gift Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. You can gift channel memberships now? Here's the thing. I'm actually pissed about this. Not that I'm not pissed about you. Thank you for the gifted channel membership. I have been trying for so long to enable channel membership gifting on YouTube, but for some reason, they were not giving it to me. They were like, you are not eligible. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? I have been here forever. And they're like, oh yeah, you know, like everything should have fulfilled like the criteria, but they just weren't enabling it for me for some reason. No matter how hard I like looked into it and tried to like get it checked and fixed, they just weren't doing it. So now all of a sudden, you can gift channel membership. So hey, Phil, thank you for being the first one to gift a channel membership on my YouTube page. Because that just doesn't, I didn't even know that was a thing until now, okay? So thank you for that, and enjoy the emotes, Kate. I appreciate the support. I appreciate you. You guys are so nice to me. I appreciate it lots. I'm not doing anything here. I'm not even going over the con recap. I'm just kind of rambling on about like miscellaneous experiences. Not that that's bad or anything, but you know. And also, I love how the camera is just shifting in saturation every so often. If I put things up to the screen or not, that's gonna happen all throughout. I don't know why it does it, but Panasonic camcorder moment. Am I right? But thank you, Phil. I do appreciate it. You guys are guys. I don't do anything. This is like my stress ball thing. Just drinking liquid IV water. Ugh. But thank you for the support, everyone. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoy my yapping. And also, thank you, Sposid, for the 5 super chat again. I appreciate that. I was so sad when I saw that some shops in Austria won't let you take pictures inside because art theft. But I really wanted to take pictures. They don't. I mean, I didn't know that for some of them. I feel like I would have been told, but yeah, I don't think I wasn't also going around just like, oh yeah, you know, like I wasn't holding my phone like this and just going around. Like occasionally I was in like, you know, the landmark locations, but I was just like occasionally snapping pics at things, not like trying to steal art or anything, just showing it for my tourist experience. And that's the thing that I had to do this whole week, guys. So, fun fact, after I got back and transferred all of my data and all of my pictures and videos from the con, which I will hopefully have some sort of like con vlog from this, maybe not like a fully fledged con vlog, but like a hybrid between like a recap and experience discussing European furry conventions and talking about what it was like for me being in Europe for the first time, with some like vlog footage that I took and that was very graciously filmed for me from Vex and from others throughout the con. But outside of that, with everything that I had filmed and transferred over to my PC, before I ended up clearing it and narrowing it down, I had 200 gigabytes of video footage, of photos, of secondary photos, of all sorts of things that I brought back with me. 200 gigabytes of data. Mainly videos, mainly like my panels, which actually, if you are wondering how my panels went, I did film them. I do need to find where my little DJI lapel mic went so I can get the audio from that and put it into the video. So on my Boodles channel, my secondary channel, you should be able to get access to the panels that I filmed at Awoostria some point when I get to it, because I've had so much on my plate the past week, let me tell you, so much to do. But with all of that, I had like 200 gigabytes of data of all this video footage and photo footage. And for total files, I had around 12,000 files that I brought back from the con, which I realized were triples or triplicates. There were duplicates and then triplicates. So I guess around 4,000 photos and videos to go through. And that is what I've been doing all this week. I managed to narrow it down to give or take 1,500 photos that are in my sort of convention experience from Austria, from Awoostria, which I don't know if it would be a wise idea, but at some point I would like to put out the drive link that I have, like the Google Drive link of all the photos that I organized from like day 1, day 2, day 3, all throughout the week. I would like to send that out to you guys for those that want to see it, but I also know it might be flimsy and I don't want to lose access to that and have there be problems. But I did manage to narrow it down for this little presentation that I'm doing through like the PureRef thing. So yeah, we're gonna have a con recap of all the pictures that I took and experiences I had, adventures that I went on, all the food I got. But let me just tell you, when you have to go through 4,000 photos, it is a lot. I still hate the speck of dust on my camera lens. Vex, that might have actually been just my laptop. My laptop, I don't think I told you, has been like super mega fucked since like I tried getting to use it. Like for example, I could not connect to any Wi-Fi at all in the room, but my iPhone and iPad could. I had to use my hotspot, which barely had any signal. I think my internet card on my laptop was broken. But that little speck was actually specific to my monitor because there is water damage on the inside of it. So the laptop, I think the photos look fine. Because I looked through them just now, and like, I'm not gonna lie, they look just fine. No, there's no problems with like a little speck on there. Maybe I'm going a bit crazy, but like, they look good, so don't you worry. They're already looking so much better than half the photos that I took throughout the con. So like, again, big thank you for bringing your camera with you and taking those photos and videos for me, because they look so good. They go hard, okay? Even like, that's the thing too, when I was going to like all like the monuments and like key locations that I was being taken to throughout Austria, it was
a cheap fix for the laptop that could help. Get a USB Wi-Fi dongle.
Probably should do that at this point. Get a little USB dongle. Honestly, that might not be a bad idea now that it's all updated. But it's a future thing for when I go traveling. I'll probably... If anyone has any recommendations for that, please do let me know. You can also recommend it to me on my throne and, you know all that, and I'll try to save money for it. But, yeah, I was having a lot of laptop problems. And that's why when I was at the con, I had only just barely finished the first part of my panel, so part 1 of like the introduction to content creation, so my first panel. I hadn't started on my second one, and so I was up till like 4 a.m. that Wednesday, pretty much trying to make sure that I could get everything together for the presentation that I wanted. And it actually was good motivation for me, because it allowed me to kind of be inspired by a lot of my friends and from my experiences throughout like, I guess, content creation, to be able to give a better presentation for my follow-up panel. So pretty much it was a lot of just rebounding upon like the good vibes and high that I was having at the time. So, you know, it was pretty good. I had a good time. Oh, we should probably get into the little story time convention experience, because let me tell you, I will probably end up sitting here for a good 2 to 3 hours or so, going through all the pictures and videos, probably getting some clarification on where I went, because I did like a little bit of like post research to figure out where exactly I went for certain places that Vex took me before the con, and couldn't really remember some of the names or places that I went. A lot of them were like cathedrals and churches, especially on the second day, and then like a few palaces. But in terms of that, I did bring my fursuit with me, so I got some fursuit photos that went so hard. They went so fucking hard. And also, like, the locals or other tourists around were like either chill with it, either just looking at it weird, or some wanted pictures with me, which was really flattering and endearing. Which was also a big confidence boost, because I really did worry about doing that. I worried about, you know, being that guy of like, oh, let's be a content creator, take out our fursuit and all that. But everyone was like so chill about it, and that meant a lot to me. But to kind of go through things again, thank you for the super chat again, Spoked. I appreciate it. Beta, there was a massive signs out front. Oh, okay. So if I saw it, then, you know, I wouldn't have filmed in there or taken pictures. But even still, I don't think I went into any shops that had that. But regardless, thank you for the clarification and for the super chat. Thank you, Ember, for the 100 bits. I do appreciate it. I do. Now, here's the thing. Technically, this presentation that I have, which I'm using through this thing called PureRef, this technically is like a little scrapbook for my travels for this con. So I guess it kind of works as like an all-in-one showing where I went and what I did on each day. So that's something. So technically this is a scrapbook. And also thank you, Sundrop Fox, for the channel membership. Thank you again for the art, by the way. I love it so goddamn much. That made me so happy. And I was floored that you went out of your way, woke up super early to do that for me. It meant a lot, and it still means a lot, and I'm probably going to frame it and like laminate it, so I just want you to know I appreciate it. So thank you for your generosity. It means so much. PureRef, yeah, so if you're actually, and this is kind of what other content creators are using for like post-con stream recaps, if you want to do any sort of like, I guess, show a bunch of the photos that you took throughout the con without going through them chronologically, use PureRef. It's pretty much a program that allows you to throw shit on the screen. There's another program that people use that's paid. I'm not necessarily sure how that works, but yeah, I've just used the one that I was recommended, so PureRef it is, and it makes me happy. So I don't know what's going on in the chat. Some people are like, ew, furry, and it's like, are you new here? I'm sorry, are you new here? What's going on? Oh yeah, I forgot my snacks. Okay, do we try a snack now? I have like a bunch of them here. I don't know what's good. So these are like little wafers. These are some that like Frodo got for me, which shout out to Frodo, absolute sweetheart. Wish I could have spent more time with him, but I was just so busy. But they gave me these little like individual snack treats. One of these is this little wafer. I'm assuming this is Krauka. So it's like a little caramel. I'm assuming it might be. And then you got me on what this is. I have not a clue. What else do we have? Oh, there's a coconut thing in here. Princessa. Okay. What should we try first? I feel like the one that I'd be the most confused about would be a good start. I'm assuming, you know, the wafers are just wafers. So let's try one of these. I'm gonna try.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but they're Polish snacks, no?
Polish snacks. They might be. I'm not necessarily sure. I was probably explained this by Frodo, so I apologize if I either didn't listen or didn't remember. But they just gave me like a little baggie of like all these snacks and stickers in them. But I just know like, ooh, snack candy things, pretty cool. They are from Poland. Oh, okay. Well, I get to try some Polish candy. It's pretty cool.
L is a Polish letter 3.
Oh, well, thank you, Ember. Look, again, I am so unknowledgeable when it comes to any of this. Again, as someone who went in calling it Donner, the kebab place. No, it's Duna. Closer. Well, a little bit closer. Probably not specifically. But still, I went into this with not much knowledge of where I was going or the language. And I feel bad, but I definitely try to get better at it. if it means anything, and this is the story that I told on the last, like, con staff dinner that I was invited to on the last evening before I went home. They asked me, like, what were my thoughts on being the guest of honor for Awoostria? Like, how did that end up happening when, like, I was given the offer, which was through, you know, a lovely email that I received. And I told this, I was straightforward with it, and I'm going to be as honest with you guys too. I saw the email, and I saw, you know, the whole guest of honor thing. I gave it like a quick read. I'm like, whoa! An Australian furry convention! That's so cool! I'm gonna get to go to Australia! And then I told my friend about it. And this is the friend that was, you know, helping me with the process of, like, you know, responding properly. And they were like, Beta, it says Austria. I'm like, what? They're like, it's not, doesn't have the L and, doesn't have the A and L there. I'm like, what? And then I reread it. It was Austria. So, it took me a day. It took me one day to realize, oh, this is Austria, not Australia. And you know what happened with it? The energy was still there. I wasn't like, oh man, I'm not going to Australia. It was like, oh, sick! I'm going to Austria! That's cool! Like, it was, like, the energy was just as much there, and I was, if not, a little bit more excited, because I also knew the flight wasn't going to be as long, and it wasn't going to kill me. So, you know what? So that's like my prerequisite story, where it took me a day, and my friend telling me, Beta, it's Austria. I'm like, Austria? Austria? It's like one of those things where you're corrected and the excitement is just as much there. That's what it was for me. It was so good. And I felt bad. That's why I told the story after the con. Not to be like, oh, hey, you know, I was excited for Australia. I was just excited as is. I was honored more than anything. And that's just kind of what it's been for me when I've gotten these offers before to be a guest of honor, to come to a con, or to, in some ways, help represent a con through, like, panels, through what I do, through I guess my journey with being a content creator. Like, it's never not hit hard, because truthfully, I'm just a dumb YouTuber. I've been doing this for like a decade plus, and it happened to work out now. I'm very grateful for the opportunity, but I'm just a dumb guy on the internet.
Have you ever been to Europe?
I'd never been to Europe before this con. I'd never been to Europe at all. I wanted to, but I never really had, one, the opportunity, the money, but mainly the drive on my end, like going out of my way to do it.
Imagine a 16 hours flight with the kid running up the aisle.
I was gonna lose my fucking mind on that flight on the way back. I was so mad. I was so mad. And I thought... So imagine... I know I'm jumping around with stories here. We'll get back to the previous story about, you know, being the guest of honor for the con and how much that means to me, knowing I am just a dumb YouTuber at the end of the day, and I'm honored beyond belief to even be considered for the position, let alone everyone that went out of their way to make this happen. So first off, thank you for that. But to the story of on my flight back. This was right after I had the layover delay that was happening over and over again, and I was scared that I was going to miss my flight back home from Switzerland, because that was my layover flight. I had booked it from my terminal with, like, already boarding in 5 minutes, past 5 minutes. I thought I was going to miss it by the time standards, and having to do a passport check and all that. I had finally gotten on the plane, finally exhausted, the adrenaline wearing off. I'm like, I can relax. As soon as the plane takes off, child starts screaming bloody murder. Another child, after the seatbelt sign comes off and people are walking around, starts screaming. I'm like, why would you do that to your kids, bringing them on like a 9-hour flight to the US? That sounds miserable. But here's the kicker. The kid that was screaming as soon as the seatbelt sign came off wasn't sad or upset. I look over into the aisle. I just see a random kid, not even half my size, just walking up and down the aisle, going, ah! Like screaming, like they're sad and crying. Ah! No amount of noise removal, noise reduction, noise cancellation from my fucking AirPods could get that out. I was mad. I was mad. And of course, parents are doing fuck all. Absolute nada. And don't care. Absolutely floored. I'm like, this is my flight back home. This is it. I think I also took a video of myself doing it. Hold on. Do I even have that somewhere where I can at least, because all I did was just, I was like recording myself in my seat, just like exhausted, and you just hear it in the back.
You gotta get industrial grade earmuffs for flying.
That wouldn't even help me. I wish. Oh, I wish. It was god awful. I was so mad. So mad. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this clip. Where's my file for all my Awoostria footage? So, projects, Awoostria, 200 gigabytes. Holy shit. Monday, panic to get home. That sounds about right. Let's see. Is this one it? I have to go through each one since it doesn't show a preview. Oh, yeah, there it is, baby! There it is! Oh, I'm thrilled to be here. Okay, hold on. We gotta watch this together. We gotta experience this together. So this is my flight back home. It being like, give or take 3, 4, 5 p.m. or so. And we're already flying. And I'm just like, oh boy, my knees hurt. My legs are cramped. I'm gonna be stuck here for like 8 hours. Great. This was like the first thing I heard as soon as I took off. Okay, wrong thing. That's a okay, not window capture. There we go. There's my lovely face after being exhausted. Excuse me? Oh, window capture. Okay. Can we play? Thank you.
Anything else?
Apparently that kid was screaming for 20 minutes. I should be good. Thank you. They were fucking giving out wine. Oh my goodness gracious. I forgot. I literally, the hostess came by and she's like, can I get you anything to drink? I'm like, wine. And she didn't ask what kind. Red or white, French or Italian, just wine. And she's like, say no more. She just handed me whatever little bottle. That was me. I needed that, man. I was so done. I was so done. I did not want to end my con experience with a child screaming like that. Literally. And this was after 20 minutes of the child crying. Crying, screaming bloody murder. But hey, you know, I got some good wine. And you know what? I got like 3 little mini bottles of those. I had a pretty good flight home, minus my knees hurting really, really bad. But, yeah, it's just what happened. She's like, can I get you anything to drink? I'm like, wine? She's like, sure. Like, she already knew.
No, what they ought to do is start pouring out that moe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you could just hear the child still screaming in the back. That was a summary of what the flight experience was like, okay? It was not easy. It was not any better. It didn't get better. In fact, that's what happened on the flight down. Still, child screaming and crying throughout. On the way back, oh, surely it won't be that bad. This is like an afternoon flight, not an ass crack of dawn flight. Child screaming on the way back. Doesn't get any easier. But hey, you know, I survived it. That was like, I think the only like major downside is like flying. For me, in the past, I could do the flight from like Boston to Seattle pretty okay. You know, 6 hours wasn't that bad. The 9 hours killed it for me. It did it for me. It was a lot. But hey, I did it. And it was great. Was the wine free? Oh yeah. No, they weren't. If they asked me to be charged, I'm like, oh, that's a shame. Thank you. But hey, you know, if I'm having to pay, well, not I'm having to pay, but just more of if the flight itself is going to be that long and for that much, I feel like they want to give out drinks. And yeah, I got wine. I got like 3 bottles of wine, and usually they're supposed to, I think, cut you off after like 2 or so. I'm like, just let this, just help me. And the child was still crying after like an hour. So it's like, thank you. The hostess was so real for it. So that was pretty much it. It was, look, all in all, it was a great time. I'm thrilled beyond belief. Also, I forgot to even eat this little candy thing here. This little Polish candy. This looks like white chocolate. It's like peanut butter. I know there are nuts in it. That's what the inside of it looks like. It's just kind of...
I've spent entire days travelling from Sheffield, near where I live, to Edinburgh on trains. That's like 6 hours 30.
I also heard as well not to take the German train system. That's what my +1 did, and he got stranded for a little bit. That was a whole other story too, but I heard Edinburgh. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm just awful at this, okay? I heard that was a pretty nice area to go to. Good old Dushbon. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Edinburgh. Okay. Got it. I'm just so...
Edinburgh.
I'm just so bad. I'm just so bad at all this, okay? I'm so bad at pronouncing any of this shit. Can I take a photo shoot with you? Depends on if for where I have to go. If I'm already going someplace, then probably not. If I'm free, then sure, depending on context too. But I do appreciate it though, Space. Also, hi Frodo. It's lovely to see you. I'm sorry I barely got to see you this con, but I want you to know every time I did, it was an absolute pleasure. I'm sorry I was being dragged around and going around many, many different times. But I do appreciate the snacks. I did just have this this Polish snack that you gave to me. And it's actually pretty good. It's kind of like a white chocolate, kind of peanut buttery taste. There's obviously like nuts in it, but it's also really, really good. So thank you so much for it. And also, I love the picture I got with you. I know I kind of used that as the thumbnail, and I didn't ask, and I do apologize, but I just want to show it to you guys real quick. It is such a cutesy photo. I love this so much. I don't know if you just took the photo with your phone or whatnot, but like, it is so, so cute. I love this. I love this. Look at the life jacket. I got to try out my new life jacket too. I brought my inflatable one from home, and I never really got to try it with my fursuit and really wear it around, and I got to for the first time, and it was so cute. Also, I love getting a picture with Frodo. Look, it's Frodo. You're such a sweetie. I gotta put my paws in his face. Anyways, yeah, I had a good time. That was a cute photo, though. It was a really, really cute photo. Made me really happy. Oh, I loved all the photos that I got to this con, which actually we gotta go through soon, because there are so goddamn many. There are so goddamn many photos to go through, and I know I'm gonna be talking for hours here. I'm really excited. I'm gonna get through it. Probably like 5 minutes we'll get into it, but just want to say again, thank you Frodo for the pics and for the candies and treats. They're so nice. Also, hi Snibbs. I forgot to say earlier, but hello. It's good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. Do you mean hungry? You know, you gotta, the beans are delicious, you know? The beans are quite delicious. Sorry, I'm doing the thing where I see like a wrapper I get and I'm like straightening it out. What do you call this, by the way? Is this ADHD, OCD, dyslexic? I don't know what you call this, but I've started doing this thing where whenever I have a wrapper, I either straighten it or fold it up as symmetrically as possible. What do you call that? All of the above.
All of the above.
Wonderful! I'm planning Megaplex. Ooh, fuck yeah! Okay, if you're doing Megaplex this year, I would love to see you and get some proper picks. Not to say that we didn't get proper picks, but I'd love to get more picks with you at this con. Okay, Megaplex is going to be a banger. I'm so excited for that. That's also been, like, kind of the motivation with coming home. I've been, like, so ready to just, like, kind of relax, you know, get accustomed to being back in the States, you know, see if jet lag really affected me, which it didn't. I'm kind of just shocked. I don't know how that happened. And I had been on, like, a good sleep schedule before the con, too. So I'm just kind of shocked that I did fine. Minus, like, me conking the fuck out in Vex's car back to his place. It was still pretty funny. But when I got back, I was just like, oh, yeah, Megaplex. I gotta work towards that. And so that's what I've been doing. So Megaplex is gonna be a banger. So good. You've got the personality of a slightly rusty Mazda MX-5. Joke's on you. I don't know what a Mazda is. I know it's some car, but I got no knowledge of that. That works perfectly, but is missing like 10 to 18 horsepower. You mean like a Jeep? You mean like my Jeep that misfires like once a month at this point? Yeah. I like my Jeep. My Jeep. But anyways, Awoostria 2025. Con recap time. If I don't make it this year, then at least the next one. True. You got to get to it soon. 2 years max before it ends up being too overpopulated. Too overpopulated.
Chat, this is epic.
This is epic. Epic Games. Dear Diary. I don't. Thank you for the bits, Emperor Lamppost. I hope you guys are doing well. I appreciate y'all for the support. It means a lot. But Awoostria 2025 con recap. All in all,
I'd do anything for Jesus. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word
might
is
be
used,
waiting
come.
2
That's
minutes
not
or so.
And the rest of it comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was
Actually,
one of
since
our
we're
Lord's
doing this,
favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink.
You didn't
come
hear
and
that.
dine. Jesus said, come,
You heard nothing.
come, and it goes on and on and on. I know this is dumb, friends.
You heard
But there are
nothing.
people that still haven't got it, so bear with me. When I say come, it means come.
You
Now,
don't
come,
hear
you're
anything.
coming. When I
Just
turn
pay
to my
attention to
son
the
and I say,
preacher.
come, I want them to come. That word come is universal in its
Yes, it
application.
is.
Come. What did Jesus say
Preach
to his
it.
disciples?
It is
Come.
universal.
There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess
Oh,
what?
now hold on. I like
Come.
debating a
It
lot.
commands
What do you mean no
obedience.
discussion?
Come, come, come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? You come.
Many times,
come.
actually.
He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to come. He's come. He's already come. He wasn't just a baby in a manger, friend. That was God coming. I love the way the Christmas story starts out because God
Demands
came,
obedience,
and then
exactly.
the wise men had to come. The shepherds had to come. And ever since Jesus came, he said, I've done
Tink,
my
tink.
part. Now you come. You come. I came. You come. Come quickly. What is this hesitating stuff? That's demonic, friend. You're going to die. And one day when you die, you're going to be with him whether you like it or not. And I don't want him to look at me when I die and say, I've been calling you all your life. Now through death, you've had to come. I said, come, 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 come. For those of you that don't believe that, friend, you need to read your Bible.
Read your Bible. Look, I will say, as much as I am... Well, I did grow up with religion a lot in middle school.
Praise the Lord, and release the floodgates.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
Edging.
Okay. Oh my goodness gracious. I feel like I need to say a few prayers. Thank you for the preacher. Ember, I appreciate it greatly. But guys, let's get into the con recap. Awoostria 2025. The convention of Austria ever. Like Austria. Honestly, it's a pretty banging time, I will say. First time being outside of the US. I know I've been outside in like Canada for like a furry convention there, and then like the Bahamas for like an Atlantis trip with my folks years back, but like I don't really consider it that. This is my first time being more or less outside the country. First time being in Europe ever, across the pond, doing any sort of flight overseas. And on top of that, it was my first time being at a European furry convention. which this year just had their second iteration for Awoostria 2025. It went from 600 or so attendees to just over 1,000 attendees, which is crazy growth. That is awesome to hear, and I'm really thrilled to hear that everyone had a great time, it was a great con, and that it went well. But from my experience, I will say it was unforgettable. From which I know it's obviously a little bit biased and a little bit going to be obviously above and beyond the regular attendee experience, because I was the guest of honor, had the guest of honor sort of experience through the con. It was genuinely awesome. It was so awesome. And I say this every time, I've had the opportunity to be a guest of honor for a con. First time was Texas Furry Fiesta. It was supposed to be in 2021, ended up being 2022 because of COVID and all that. And I was honored beyond belief. Like, for a random YouTuber guy who had done like Call of Duty commentaries to eventually get to the point where an entire convention in which I consider, yet again, furry conventions to be like the peak experience of the furry community. If you are a furry, the go-to thing for anyone is to go to cons, because terminal onlineness and the online sphere is very hit or miss depending on where you go, and getting to celebrate it in person with other big weirdos like yourself, that's right, the square hole, exactly. And so for me to even be wanted to the point of folks genuinely working to get me out to this con, to represent it in some way, to give talks and presentations, being some like figurehead, being some known member in the community, represented towards a convention, an entire event dedicated to the pinnacle of the furry fandom experience. For me, that is the biggest honor, genuinely. And it is one of those where I will never, ever not feel... how many negatives is that? 1, 2, 3. I will never feel... A lot of times I don't feel deserving of this, just because I'm a YouTuber guy. I just make random videos. I do the whole, like, furry moist critical thing of, like, hey, what's up, guys? Let's talk about the next furry tea thing of the day. Or talk about whatever furry information. And I know it's been a long time coming, but genuinely, I will never, ever not feel honored beyond belief to be able to do this. And that has gone for being the guest of honor for TFF, and especially recently with being the guest of honor for Awoostria. It has been the biggest honor. It has been genuinely such a life-changing experience, from going from being comfortable around everything that I kind of know to being in an entirely different country, different culture, new wonderful people, doing all these new different panels, trying to do better than the ones that I did in years past, and really stepping it up. Like, really genuinely stepping it up with what I had for, like, confidence with being on stage and taking the lead and kind of leading by example. And that just, to me, it was like nothing but like a character development, character training arc, like a whole new thing where I just kind of came back feeling proud of myself for how good I did, how hard I worked to make sure that it was the best work that I could do. And that's kind of what it is when I go into it. Even if I feel undeserving of whatever it is that I'm receiving, I'm gonna work like I do deserve it. And not to the extent of expectations of it, but just do the best goddamn job that I can. And that's what I did.
And then you
for...
go and say, "Woo yeah, baby, that's
Woo
what
yeah,
I was waiting for. That's what it's
yeah, baby, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Woo! I'm gonna get a noise complaint from my neighbor. Let me tell you, he's not gonna be happy about this one. But in all honesty, I've only ever seen myself not in like a degrading or like putting myself down sense. I'm just kind of like a YouTuber guy. I like doing YouTube stuff. I'm no like big professional, I'm, if anything, the least professional streamer out here, the least professional content creator out here. I just kind of do what I do for fun. And I kind of also have realized through this experience that a lot of it really inspires many. And a lot of people are the reason, or I'm the reason why a lot of people are here. Not to obviously toot my horn or to be narcissistic or egotistical, but like, it means the world to me that anything that I would put out there would result in that. And so even going into this with the experience of being the guest of honor, I still wanted to do the best fucking job I could. Whether it was putting together panels that I could, judging the dance competition, doing a Maid cafe, doing all these things, because one, people are genuinely working hard to get me out here. And let me tell you, flying overseas and visiting Europe is not cheap, okay? And a lot of it was supported through the con and through those that work towards it. And so that's why, for me, I wanted to do the best fucking job I could. Same thing as when my grandmother had surprised me with the money to be able to build my new PC, to be able to keep doing what I do. I felt undeserving of it, because it's like, I'm just a guy. I'm technically unemployed to some extent, you know, with what I do, but it's also like, I'm going to work hard like I do deserve it. You know, to at least make not just her proud, but myself proud for the work that I do, for doing the best that I can. And that's what I did going to this con. But I also did it in a way, obviously, because I'm visiting Europe. I wanted to enjoy myself. I wanted to see the sights, see how things were, see all like the landmarks, eat the food, you know, take in the new experiences. And I think, honestly, I had a really good balance of being able to do that, of putting in the best fucking work I could. Genuinely, that's why I can't wait to be able to put out the panel recordings that I had, because I recorded my panels that I did for the con. I can't wait to put them out, because it's genuinely some of the best, like, live presentation work I've done since I've been in college, where I did a lot of, like, presentations for, like, my projects, for the work I did. Like, I really put in a lot of work there. And so, like, having that kind of come around and think that I did the best job I could here, that's very rare for me. And I'm very, very proud of it. I'm very, very excited to show it to you guys when I can actually get those videos out on the Boodles channel, so keep on the lookout for those. But honestly, I'd say, despite all of, like, my shortcomings and worries about feeling deserving, or, like, if I'm really fit for this position, I still did the best fucking job I could. As someone who really doesn't know what they're doing, is just kind of doing the best thing that they can think of and just enjoying whatever it is that they're doing as a content creator, I did the best fucking job I could. And I'm really proud of myself for that. And that's not egotistical or narcissistic, that's just me kind of realizing, you know what? I really worked hard. But again, none of this would have been possible if it weren't for the many folks that put this together for Awoostria. So I know this is kind of like a nameless big thank you to the staff and board members and chairman of Awoostria, especially Vex and Noodles. Vex being genuinely the best host, like, ever, going above and beyond for me to make sure that I was comfortable, to make sure that I wasn't super nervous or scared going into Europe for the first time. I had an absolute blast, genuinely. From the experiences I had before the con to at the con, doing everything that I did, it was nothing but surreal. An amazing, memorable experience I will take with me for the rest of my life. So big shout out to Vex, big shout out to Noodles, the con chair and vice chair. I'm so very grateful for the opportunity. Thank you guys so much again. But without further ado, let's get into the con recap. Where the hell are you? Where'd you go? Where'd you go, silly? Oh, there you are. Yeah, I worked all night on this. I passed out at like 5 a.m. pretty much trying to get this done, and there are a lot of photos. This is pretty much, I have it segmented of like each day, and then
think you'd ever want to
a couple of other things here and there.
Such as England?
I would love to. Honestly, I think, like, this has kind of ripped the band-aid off for me with being able to experience, or at least say that I obviously have been to a European country and being outside of the US. It's not as scary as I thought it would be. And so, honestly, I would absolutely do this again. Absolutely. And honestly, I'm so grateful for this opportunity that I was given to be able to do it, because, you know, if I hadn't, I probably wouldn't have gone to Europe or Austria, and I'm really, really glad and grateful that I got to. But first off, again, thank you, Ember, for all the bits. I do appreciate it. And thank you, PJ Britton, for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to Life Jacket Squad, and enjoy those emotes. I appreciate it. We're not scary, just different. See, that's the thing. That's what I've realized. Like, at the end of the day, when I was at Awoostria, and this is probably the biggest non-difference that I kind of realized between, like, US furry conventions and European furry conventions. At the end of the day, we are all just big, nerdy, awkward weirdos, no matter what. Okay, we all like the fluffy animal characters, we all like the saucy animal characters. We're no different at the end of the day, and I think that was the one thing that helped kind of keep me feeling at home while I was in Austria, interacting with the furries there and chatting and yapping, you know. And it's not to say that I was in like a completely different environment. It's just, for me, with being outside of the country for the first time, I did not want to be a shitty American tourist. And I know I would have to really, really work hard to do that. You know, I'm not like a Johnny Somali obviously, but it's one of those things where I don't want to be rude. Like, I was very self-conscious about it, and obviously kind of overthought it to some extent. I needed to, you know, keep myself open-minded, like, okay, you know, if I do make a mistake, it's okay, it's not the end of the world, just keep learning. And that's what I did. I obviously made a few mistakes of, like, politeness and going to and from places, but honestly, I'm glad that I got to experience it all in all. So, for me, it really wasn't that different from going to a regular furry convention. It was obviously a lot, I would say the biggest difference too was a lot more social. A lot more like intimate, not in the sense of intimacy, but in the sense of socializing, in the sense of interacting with others. It was really different, and I liked that difference. It was really good. I'm getting a message from someone. Hold on. Oh, well, it's all good. We're good to go. Sorry, I got a message on my phone. I'm like, ooh, that's important. But just want to say again, thank you, Blue Bengal, for the 20 bits. Thank you, Dragon, for the gifted subs. I greatly appreciate that lots. You guys have been so generous and nice to me. I appreciate you. I should have grabbed my fan from downstairs because it's getting a little bit toasty in here. But you know what? We're still gonna go with this. So, my Awoostria, Austria, week-long trip to Europe. How did it go?
Do you feel that you're so used to America that you felt like you wouldn't have known what to do, how to act in Europe?
Kinda. I mean, specifically, I just know, like, at the end of the day, just, like, act like myself, act like a person. Obviously, just don't be too rambunctious, because it's very evident, you know, from what I've been told and what I could tell, that you could tell who's an American and who isn't. So, like, it's one of those where, you know, for me, that was the big worry going into it. But at the end of the day, it really wasn't that different. It really wasn't that different. And what I really needed to just keep doing, which was very much something that I practiced, was to ask for help if I'm unsure, or ask for assistance, or ask someone if I need directions, or I need to go somewhere, or if I want food, or if I want a seat. You know, just ask how it is. Nothing wrong with asking. That's what I've learned too. And if it's so much of an annoyance, then oh well, you know. But at least keep trying, keep being open to making mistakes, obviously, depending on the mistake. But it's one of those things where I just kind of practiced that once I got into the rhythm of it, and it was so easy going on from there. And I think genuinely I enjoyed every little experience I had to the fullest. I really used my time, my week of time in Europe to the fullest. So, Awoostria 2025, guest of honor experience, let alone my first time being in Europe for a whole week in Austria. How did it go? Well, it all started with the announcement that I was guest of honor, my first European con. I love the pictures here. I just love the Wojak in the bit. It's really good. And then the little plaque that I got at closing ceremonies. And I was in fursuit for this, by the way. I wanted to get in full fursuit because, one, I didn't really get to fursuit that much that con, and two, I wanted to at least kind of like look nicer during my closing ceremonies thing. And you know what? I love that. This little plaque makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. But how did it go? So, for my trip, basically the first 2 days, so a little TLDR on what my travel situation was. I left my home around like Sunday afternoon or so. Sunday at noon to 1 p.m. for my flight to Austria, which I had a layover in Switzerland in Zurich, and then I would have like an hour and a half flight layover into Austria. So I would be leaving Sunday, and I would get there Monday morning. So pretty much I had a whole day of travel going into starting Monday by going around Austria and seeing all the sights with Vex. So pretty much I would have to sleep through a whole day worth of travel, jet-lagged nonetheless, and continue on with the day, which, I'm going to be honest, I don't think I got much jet lag. I think I still did just fine at the end of the day. So keep that in mind. Going into, from Sunday to Monday, it was all travel, but Monday was hit the ground running and keep going. So yeah. Also, Phil, this will be uploaded to YouTube. Pretty much how YouTube live streams work is it's archived on the channel. So this whole live stream should be available on my channel, so you should be able to watch the VOD. So don't worry about missing it. And same thing, if it's not available on YouTube, it'll obviously be available on Twitch. And I'll hopefully do, if it isn't available on here on live stream, I'll do like a stream recap, edit down portion of this stream for a video. But yeah, point being, blessed be. Anyways, Also, make beta thick again. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to 50 chicken nuggets, okay? It would result in a tummy ache, but, yeah, you know, I wouldn't be opposed, just saying. But this should all be available later, so don't worry, it's on YouTube, so there's that. But going into Awoostria, my whole first day was give or take travel. So it went from traveling all day, being on flights, going to all the different sites and locations that Vex took me to. I'm not gonna lie, it was really fun to be able to do that. And then some food at the end, and then I passed out so hard that evening. So keep in mind, I technically didn't get jet lagged. Like, I obviously was feeling sleepy, but going into the rest of the day and week, I was told, like, oh, you're going to be exhausted going into, like, Tuesday or Wednesday with going around the city. You're going to want to take a nap. You're going to be exhausted. I'm going to be honest. I didn't feel jet lagged at all. Like, the only tiredness that I had was, like, at the end of the day, like a long day of traveling, walking, seeing all these things, eating all these foods and meeting people. Like, I was tired and wanted to go to bed, but not like I was fatigued through the day, if that makes sense. It was really weird, honestly, from that perspective. But honestly, I'll take it. If I can avoid jet lag to be able to enjoy the full experience of the day, I'll take what I can get. And also thank you, Neon, for the tier 1 sub. I greatly appreciate it. We get some life jackets and beta 8 hearts in the chat. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. But how I started my day, technically on Monday, because I stayed up all night, I decided, you know what, I'm going to fight the jet lag by staying up all night and maybe nap on the plane. I tried napping on the plane, and I think I might have passed out for like maybe some power naps here and there, but a lot of times I just heard in my ear the Kingdom Hearts series lore, because I listened to that video twice over on my flight to Switzerland, because I forgot to download videos, and I did not have internet access on my flight, but I'm getting ahead of myself. How did it go? So, Saturday, I spent the whole day pretty much working, getting things together, did my live stream, did my packing. So Sunday, early morning, going into the day, I think I'm in front of my mic. Yeah, let's stay in front of my mic so you guys can hear me just fine. I had decided to treat myself with some late night canes, you know, having that be my last meal before I left to Europe. Then I did my packing. Obviously, it's a little bit disheveled. I don't think Finn would be too happy with my packing job on it, but I did better for my fursuit. I started using my little space saver bags, which actually came in pretty handy.
Poopy oopy de loopy.
Fway! Hi, Fway. Thank you for the 27 months, Fway. We're doing our stream recap for, or con recap for Awoostria, for my travel to Europe and Austria. I'm so excited. And I get to see you in VR tonight. I'm so excited. Could we get a shout out for Frey in the chat if we have any... Okay, we're good. Could we get a shout out for Frey if we have any mods in the chat? Lovely being. Go and check out his streams. He's got his partner anniversary thing stream happening tomorrow, so go and show him some love and support then. I may or may not be there. I'll be there in spirit, like lurking and watching, but still, go and check him out. Go and show him some love and support. He's a good, near and dear friend to me. Foy, I hope you're doing well. I hope you enjoy this recap, because it's going to be here for a while. Look, here's one of the pictures you'll probably love. This is me eating a Wahlburger in the airport. So technically, the last meal wasn't the Canes. It was an airport Wahlburger in the E-terminal in the Logan Airport, while I watched Monty and our friend Jas suffer over playing Deadlock. Vor, yes. Never not enough. I know, in like not even a month's time too, Frey, you're going to be taking a lot of pictures of my face too. Not a lot like this one. A lot of pics of my face. I'm so excited for Megaplex, man. It is going to be so good. It's going to be so good. I'm so excited. But we get to reminisce about this con in the meantime. So pretty much I ended up spending my entire Sunday packing, organizing things, getting my photos, images, videos over onto a flash drive that I proceeded to forget the flash drive in my PC at home. So had to had to bank on using the internet and all my service data, my internet service through my phone, hotspot stuff to be able to get the stuff that I needed. But I ended up starting the day at around noon, where my lovely friend Ryder drove me to the airport in Boston for my flight. There's me looking excited and energetic for the day. After that, I checked in, got all my bags and all that. And here's something that I needed to do, okay? So I want to give a clarification. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with Swiss Airlines, but my first experience flying with them was nothing but stressful. So here's the thing. I booked my whole flight from Boston to Austria through them because I wanted to, use one that I was familiar with, an airline that I knew of. And for me, they ended up booking a flight where I would have a layover in Zurich, which would be kind of like the central point of like going from there to Austria. So like 7 to 8 hours on a plane to Zurich, and then from there, an hour and a half flight to Austria. Now the layover flight that they gave me was 30 minutes after I would have landed. And that, for me, is not ample enough time to go through what would have been passport check, because, I'm entering a new country, I'm going to get a passport check, going through the tram system, going through the airport to find my terminal and get on the flight before it leaves. So the flight that they gave me was not ample enough time. 30 minutes, I am not rushing to my gate. So I had to go over and at the terminal going into, Boston and all that, ask if they could change my flight to something slightly later. So I ended up having an hour flight later to get over. And that gave me ample time. It made me less stressed about getting to my flight. And come to find out, people on the flight that I was on originally were like booking it, trying to get their flight to Austria. Some people were, and they ended up missing it. And then they had to go on my flight, which that was already backed up as is. It was a bit of a shit show, and I saw that happening firsthand. I'm like, wow, this is not fun. What a great first impression of flying with this airlines provider. But I had that all squared away, did the good noodle adult thing, and I'm pretty happy with it. I looked thrilled there. But after that, I ended up stopping by a convenience store because a friend of mine wanted me to bring some crunchy Cheetos, because apparently they just don't have crunchy Cheetos in Britain, in the UK. And so I ended up getting some from like the airport store. This was like $4 or $5, sadly. But it was pretty good. I didn't eat them. I kept them with me to give to my friend. But after that, I ended up getting a burger because I was hungry.
I accidentally a whole
Izzy?
Europe too. The struggles are real.
Uh-oh. You accidentally a whole Europe? What does that mean, Izzy? What happened? What happened? Also, thank you for the 52 months, hon. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, by the way. Have you had any fun travels recently on your end? I know you travel around and go places. I hope you've had a good time on your end and haven't been stressed like me going to Europe. Look, it was a lot. But before my flight, I had my last American meal, which was Wahlburger. A nice burger, fries. I'm gonna be honest, it was pretty okay. Definitely not worth Five Guys burger prices. But then again, I'm getting a burger in an airport. Airport prices are going to be through the roof. So, no fun. Was a direct flight not an option? It was not. I tried looking, and the only ones were like 1 layover or like 3 layovers. And I think the most minimal amount of layovers was through Swiss Airlines. And it was the fastest. So I'm like, you know what? Let's go with that. So I went with them, and all in all, don't know if I'll be flying with them again because of what I had to experience on my way back, but I still made it just fine. Just had to do more work on my end that was unnecessary. But point being, had my last burger before leaving. There's me eating the burger, having a good time, and then I ended up doing a little bit of work. I worked on my panel, Introduction to Content Creation, was starting part 2, was pretty good. Was just chilling at the airport terminal with that, with Levi in the bag over there, and, taking some shots of the burger. I feel like I'm getting better at photography with my phone. But then I got on my flight. It's pretty good. Wingdings. Yeah, wingdings. Yeah, there was just all this space here. I needed to fill it with something, so I decided to do that. But you had Five Guys? No, it was Wahlburger. But the price of it was about Five Guys prices. Like, this fries and burger was about, like, $25. Sadly. Also, we'll get to it later. we'll get to it later. There's something to tell later about how I might have gotten scammed as an American going in. Not from Austria, but just, you know, in general with prices of trying to get euros. But point being, I got on my flight. It was pretty good. Took some pictures of my face because I didn't know what else to take pictures of. Just me traveling for the first time. Exhausted as can be, but still trucking onward. There's a pic of the outside. It actually was quite pretty. Very loud, though. But they gave us in-flight meals, too. Was pretty happy about that. Got this, like, pasta with cheese. This coleslaw was ass. The bread was pretty okay, and I think that was cheesecake. The wine was pretty banging, too. It hit me like a truck, I will tell you that. And pretty much throughout this flight, since I had, give or take, 6 to 7 hours sitting in the spot that I was, I had to really figure out, like, okay, what am I going to do with my time? I could sit here and work this whole time with my legs cramped. I decided to throw on a Kingdom Hearts lore video twice over. So pretty much the entire story of Kingdom Hearts up until Kingdom Hearts 3, which is about like a 3 to 3.5 hour long video. Played that over twice just so I was very prepared for Kingdom Hearts in general. Not that I'm playing it immediately or anything like that, but just something to listen to while I'm in the air. And the main thing is, well, I didn't have any internet. I tried connecting to the Wi-Fi on the plane, and it just would not work out. I could not get anything else, so I ended up listening to that, watching it, because it was the one downloaded video I had on YouTube on my phone at the time, and I fell asleep to that. I think I fell asleep. I think, keyword, because I would still hear it in my sleep. And usually when I'm out, I'm out. I don't really hear anything. So I might have had like power naps here and there. I might have had like a nap. I don't even know if I fell asleep or not. It all just kind of felt like I was going a little crazy being on that airplane. But I did it. I listened through Kingdom Hearts lore twice over. This is when I was landing in Switzerland, in Zurich. Great first impression of Europe with it being gray and rainy, but you know, that's another thing. There's me in the airport. Keep in mind, the airport to me kind of looked a little prison-like. The best way to describe what the inside of Zurich airport looked like, have you guys ever seen the House on Haunted Hill sci-fi remake? You know, the one with all the flashy lights here and there? Which is actually pretty okay. I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Yeah, the airport looked like the inside of that house. With all, like, the asphalt high ceilings and then like the bright fluorescent lights. Yeah, it kind of reminded me of that, between like an insane asylum, hospital, prison. Yeah, it was surreal vibes to have when you hadn't slept at that point. So yeah, that was interesting. But I got a matcha latte. It was just okay. And I took a couple of photos outside. Like, look at how beautiful the landscape was outside of the airport. It was kind of nice. I liked it. But after that, had my flight to Austria. Ended up actually sleeping entirely on that flight there, which was like an hour or so. And then I landed outside. They just had us walk off the plane from there, which was actually really cool. I'm not used to that because most of the time you just kind of walk into like a little gate that goes into the terminals. Pretty nice. But I took a photo of that, and I was vibing.
Pret latte? Pret is kinda mid.
Is that a Pret latte? Wait, it is mid? Okay, I saw a bunch of people drinking from that. I thought that was kind of like the staple brand coffee to go to. Yeah, it was a Pret latte. Okay. I didn't know it was mid. I didn't know where else to go. So, yeah. It exists. Man, I really did make the worst choices when I was traveling. You're going to see that later, too. When it comes to, like, going to any sort of, like, airport food cafe thing, I made the worst fucking choices. I went to Pret thinking it was good. It was just okay. I went to another place before I was about to fly out to get like a sandwich. It was just okay. And then my friend went to my friend went to this like one famous chef's like restaurant that was in the airport, and it was like $20 at most for all this food, and all the food was awesome compared to mine. I felt ripped off. I felt ripped off. But, you know, despite that, it's airport travel food, okay? But, yeah. Flew there from Austrian Airlines. I finally arrived. I landed to my gate check. Saw this going around in the little bag pickup terminal. Latella, which apparently is some sort of, like, mango smoothie, milky drink thing. It actually sounded pretty good. Never tried it. But Vex told me about it, and it seemed pretty neat. Austria in general is expensive, but I'm so happy for your adventure in Europe. Oh, I appreciate that, Balto. Hope you're doing well on your end. I'm just going over the whole trip and adventures. And honestly, we're only just getting started, because it's only, what, the Monday? Officially Monday as soon as I land, like 9 a.m. or so. I land, Vex picks me up, I give him a big hug, we take the bags to the car, and he hands me a Red Bull, and I'm ready to go. And little did I know that that day, Vex had pretty much plans for us to go all over the place until the evening, where I'd finally be able to, like, head back, relax, and, like, basically pass out. Like, it got to the point where I think we got back at, like, 8 p.m., so we were out for give or take 12 hours during the day. Whether it was getting food or going and sightseeing, seeing all the locations. Vex took me around. He was an amazing host, by the way. Shout out again to Vex Wooski. Absolute sweetheart. I miss his face so much, which you'll get to see his face soon, and he has a lovely face. Let me tell you that. But I was so exhausted as soon as I landed, but I'm like, you know what? No, we're not going back to sleep. We're not going to conk out. I am going to enjoy this day. Because keep in mind, there were only so many days before the con where I was in Europe just free to explore. And Vex was there as my lovely host and wanted to take me around places. Of course I'm going to do it. I'm going to power through it. Even if I did not have any sleep on that flight or beforehand, even if I was running off of 5 hours of sleep in a dream after 23 plus hours, I'm still going to do it. I'm still absolutely going to do it. And also, yes, that too, Pen. I don't think I could sleep on airplanes. I think it's just because I'm sitting up like this. I just can't do it. I need to be laying fully horizontally back. So next time I fly on an extended flight, I'm gonna save up for like first class or business class. Okay, I want that experience. But I got that experience. I powered through it, and I'm glad that I did because I got to see all sorts of lovely things. This was us driving around where he was taking me to this Roman architectural museum, which was basically like an outdoor Roman Empire city before Roman Empire fell. All like the resurrected buildings, bathhouses. It was basically like a big outdoor museum, and it was really cool. But we were on our way there, and I got to see all the different sites. I got to see the landscape. Honestly, you don't really get this in the US, at least near me. It was really nice to see that. And Vex told me, he's like, oh, really? That's kind of like one of the least savory sights. And I'm like, no, this is great. I get to see land here. This is pretty cool. But we were driving along, and it was just snapping some pics throughout. I really liked how you get like these little clusters of like houses, homes, and like shops and whatnot versus like open land. It was really nice to see like a big difference between that and the US. So that was really cool. There's me running off of like maybe a nap and a dream. Look at me go. And then like a few more pictures. I got to see the wind turbines. I ranted about how I had to calculate how those spun as part of one of my junior year projects in college for my mechanical engineering degree. And that wasn't fun. That was annoying. So whenever I see a turbine, I get a little bit of ick on the inside. Let me tell you that. It's not fun to that extent. But, you know, I got to see the landscapes. And honestly, it was pretty nice. It's pretty nice to see. You're going to get to see plenty of that throughout. But now, after travel, we get fully on to pretty much the sightseeing part.
SMH, they turn with wind.
They turn with wind. Yes, they do, but there is some force that goes into it to generate electricity, and that is a whole process to calculate entirely. Let me tell you that. No fun. And they're a lot bigger than you imagine. Let me tell you that in videos, and let me tell you, in the Teletubbies, they don't give it to you clear cut. You know, you just think, oh, that's just a random fan in the middle of the field. No, they're much bigger. Let me tell you that. I said that like 5 times. But for the first stop of sightseeing, we went to Rumerstadt, Carnuntum. I believe I mispronounced the first part of it, but basically Carnuntum was a Roman city. I think it was like one of the central locations of like one of the biggest Roman cities or Roman areas before it fell in Austria. And this was pretty much turned into like a museum where you go through like an internal part, and then outside you go and see all like the resurrected, rebuilt buildings of like Roman architecture. You'd see like the bathhouses, you'd see like where they would make the food, where all these locations were. I didn't know the specific parts because I think I was kind of phasing in and out of reality, and I swear to God I was seeing the Hat Man out of the corner of my eye, but that was besides the point. I still had a blast going here. So this is like the building that you went into, and then they gave me this cutesy little guidebook, the Roman city of Carnuntum. Like, look, oh, that looks so cool, man. This reminded me very similarly to, like, for me, I did in, like, grade school as a kid, a lot of trips to, like, Plymouth Plantation, or to see, like, you know, the town of Plymouth, and see, like, all the old, like, village houses. Kind of reminded me of that to that extent. I know that's an apples to oranges example, but keep in mind, I am a very sheltered American who has not been outside or done really much with his life in terms of travel, or seeing anything historically. So this was like a whole new experience. It was really, really cool to see. So this is me enjoying my time, seeing the little video playing. I don't know why I took this picture, but I like thrilled out of my mind to do this. But I also got to see some of like the gravestones for Caius Aruntius Lentulus. And then like a little blurb of like what they did, or I guess how they died maybe. Wasn't necessarily sure. But they were really cool. And then I saw this big one for, I'm assuming, a very noteworthy individual. I liked the little face that it had on the front. That was neat. And then it showed like a little map of, you know, the town area. It's pretty cool to see. Don't exactly know what part I was looking at that we were in reference to locationally, but it was still neat to see. And there's like a little better view of it here. Are you guys seeing this okay? Is my camera like too much in the way of seeing this? Am I like framing this better? I should probably do it more to like the left so that you guys can see it there instead of like in the center. So, I don't know. It was really cool to see all this, by the way, like honestly. You say the letter A, but with rounded lips. A. I gotta, you know what, maybe I'll just use Google Translate to help me listen to it and hear it again. Because I will say, people were impressed with me knowing how to pronounce, like, Bluhaj. They were like, whoa, Beta, you know how to pronounce that? Yeah, because I did a whole stream where I repeated it back, like, 20 times for 30 minutes. Slightly blocking, but you're okay? Okay, you know, I'll still link this whole thing somewhere where you guys can watch it, too. Say A with fish lips. A. It's hard to describe. I'll do my best, okay? But point being, it's less about the pronunciation and more about Blahaj is Swedish. No, see what I mean? See what I mean? I'm just so dumb and uncultured. This is just part of the beta experience. Also, I forgot to say as well, I think I saw a super chat. Thank you, Warwolf, for the $2 super chat. I greatly appreciate it. Red Bull and Monster is a must. Honestly, I tried Monster once as a kid. Did not like it. Did not like it at all. And so I've never tried it again. Maybe I have to give it a shot, because Red Bull, gonna be honest, tastes like battery acid, but I still drink it for the energy. So there's that. I also have to say goodnight. I'm happy you got to Austria, and it was amazing to meet you in real life. Thanks again for the shout out. It means so much to me. Oh, I appreciate that, Sun Drop. Get some good rest. I know it's like super late over there. It's like, what, nearly 2 a.m.? Yeah, crazy. So get some good rest on your end. Thank you so much for stopping by. And thank you again for the lovely art piece. It means a lot to me. I love this trip, man. It was so good. But we pretty much just like went through and saw like the houses and areas. I'm not exactly sure what the specific houses and areas or buildings were, but they were just fascinating to look at. Like, I'm not really one that knows much about history. I was just kind of enjoying the moment. I was trying not to look out of the corner of my eye because the Hat Man was somewhere over there, but that's besides the point. It was really nice to visit, though. Me just looking at the paper. Oh, man. Also, there's like a gnat, a fruit fly, like flying around. It's a little annoying if I'm being entirely honest. It's really annoying if I'm being honest. It won't go away. Oh, man. Well, Beta plays with old stuff, literally. You seemed like you do well at pottery. I probably would if I'm being honest. I mean, he looked like he would too. But, yeah, this was pretty much the view outside. It was very, very neat. You got to see all, like, the buildings and the outdoor architecture. It was really hot out, so the sun was kind of blazing down on me. It was just nice to see all of this. Also see how, like, the infrastructure worked with just like getting like mud or clay and then like basically putting into like these reeds or sticks to build like the foundation and then put like wood behind that and like press it over. It was really cool, really fascinating to see. Some area that was off limits. I know it was very beautiful. It was very pretty. I also took a very lovely pic. Or these are the pics. A couple of the pics at the bottom here, the bottom section of what I have up here are the pictures that Vex or other folks took from me throughout the con. Ones that I didn't take myself that are much, much, much better quality, I will say. So yeah, shout out to Vex for taking these lovely photos of me. Very, very spitting image of beta there. There's also an area where you could go and see, I guess, the pantry, like where food was bought and sold. They actually do replace the food in here. So all of this is like technically fresh food that's just kind of like left out for the sake of, you know, keeping it real, keeping it realistic of like what it's like. And apparently they do a lot of like festivals there too, where like they dress up in like Roman attire, have like meetings, you know, food kind of, I guess like battle arena stuff style things. It looked really cool, honestly. I would like to go back, honestly, during one of those like festivals to see like what that's like. That was very fascinating. But yeah, just kind of seeing all like the different rooms. I believe this is how you made like flour or grain stuff. Yeah, you can tell history was my forte in school. Granted, whenever I learned history in school, it was really just American history, so nothing like this, but this is just really, really cool. This is a part of an old foundation that was on the ground that Vex picked up and handed to me. And then I believe this is where something happened with fire, like an oven thing. Yeah, I'm losing my train of thought on this, okay? I'm just kind of caught up in the sights. This was really pretty. Seeing this, God, that was so pretty. And a couple of selfies that I took, doing like Wojaks and just living my best life. Taking in the sights, going around. Those are ovens. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait, I thought this was used for pottery. Because the thing in the back, that is what you would use to, like, basically form the clay into, like, a pot. Wouldn't you use this as, like, a blast furnace style thing? I'm assuming that would be the case. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. These pictures were pretty. It was very gorgeous out to be able to go around and see this, too. Very, very exciting. I don't know what that was, but it looked interesting to take a picture of. There was also this thing on the wall before we went to this grand chamber. That's where people pooped. That's where people pooped. There was some things on the wall, too. Wait, shit, am I going to get in trouble with Twitch for this? Isn't this technically filming inside a bathroom? Anyways, we're going to ignore that. Keep going on. This area was really cool, because this is like some like big grand chamber where the ceiling was very cutesy and painted. We move on. Yeah, we move on. But this big building right here, which had like, I believe, an attached bathhouse area or like, I guess, washing area, was really cool to look in. Why don't I choose the blurriest photo here, man? I probably had a better picture of this. But it was really cool seeing this, how it was all laid out. I don't really know what to say about it besides it looked beautiful and kind of took me back to like simpler times, quite literally, figuratively and literally. But the ceiling looked really pretty. The whole lighting looked neat. The upstairs was cool. There was this little game that was played where you have to like get all of them on like one side or something. It was kind of like tic-tac-toe or like Connect 4 to some extent, but like Connect 3 or 2. It was really neat. A nice little game up there. Separate other room. Don't know what was going on there, but it was neat. I loved the whole like granite looking texture of the rocks on the wall. I'm assuming this is granite or some sort of graphite, some sort of stone that has like a neat pattern with it. I liked it. Marble, maybe? Probably not marble, but marble's expensive, so I wouldn't think marble, but could have been marble. Who knows? But after that random statue in the room, I really liked this like little bathhouse area. It gave off kind of like liminal backrooms vibes. But even then, it just looked really, really pretty with, like, the fish on the wall. That dude's just vibing. Like, the little water going in there. I was also vibing. I was also very much vibing. I was vibing very hard, actually. Fun fact, I wanted to take a really good photo here. This entire side of me was soaked, by the way. This entire side of me was soaked because that, like, little ledge area was dripping with water. Did it for the meme. Did it for the meme. Can you use the bath? I don't think so. It also probably wouldn't be recommended. They rebuilt it with original materials on the ruins to show how it looked 1,800 years ago. That's why it looks new. Yeah, it's really fascinating that this... Ah, it's just so cool to look at this, man. You're, like, transported back in time. You see all the pictures. And when you're actually there, I'm going to be honest, as much as, like, seeing the pictures here is very exciting, it's very peaceful to some extent. Like, very quiet. Like, obviously, everyone's just kind of going around and seeing the sights, and whoever was there was just seeing it all. But it was very, like, peaceful. It was very quiet. It wasn't, like, surreal ghost town quiet. Or, like, Uncanny Valley. It was just very peaceful to kind of get a glimpse into what this area was like 1,800 years ago. And honestly, I just like being in it. As much as I didn't understand half of, like, what these rooms were, or what they had offered. There were a lot of, like, bathhouses, bathrooms. It was still just really cool to see and take pictures in. And that's not even including the pictures that Vex took of me and for me, and the videos that he took too. Like, this area looked so, so cool. If you really could, like, swim in this, I would. I absolutely would have. This is a little furnace area. I believe this was used to heat up the water in the baths too, or at least the room, so it was, like, more like a sauna. So that was kind of cool. We got the outside with some of, like, the... I guess, pre-existing buildings. I don't know exactly what these areas were for again. I remember Vex telling me about it, but I forgot. I'm sorry. But cool picture on the building. It's very family friendly. Yeah. And then, yeah, just going around. This is like, I believe, the pantry shop area where you could buy meats and veggies and whatnot. Very, very cool. Gladiator housing. Okay. That's what it was. I assumed that these were little, like, gladiator training pits. You know, like, you'd have, like, specific little squares where you'd, like, spar with one another. I feel like this would have been this, but I guess it was, you know, housing. Which would make sense. But it still was really cool. I liked it. Then you got to see the inside of it with all the firewood. Really like this room. Kind of remind me of my grandmother's house. Good times. Where this house was, that was really cool. It was just nice to see all the buildings, see all the sights within here. This big, like, this big dining area was really cool to see, too. The columns, oh my god, the rounded columns. I was looking forward to that the most with any sort of Roman architecture. And then, like, the main dining hall with the front. Very beautiful and breathtaking imagery. Don't know what that was supposed to be, but that was on the wall of the dining hall, by the way, on both sides. It was very interesting, but it was nice to see. Cool Roman graffiti, pretty much. I mean, I don't know what was going on here, but couldn't have been family friendly. It depicts, I believe, the Romans winning versus someone not winning, or appears to be not winning. But regardless, it was just nice going around this old Roman city. And then after that, which that's pretty much it for the pictures here, I was taken a little bit up the road to, I believe this place was called the Death Gate. I don't remember what the name of this was, but there was some shorthand that Vex told me. It was just like these arches over here that you could take pictures in front of. It was really neat. I brought the boy. He looks happy. And then I got this lovely picture with Vex. Look at how cute he is. Oh, he's such a sweetie. Yeah, we got this nice pic together under the little arches. It was really, really nice. I loved this. I loved this. And then you could see the fields in the back. It was very nice. Also, hi, Amel. I loved my time outside the country. Heathen Gates. Well, I mean, most of the time, heathenry would result in death. Sometimes, maybe. Don't quote me on that. I don't know. But, so, you know, technically Death Gate, Heathen Gate. What's the difference? What are you talking about? I had it as Heathen Gate this whole time. Had it as this whole time. I knew that. I knew that. Come on, what do you take me for? I'm so sorry you have to put up with me, Vex. I'm sorry you had to put up with me, but I'm glad you had a good time doing so. Because I had an absolute blast doing all this. Also, yeah, I had such a good time, ML. I'm going through all the pics right now, and it's only like, I would say right now is about like Monday at noon. Like after the Heathen Gate and after the Carnantum. It was about like noon or so. So after that, I believe we took a quick break. No, we ended up going to a little castle first on a hill. And we were driving on our way there. It was very, very pretty. Saw this really cool sign I liked. I'm not going to lie. It was actually pretty cool. And then all the traffic going back and forth. We drove on our way there. Saw a couple of other sites. It was really neat to see. But we ended up going to what I like to call Cardio Castle. I know there's specifically a name for it. Can't remember it, but I called it Cardio Castle because to get up it, it was a very, very steep incline. Going back down it, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough, let me tell you. Day 21, we hate capitalism? Oh, honey. Bardic, I discovered this very, very, very quickly while in Europe. Let me tell you that. I didn't know that 50-cent eggs were a thing. If I want 10 eggs in the US, I have to dish out $15. It's pretty rough. But also, hi, Bardic. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream on your end. What were you getting up to? How are things? What's the meaning behind the raid message? We're going over my trip to Europe. I went to Awoostria, Austria. First time being in Europe. Guest of honor experience. I was really thrilled. Such an honor to do that. We're only just getting started with our trip, by the way. We have like so many other pics and things to go through. But it pretty much just started with me traveling and then immediately going to all like the historic sites, courtesy of my buddy and host Vex. Shout out to Vex once again. Absolutely lovely bean. And we pretty much got to the point now where we're talking about Cardio Castle. That's not the actual name of it. It's the nickname I gave it because my fucking knees, man. Oh, my knees. Oh, my goodness gracious, the knees. It wasn't actually that bad. If anything, my tootsies hurt a little bit. It's pretty rough going up. Rougher going down, but honestly, it was so worth it. Good, just tired. Had a minty break today, so took it easy and ranting about online safety laws and capitalism like any chill streamer does. Oh, yeah, I can imagine how much it's affecting you. I hope you're doing well, Bardic. Look, I know things are really looking bleak and dystopian for the internet. Let me tell you, we're next up, but I want you to know, I'll drink to that. In all seriousness, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. I hope things get better, and with whatever I can do on my end to help, you know you can reach out to me. You're good soup. Can we get a shout out for Bardic if we haven't already? I believe we did in chat. I can't remember if we did or not, but please, big shout out to Bardic. Go and show him some love and support. Such a lovely bean. Love this stuff. I hope you had a good stream, and I hope you're able to relax a little bit on stream at the end of the day, okay? And I hope you have an amazing weekend on your end. You deserve it, my friend. I'm going to be definitely doing that as well. I need a good weekend to relax after all the travels and everything. But you guys know Bardic. Go show them some love and support. Let's podcast soon. Let's go for it. Let's do it. I got to catch up with DMs too. Look, it's been 50 DMs at the very least that I still have to go through. So I'm going to get through it this weekend. I'm going to get through it this weekend as much as I can. But still, Bardic, thank you so much for the raid. I greatly appreciate all the love and support. And if you want to unwind and relax, do your thing. Because I'm going to be talking for like at least another hour and a half, probably 2 hours about my trip to Austria. Because we have only just barely scratched the surface of how far I've gone through it. So far, gone through a couple of things. Now we're on Cardio Castle. I believe Vex had a name for it that he said just barely earlier. Let me see the message again. The castle is called Heinberg, by the way. So this is Heinberg Castle. And let me tell you, it's not the actual name of... Heinberg Castle is the actual name of it. Cardio Castle is not the name. That's the one that I kind of made up on the spot when putting together this presentation because we had to go up a steep incline to get up to the castle. And let me tell you, it was absolutely worth it. The view and pictures, oh my goodness gracious. This, it might not look that daring. Going down it was harder than going up. It took a little, like, you know, I'm so used to doing like an incline whenever I'm going up on the treadmill at the gym, by the way. Pretty easy and straightforward. But, oh my goodness gracious. It was a tiring experience going down. You had to, like, swerve back and forth because you would keep getting momentum, and you had to basically, like, stop yourself from moving forward when going down this hill. Like, it got to the point where I was sliding in my shoes, and the tips of my toes were, like, bracing me forward, and it was burning my feet more than it was, or should have. So it was painful going down. Going up, it was just more cardio than anything. Get up there, it's definitely worth it. Going down is like a scary experience. You have to do the swerving experience going down. But when you get up, you get the most gorgeous view. This was like halfway up, by the way. This was halfway up. This wasn't even at the top, towards the castle. This was so gorgeous. It was so pretty up here. This is one of the moments where I realized, okay, if I'm going anywhere from now on, I'm bringing my fursuit with me for pics because it was so beautiful. I regretted not bringing my fursuit with me up. And you know damn sure I did not go down to go up again to get that fursuit. Were you going slow? We were going slow both ways, but those were... We had to take our time. We had to take our time. This is me on my way up, exhausted as can be. This was the view at the top. It was like this picture doesn't even do it credit. Just sitting up here and looking out at everything, even, you know, like the little shopping lot over there and everything else over the landscape, it was beautiful. It was so pretty. And this is just like what I'm glad that I was forced to go and do to some extent by told, like, hey, we're going here. I'm like, oh, perfect, we're going here. I was so happy that you took me these places, Vex. It was so gorgeous and breathtaking. And this is coming from someone whose terminal online doesn't really get out that often either. This is exactly what I needed after a long day of travel. And before that, doing nothing but grinding out videos and work and everything that I needed to do. This was awesome. Genuinely awesome. This is a picture of the castle itself. And this is a picture of me flashbanging myself by staring into the sun while taking a selfie. And this is me sitting on the bench in some shade taking a selfie, getting some rest and yapping with Vex. But then we went on to take a bunch of other pics. I believe I threw them over. Yeah, they're down over here. But just taking a couple of pictures of the castle walls. It was very, very pretty up there. Apparently they have some events up there too, where you can get some like food in this like little shack that I'm sure you guys will see eventually. Yeah, there we go. I'm moving down a little bit. This was like the big view. This was awesome. Like, again, explaining it and taking a picture of it doesn't do it justice. You just have to be there. This was at the top of the castle walls, by the way. It was awesome. And I took a lovely selfie of myself at the top. Really, really awesome. We went to a supermarket later. I decided to take the picture of the Mr. Beast Feastables. Not that I got them at all. Not that I would remotely want them at all. But I took a picture of them just to throw in the middle of this presentation. Not for any particular reason, just to have it here. But I took a selfie, and then I took a selfie with Vex. Look at it, it's Vex. Oh, he's so handsome. He's so cool. He's in the Always Tired Club like me. I loved his shirt. Oh, what a vibe. Vex, I miss that face of yours so bad. You're such a sweetie. Thank you for taking this lovely pic with me. Look at how happy he is to be there. I'm so happy to be there. He's happy to be there. I love this. Then I just took some more pics of like the, I guess, little history bits here and there. The worst of all the pics, not true.
Chocolonely is so fucking good.
Chocolonely is so what is chocolonely? That's the first time I've heard of any of this. Now I'm curious. But Vex, I'm telling you right now, that was not the worst of all pics. I'm telling you right now, that was not. I did look for the best pics I could. There were some other ones where I'm like, he would not want me to show this one or put this one just because of like a random still frame of you blinking. We did take some good pics though, I'll tell you that. I was really happy with them. But we continued to explore throughout the other side of the castle with like the open yard. This is where they would have some like food occasionally too. But it was just, oh, it was so pretty. And you could see, when you went to the other side, you got to see the other side of the view. So you got to see, like, the castle area here when you went out onto the bench. This is pretty much what you saw. Like, dude. This is so gorgeous. Oh, my God. Like... It's just... What more can I say? It is just gorgeous. It is beautiful. It's breathtaking. I love just getting to sit here and see all this. And then the other side of the view, too. Gosh. So good. Oh, my God. Is that a Vex Wusky emote? Oh, my God. I love Vex Wusky's emotes. Whoa. Whoa. And oh, yeah, Vex took a couple of pictures for me, too, with their camera. Me taking my selfie, me staring off and being like, whoa. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about me. And then some, like, little info tidbit. Huh. I like the pictures that it shows. That was pretty cool. But yeah, took a couple more selfies under, like, the different areas above the cliffside of the mountain or the hill. Hill? Yeah, hill. Or the castle area. And it was really nice. This is, like, one of the nicer pictures that I took. And then the other side of the castle, showing, like, a blown-out view of it. It's a lot bigger than you would think, too. But then after that, took a couple of pictures on the way back down. And then eventually we took a break to get a snack. I went into this, what is a grocery store called Bila, which is a chain out there. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty good. I ended up getting this, like, little energy drink with, like, I think it was pomegranate and, like, cherries or strawberries. And it was, like, the first thing is, when I was about to take a sip of it, I was expecting, and this is the big thing that I recognized about a lot of drinks and a lot of things that you'd expect to be super sweet. It wasn't as sweet as you would think it would be. Especially in the US, if you saw anything that had, like, pomegranate on, you'd expect, like, a mouthful of sugar. I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't really that, like, super sweet. It actually tasted more like the juices and flavors from the fruit. Grape and archi, it was disgusting. What do you mean it was disgusting? It was really good. I'm gonna be honest, it was completely different from what I was expecting. Like, if I got, like, vitamin water in the US, it would be so, like, sugary and sweet tasting, as much as it probably isn't naturally. It was just one of those where I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a mouthful of sugar. When I had that energy drink with the vitamin whatever water in it, it was actually really good. It didn't taste overly sugary. It tasted exactly what I would expect it to, like pomegranate or like grape and archi. I'm like, oh, this tastes good. It tasted good to me. So you know what? Think about it that way. I made a good choice on my end. Might have been not good in perspective there, but you know. I mean, hey, look at the pictures that I took on the road back. I can't remember where we went next. I think we were on our way to another. Oh, yes. So after our little pit stop at the grocery store, just for some like snacks, I got some good snacks. It was pretty yummy. After that, we ended up going to the next name location called Schlosshof, the Schlosshof Palace, which is I'm not exactly sure what it was used for, but it was a very, very big and gorgeous palace. Like, if you thought the outdoor castles were breathtaking, all the paintings and murals and landscape at this palace, I think this was like the highlight of my day in terms of just seeing everything. It was beautiful. It was just downright beautiful. And also, I brought my fursuit with me and got some god tier pics. Oh my god. These are the selfies that I took too. They're pretty good. But the pictures that Vex took for me, even better.
See,
that was what I wish I got to do more of. I truthfully did not get to do much of that. Didn't get to do much of that at Awoostria. It was too busy. You know what? Next time. Next. There's always an opportunity for next time. Ignore me. Ignore me. Don't pay attention to me. Don't pay attention to me. But ended up going to this palace area. And I'm gonna be honest, it was so fucking cool. It was so pretty. And I'm so glad I was taken to it. There's like the little courtyard area entering in. Going through the area, there's like a big landscape that you can go through. Took a couple of pics courtesy of Vex. There's Levi. I like this one. Look at how happy he is. Oh. And then in front of like the little fountain there too was nice. If you saw as well the YouTube short that I uploaded that day during my trip, I believe it was the Tuesday. Or I think it was Wednesday. Yeah, Tuesday. This was the front of the palace that I ended up taking that little YouTube short. Where Vex stuck his hand in my mouth and did the blah, 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 blah thing with my fursuit. And that was pretty funny. Ended up uploading that YouTube short the day after. This was where I took it when I took it. In front of this gorgeous front palace area. Which I believe was where we went inside, where there was like all these different like paintings and room setups. It was so pretty. Okay, that's the next thing coming up too. You're gonna absolutely love the pics that I took after this. Also, thank you Ace and Youth for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to Life Jacket Squad. Enjoy the emotes. Can we get some life jackets in the chat? I appreciate the support greatly. I hope you're doing well. We're going through our trip to Awoostria. It is so pretty. If you think the outside is pretty, just wait until we see the inside. But throughout, I ended up just taking a bunch of photos of the landscape in the area, this road area, selfie of me strangling you in fursuit, me carrying the dog. I ended up just carrying my IKEA bag with me for a lot of this when I was out and about. But a lot of these photos were really nice. Like, I love this one. I love this one. This is on the other end of the palace. Basically, the way you would enter, I believe, is through, like, one of the sides, and you get into, like, the main big courtyard entering in. And then heading through it on the other side is where you can see a lot of the like garden area, and then like the water fountain, or I don't know if there was a waterfall. Basically the front that you saw here. You basically went down this path in front of it, and then inside showed like all of like the art in like just downright gorgeous architecture. So we're gonna go through it. But a couple of the lovely photos that Vex took of me. This is going in between the this little area here on the way onto the outside. It was just so gorgeous with like, I don't know if this is marble or what kind of stone this is, but it looked so, so pretty. And then taking the photos there too was awesome. Oh, that's actually, I like this. I like this. Look at how dapper I look. It just looks so cutesy. I love that. I love that. But on the other side, you enter out through this area, which this is what it looked like. Like, that's like, that looks so fucking cool just to be in there.
Beta, just lick the stone, you'll know then.
I feel like that's how I get kicked out. I don't know if I would, as much as I would be tempted, I don't think I'd want to do that just out of not being that guy. Let me hydrate real quick. I've been talking so long and so quickly. I need like a quick moment. Don't act like an American. That's exactly what I'm trying not to do. As much as I would like to. Oh yeah, you lick the rock, you lick the stone. Rocky. Love it. Also, Hyper Suomo, thank you. Suomi, sorry. Hyper Suomi, thank you for the super chat. I greatly appreciate that. Hello there, it is me, Captherian, and also Protogen. I'm currently in a gaming convention called Summer Assembly 2025. It's in Finland. Oh, well, I hope you have a good time in Finland at the convention. Focus less on this stream and have a good time at that con, okay? You have a limited time there, all the time in the world to watch this stream, and not to say, like, hey, you should not be watching this. But I appreciate you stopping by to watch this, and I appreciate the super chat, but, you know, use your time wisely. Use your time accordingly. You can come back and watch this stream at any point. It'll be a VOD on YouTube. But regardless, I do appreciate the support. It means a lot. American tourists tend to act weird in Europe. Yeah. That's why I try not to. That's why I really did my best not to. And I feel like I did a good job with it. But, you know, once we went through this room area, which was just really beautiful, you'd enter out to the other end, where you'd get through this, like, staircase area with all these, like, this garden side foliage. It was really pretty. People were just, like, chilling off to the side, too, here. It was really, really beautiful. Like, seeing the front of this, and then all the fursuit photos I took there. God, Fursuit Friday is going to go hard for the next few days. Let me tell you. Well, weeks, months, I've taken plenty of fursuit photos. This isn't even the best fursuit photos that I've taken this con or this adventure to. Oh my god, just wait until we go over St. Stephen's. Oh my god, that was breathtaking. That might have made me a little bit more religious, let me tell you. Oh my goodness. But got to see the other end of the palace. It looked so pretty from the front and the back. I don't know which way was the front or the back, but the inside was really like the meat and potatoes of it, let me tell you. But here's the garden area from a distance. You could see, oh, that looks so good. It looks so pretty. I kind of want to eat that now, to be honest. And also the random holes. There are a lot of these, like, not really gophers. I can't remember the name of the animal. But they would just kind of burrow in and out of these random holes in, like, the foundation or the garden, the ground grass area. They weren't gophers, but they looked like them. I will say that. But the photos I took were really cute, too. I like that one. Me on my side. Me stretching a little bit. This one goes hard. This one, I liked this one. God damn. Also, see, look, there's no speck on the camera lens here. See? See, Vex? There's nothing here to worry about. Nothing here to worry about. This does look really good, though. This goes hard. Earth squirrels. That's what they were called. Huh. Well, they were really cute, I will say that. They were very, very curious about what we were doing. Like, we'd be passing by, they were about to go into the hole, and then they come back to look at us. I'm like, what do you want? But they were really cute. They were almost a little friendly, but not really. I'm so glad. Good. You should be glad, because these photos go so fucking hard. Like, look at that. That looks so good. I love it. And then this one is nice, too. This is in front of, like, the steps.
Mavericks' feet.
Okay. I'm going to continue on. But anyways, the inside of the palace. This is where all the beauty kind of came from. This kind of acted as, like, a museum, too, for, like, all, like, the royalty stuff here. I'm assuming it's royalty. It's a palace, so, you know, there's that. A couple of, like, pictures of figureheads from the centuries and years. And all these different rooms had different, like, setups and themes. They were so, so cool. So, so cool. The hallways in here were very pretty. I don't know what was going on here, but they looked like they were having a good time. You could see out front towards this area. Look at that view. This is from the window looking out, too. God. Oh, so good. I loved it. I loved seeing this. It looks so much better from, like, the overhead view. So fucking pretty, man. God, I loved it. Also, Hyper Suomo, thank you for the super chat. I greatly appreciate that. I'm currently wearing my Therian mouth, cat ears, and a tail. I even have my own PC there. Please come visit Finland. One day, maybe. I do watch a lot of Mikhail's, the 19-year-old gamer Deadlock Pro from Finland. So there's that. I do watch him, so he's the only one I know about with regards to Finland. But this view especially, I know there was like a glass behind it. It was so pretty. Seeing everything out, seeing the fountains, the landscape. Like, you don't really get this. You gotta go looking for this a lot of times in the US. And this is just... God, this is nice to see. This room looked so fucking cool, by the way, with like the wallpaper and theming of like the bed. I don't know what was going on in here, but it looked so, so pretty. And that's the sad thing is, like, I wish I... And it's hard for me to really remember and memorize history. I was always bad at it in school. But I really wish I understood more of, like, this area around. I feel like I could just, like, watch a YouTube video about it, too. Like, it would explain it so much better. I kind of want to do that after this, too. Like, after, like, I'm doing, like, my post-day decompressing... after, like, stream and, like, VR chat, I just want to throw on, like, a YouTube video about this. Like, this is just so pretty. Like, the other room, too. I don't know what kind of room this is. Maybe it's, like, a recreation room. It kind of looks like it. This was pretty with, like, the wallpaper. Honestly, I'd love a wallpaper like this in my room. I'd love something like that. I know it would be kind of uncanny, but, like, it's so pretty. But just going around and seeing it all was just fantastic. I'm losing track of where I am in this presentation, by the way. It's kind of like because my face cam is so big and seeing all the pictures here and there, it's kind of hard to look through. So if you want to see any specific photos, let me know so I can focus in on them, because I feel like I'm kind of just jumping around at my own pace through this presentation. Again, it's only day 1 of many days, so yeah. Also, there was a random anime character that I saw there that I just decided, oh, that looked neat to see in a random palace. That was interesting. But yeah. And then you got to see the ceilings too. This is the ceiling up ahead. It was really, really cool. Got to see some of the paintings. Very ancient tapestry paintings. What else? Other rooms leading to the different statues. There's this like plated armor. It was really cool to see. And then this statue was fascinating beyond belief.
Cleaning grind before I start packing for a LARP.
Oh my god.
I'd love to see a fursuiter in period accurate attire do a photo shoot there.
Honestly, that would be pretty cool. I don't know if it's necessarily allowed to do that, like to wear cosplay attire or anything like that there. I mean, I feel like I was pushing it a little bit on my own end with bringing my fursuit head around, but even then it was just very, very bare minimum. But honestly, I think that would be really cool to see. I agree with that. And also, thank you for the 100 bits, Ace. I appreciate that. And thank you, Blue Bangle, for the 16-month resub. I appreciate that as well. Hope you're doing well. Can we get some life jackets and beta 8 hearts in the chat, if we could? I'd greatly appreciate it. Okay, this room coming up. I don't know what this room was, but it was fucking gorgeous. Look at just, like, everything here, man. I don't know what was going on here, but it was so pristine and pretty. I felt bad even making a noise. Like, my shoes were, like, a tiny bit squeaky. But, like, God. Maybe this is, like, a grand ballroom area, but, oh, my God. Even the ceiling, the mural, gorgeous. It's not even really a mural. It's more of, like, a, you know, like a foundation chiseling. Like, you know, they chiseled out the stone on the ceiling. God. Oh, it was so pretty. It was so pretty to see all this. And just seeing it all. Being there is different. Again, all these photos are like very specific, but looks like plaster work on the ceiling. It's so gorgeous. I loved it. Also, I won't get in trouble for like artistic nudity, I'm assuming, right? Because I kind of realized there might be some like nude parts, but again, this is like these are like statues and art. I'm also not focusing on these parts either. I just kind of realized, I'm like, oh, that might be a nude, semi-nude woman in a statue in a mural sort of thing. That's different. It's literal artistic nudity. It's educational. It really is. You know, it's not the focus point. But you know what? Want to know what the focus point was for me? This room. Oh my God. This was gorgeous. This was just so fucking gorgeous. The painting of, I'm assuming it's Jesus being raised onto the cross to be crucified. Just this, like, chapel, church area. Oh my God. And this was the ceiling, by the way. That is a mural. That is a mural. That is gorgeous. I also love how there's like a random sprinkler in the ceiling. I'm assuming that's a sprinkler. I'm not necessarily sure. But God, it was so pretty. You just get lost in it. Like, you just want to spend hours there. And that's what I felt going through this area. That's what I looked like, how I felt too, by the way. And then the ceiling of like the way we were going in and out. It just looked so pristine. You got to see the old outfits of the time. I mean, I'm assuming this is what the old timey outfits would be if you were to get in fursuit and wear this around. Not specifically this, but, you know, your own recreation of it. It's just so... Oh, it's so pretty, man. It is so pretty. Seeing the paintings. And then near the end of it, because since we're getting near the tail end of things. Also, I gotta change the song. It's a little too hypey. There you go. God, it was just so breathtaking. Then I saw this little fountain area before we were about to head out. I think this is the last leg of the trip on our journey. But God, it was so, so pretty. So, so pretty. Also, there's the ground squirrels, by the way. This one was about to go into it and then burrow away. And just came back to look at us. Look at the little guy. I love him. He's so, like, pudgy. I love him. God, what an awesome trip this was, man. But after that, I finally went back. We went back to Vex's place. That's where I was staying with him for the few days before the con. Ended up getting this little onigiri. That's the name of it. Forgot the name of it. It was pretty good. Bulgogi beef onigiri was a nice little snack before we went out to get food, which we went to a local pub, semi-local pub, more or less, that Vex took me to, because I hadn't had, like, genuine cuisine food there yet, more like snacks. We went to this pub. I got, like, a tall beer. My first beer in Austria in a European country. Let me tell you, it hit different. Beer is just not going to be the same for me. Like, if I had a beer here, it'd suck. It would genuinely suck. This beer, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. But what I had for my main meal or food was Wiener Schnitzel, which was basically tenderized, pounded. I believe it was pork. I don't know if it was veal. It's probably pork. And then they, like, bread it in this, like, eggy, yolky mixture, and then they fry it in butter or lard. And you'd think, oh, that's going to be very heavy. I'm going to be honest, it was pretty light, and it was delicious. They served it with potatoes and then elderberry jam. Best meal. I'm going to be honest, this was the best meal of the trip. And I don't mean to downplay specifically any of the other meals or food that I had at the time. This just hit so good. After a long day of basically no sleep, walking around and exploring. At some point as well, I did get a little sunburned. So I was exhausted. This hit so fucking hard. It was so good. Have you taken your kitty Mau Mau classes? Isn't that Evan's job? I'm not Evan. Also, hi, Russ. I love Russ. Hope you had a good rest of your stream, hun. We're going over my trip. This is the Wiener Schnitzel that I had. It was so good. It's calf meat? Oh, well, it was still delicious. Let me tell you that. Everything hit so good. Oh my God, man. It was so delicious. Like, you could look at that. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. It was so good. Dude, there's a German food restaurant that's, like, not that far away from me. If I had this there, it would not be the same. It would not be the same. I'm telling you right now. Vex, thank you so much for taking me here. This was so good. I love this. I think genuinely this and the breakfast at the hotel, the free breakfast that came at the hotel when you were attending the con, best meals I had this con. It was so good. Also, again, Russ, thank you so much for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you had a good time streaming on your end, a good rest of your stream. Go get a shout out for us. Go and follow Russ. He's also open for commissions right now, so go and commission him. He's open for one day. I would, but I gotta save money for Megaplex, and I also don't know what I'd want for a commission just yet. So yeah, go and commission him in my place. Go and send him love and support and money, because I love Russ. He's really cool. But thank you for the raid, Russ. I appreciate it lots. I hope you're doing well, and I hope I get to see you again this weekend. Enjoy the Wiener Schnitzel. Looked like such a fun con. I want to do a Eurocon one day so bad. It was really fun. I had such a good time. Monty's adding me on Discord. I think he wants me to play Deadlock. Why am I getting a notification that Monty joined a voice channel in his Discord server? Is this new? Why is this new? Why is that? I shouldn't... Okay. I'm sure he's going to want me to play Deadlock now. But yes, Zero, this was a really, really fun con. And I will say, I think I hit, like, the perfect ratio of, like, exploration time, going around Austria and Vienna, and then going to the con and experiencing the con. It was just so fun, man. God, it was... This is so good. And then entering the restaurant, like, this is what it looked like, and then it just opened up into this, like, patio lounge area. God, it was so good, man. The food hit so hard. We ended up walking past, like, a park on the way back. This wouldn't exist in the US because it'd be, like, a safety hazard or something. And then I ended my night. Okay, before we go further, I ended my night with these wafers that Vex got for me, and I tried them and they were pretty good. This next thing right here is my receipt for how much I paid for 70 euros in the airport. Because at the time, I had forgotten to go to the bank. It was like a 3-day transaction period. It was going to be expensive at the bank to get euros. I wanted euros for my trip just in case I really needed them. I ended up getting 70 euros at the airport at one of these little transaction stations in the e-terminal. How much do you think I spent for 70 euros? Take a solid guess. All bets on the table. You can guess whatever you want. $150, $85, $120, $196. You know, you guys are actually pretty spot on with it, to be honest. Paid $115 for 70 euros. I think the transaction of like 70 euros to US dollars, I think was around like 85, maybe 90 or so, probably 80, 83. Yeah, I got upcharged 30 fucking bucks for 70 euros. And you know what I realized? I probably didn't even need to make that transaction in the moment. I could have probably done a whole thing of, like, sending PayPal money and then, you know, friends there spotting me euros. Like, actual currency. And probably wouldn't have gotten paid out the ass for it. But you know what? Out of everything, I didn't get, like, tourist trap scammed throughout that con. If anything, I had a really good time. And I think at least once, you gotta have one time where it happens. Or you have some sort of moment where, like, damn, I spent more on that than I probably should have. And I know that might be the case for everywhere you go. But this is the only time where it was very evident. Very notable. Again, wasn't the worst in the world. Still ended up making use of the euros at the end of the day. Yeah, $34 fee. Crazy. Fucking bonkers. But, you know, at least to see that that was like my one and only big transaction that ended up being disproportionate. I feel like I was scammed to some extent. That one being one throughout the whole weekend or week, I'd say that that was pretty good. But that summarizes, after give or take an hour and a half, the first day of my trip in Austria. We move on to day 2, where I learned that eggs are 50 cents. Organic ones, too. I started my day waking up to pretty much a beautiful, like, outdoor breakfast that Vex treated me to. Woke up, so for the record, I went to bed at, like, 10 p.m., give or take. I passed out at 10 p.m. On the ride back home, or to Vex's place, it was about like an hour or so drive. I passed the fuck out in the car. I was like snoring full on. It was so funny. I felt really, really embarrassed. But Vex was chill about it. Again, amazing host. I really appreciate him. Went to bed at 10 p.m. Woke up at 8 a.m. Is this the face of a man who slept well? I was trying my absolute best, man. I was trying my absolute hardest. This is me waking up. I was so fucking dead to the world, but you know what? I continued on. Started my day with the most vibrant orange yolk eggs I've ever seen. Dude, I know they're eggs. I know eggs don't really change at the end of the day with how they taste. These hit different. It could be placebo, but I'm telling you, these hit different. They were so good. And this breakfast was like the highlight of my day so far. Let me tell you, it was so good. Vex, thank you again for the breakfast. He basically made a whole spread for me. Eggs with all these pastries. There's bread here. European bread too. Oh my god. All these like pastries. These had like poppy seeds in them. It's kind of like a cinnamon roll, but not a cinnamon roll. It fucked so hard. There's like orange juice. You had like slices of meat. Then you had that, and he made me iced coffee too. Oh my god, man. Oh man, it was so good. You know what the best part was? When I needed a glass of water, all I had to go over to was the sink, turn on the faucet, and I had some clear, filtered, delicious water. Didn't need to use a Brita filter, didn't need to use anything like that. Didn't need any of that. This is when I was realizing I was in another world, in a better world than where I currently live. But these eggs fucked so hard. They were so good. The juice was good. The rolls, oh my god, I wish I could have had more of them. I just had this one, but god, they were so good. That's what I treat my guests with. Vex, this is awesome. This was genuinely so good. This was like the best start to the day that I could have ever had. And I usually don't start my day off really well. I have like these egg bites that I make, which technically is, you know, still pretty good. And then like coffee. That's it. This so good. It was so good. It was so good. Mixing like the bread with the eggs and the meat. Oh my. I'm not even over exaggerating it, okay? I really am not. It was just that good. It was just that good. I know it might not be special with eggs and meat and bread, but like, let me tell you, it just hits different. Maybe it was the jet lag. Maybe it was just because it's such a different quality and better quality than US, but god, it was good. And that poppy seed roll, oh, so good. So this is me eating it, by the way. I was doing the Mark Wiens bite, by the way, if you didn't know where he goes. And then he just makes like eye contact with you of it being so good. But yeah, this is me eating the roll and then staring into your soul. But yeah, this, what a great start to the day. So basically the plan for the day was we were going to take a train into Vienna and visit all of like basically these landmark locations, go to a cafe, have some like really good, I think it was like an apple strudel. Can't remember the name of it, but it was really good. Basically go to a cafe, have some like little snacks and foods here and there. It was really, really good. And then end the day off with some good food.
When I went to the US, I was genuinely upset because the bread tasted sweet, and I got yelled at for forgetting the eggs had to be put into the fridge. We don't do that here.
Yeah, I forgot about that. The eggs are that good, you don't need to refrigerate them. Yes, you need to put eggs in the fridge here. Okay, you need to refrigerate them. I get yelled at if I leave them out for more than 30 minutes because they'll go bad. And it's true. They will. You could just leave them out there. This is where I was starting to realize just how much easier it could be, but isn't. And I don't understand. I just don't understand. just don't understand, man. I just don't get it. Most people still put them in the fridge in Europe. That's fair enough. But it's still just more of the point. I'm starting to realize that just... Man, they're really trying to squeeze every little fucking bit out of me that they can. Yay! But hey, these eggs are good. They fucked so hard. Like, over easy. I think, like, sunny side up eggs. I was worried, too. I'm like, oh, there's going to be, like, you know, because usually I do, like, over easy, not sunny side up, because, like, sunny side up means they're not, like, fully cooked to some extent. These are perfect. These are, like, so perfect. And hey, I did the Mark Wiens bite. So, again, big shout out to Vex for being an amazing host and treating me to an amazing breakfast. That was so good. It was just so good. Yeah. But later on that day, we were going to take the train in. We were going to meet my +1 friend for the con, Talson, who came with me. He was already, at the time, a few days ago at the London Fur Meet. He was in London, and he was told to take the train from, I think it was Norway, or it was the Netherlands. I know there's a big difference. I know it's not really great to mess up that difference, but he was told to take the train by a friend from there to Austria. And that's when we were told, or at least I was told, that that was a bad idea, because those trains tend to derail, and the whole system with that, the German train system, is just not good. Doing it in, like, small areas, yeah, but doing across just ended up having a lot of roadblocks. And Taliesin had to get, like, a few hotels here and there, trying to travel back and forth. It was a bit of a disaster, but he finally made his way into Austria and had a hotel nearby. And so when we got into the city, we were going to meet up with him. And we did, and we were going to go on adventures, and this is where the adventures really took off. I need a little bit of water. Netherlands to Austria. I also kind of want another snack real quick. I'm going to try I have all the snacks that I was given courtesy of Frodo. This one is a Princessa Cocosoa Mini, which is like a coconut little... Yeah, it looks... I'm gonna try it. Okay, I brought these back with me. Why are these, like, so white? Dude, that fucks. Oh, that's so good. I might be going genuinely crazy. It tastes like buttered popcorn. I'm not even joking. It tastes like buttered fucking popcorn from a movie theater. With like a hint of sweetness. It is so good. What the fuck? How? Meanwhile, half the chocolate in the US tastes like vomit. That's dangerous. I gotta put that away for a moment. That literally tastes like buttered popcorn. Oh my god. That's awesome. That is awesome. God, I'm hungry now, man. God damn it. But, regardless, for our day, we pretty much were going to go around and travel, see all the sights throughout Vienna, taken around to, like, the different cathedrals, and basically, like, the big center area, the centermost point of Vienna, Austria, I believe. That's where St. Stephen's is, which is genuinely such a beautiful cathedral. It was so nice. But we ended up taking the train in. It was very pretty, taking, like, the slight train. I brought my fursuit with me. Look how happy I am to bring him with me. I was excited because I know that if I hadn't brought the fursuit, I wouldn't get, like, as beautiful of pics, and, you know, still, you know, I would have been happy taking pics of just my face, but having the fursuit with me was pretty good. So I brought that around with me in a nice IKEA bag, could strap it to my back. Pretty much good to go. There I am having the time of my life. So we get on the train, we're getting all ready, entering the train platform, and then eventually we're in the indoor train station. I'll tell you this. This is the nicest, cleanest train station that I have been in, really at all. As someone who's been to the Boston train station and the New York train stations, this is the prettiest and nicest and cleanest train station that I've ever been in. So yeah, there's that. But, continue on. I had to get a little sense of America real quick and got a Starbucks. I got a coffee. I was told that I paid out the ass for it. And because I got a water bottle or two from the Starbucks, even though I could have gotten it in another location for cheaper, supposedly. Again, probably made a bad decision with that, but I needed a water bottle because I realized I didn't have a refillable water bottle for any sort of water throughout my entire trip. And let me tell you, that one water bottle that I brought from Starbucks, I used that for like 5 days straight. It was the most go-to thing that I used for any sort of water source on me, to carry with me. So yeah, it was pretty useful. And that coffee, I'm gonna be honest, is pretty okay. And here's me, looking in absolute awe at the sight to behold. St. Stephen's Cathedral, our first stop. This was probably the prettiest thing I had seen so far. And so far is the prettiest location that I have been to when sightseeing in Vienna. This was beautiful. And this is just the outside. Gothic Cathedral, St. Stephen's. Look at, like, everything here, man. Didn't this make you almost religious? A little bit. You know, here's the thing. I grew up with a little bit of religion experience through my youth, through childhood. I was like an altar server, went to some private Catholic schools, you know, and then eventually in time I became like agnostic. I'm more agnostic than anything, you know, scientific proof, you know, for God and all that. That's just realist for me, engineering basis, kind of makes sense. It's maybe a little bit religious, at least to pay respects, because this, it was gorgeous being in there. And on top of that, they were doing catacombs tours. So I got to tour the catacombs when going through St. Stephen's, which I was not allowed to take pictures or film in there. Even though I could have probably gotten away with it, I still didn't even test it at all. Just wanted to be respectful. I felt like, as is, taking pictures inside the cathedral is being a little bit disrespectful. Because, you know, it's very... It's supposed to be like a place of calm, of like religion. And, you know, I just don't want it to be like... I know it is a spectacle to some extent. I still didn't want to at least be disrespectful. So ended up seeing the outside of the cathedral. It was just gorgeous. Like, to say that it was pretty is an understatement. And this is just going around seeing it all. It was so, so gorgeous. That spire went so tall. Oh my god. And it zoomed out a little bit, and it's just casually all these like shops nearby. God. It was so good. And then I took a selfie of me going throughout. It was so good. So good. And then me on the inside looking at it. I also did the funny thing where I put my bag, my little drawstring bag that had all my like wallet and like electronics and like charging cable in it. I put that bag on the front of me rather than on the back. And it was actually a pretty good, smart move, especially going around in a city, just so I don't get, like, pickpocketed or get it stolen, because it's, like, plastered to my chest around my shoulder. And when going inside, this is what you saw. This is just so pretty, man. Look at all this. Like, come on. Come on. It looked so good. I was so happy to be there. This is what the ceiling looked like looking up. You can even see all like the additional architecture, the appendages, as I like to call them, of the area. The glass-stained windows. Looking around, it was so gorgeous. So, so gorgeous. To see all like the statues and statuettes. The paintings. Like, I don't really know what to say or comment on about this, because I'm not one to comment on this, when I am just as awestruck about all this in the first place. It's just so pretty. Everything was just so gorgeous. But when we did get inside and go around a little bit, I was just so awestruck. You can only go up to, like, a certain point, too. Like, after this, there was, like, a gated-off section where I think you could go around a little bit, around, like, the sides. You just couldn't enter in. But regardless, it was so, so pretty to just look at it, even from a distance. But that's because after this, we ended up doing the catacombs tour, which there was, like, a little tour group to the side where you could do, like, a tour of, like, the catacombs, like, the different... What are they? Like the coffins, the stone coffins, like the vases, or the urns of like the remains of some of the folks in Austria. It was just so pretty to go through. And it was very, obviously macabre, as it were, to go through the catacombs. And basically, to describe it, it's like there was a little bit of a description that the tour guide was leading us through, where like there were coffins to the left and right of us, obviously like barred off where we couldn't like touch it and go through. And it just kind of contained all like the different like bishops and holy figures, like the church there. And then you went further in, you'd see like the different urns, and the urns basically held like parts of the remains of like big figureheads, or like I guess big religious figures or royalty throughout Vienna. And I think, again, don't quote me on that, could be wrong about that, but what they ended up doing was they would divvy up the different body parts into different churches and areas. So like the urns held the organs, like the insides of people who had died, and they put it in like, I guess, formaldehyde or whatever alcohol concoction and put it in these urns. And when the urns would start to leak, they take those urns and put it in a bigger urn and hope that that one doesn't leak. It was really funny to see. And also, like, to some extent, in my opinion, with regards to, like, religion and all that, a bit hypocritical of, like, oh, yeah, you're supposed to be, like, kind of humble, but, like, oh, yeah, take my body and put it out to, like, different areas, like, this is where we celebrate death. And I'm like, I wouldn't care if you just, like, cremate me and throw me in the fire somewhere, It's just more of, like, I don't know, weird idea of, like, being humble and all that. But regardless, it was still really cool to go through those catacombs. We did see the room filled with bones, too. That was really neat to see. It was also very neat to see, like, the different lights on the wall, having, like, moss growing around the sides. That was very fascinating. And it was just very awe-inspiring, surreal to see just, like, the room of bones, to see all, like, the coffins that were originally stacked so high, and like, wooden coffins just all, like, kind of crumbled at the bottom and untouched. It was very, very fascinating to see. And definitely for being one of my first and only catacombs tour experiences, it was just unforgettable. It was so, so good. I wish I was able to take pictures, but again, they said don't take pictures. And as is, I felt a little weird with taking pictures here. But again, it's a tourist area. And there's me and Taliesin taking a picture together. I was taking some selfies out front of the cathedral and just kind of going through, and he joined me to take some pics with me as I was doing my thing. But after that, I ended up getting a few really good selfies and pictures in fursuit in front of the cathedral. This is a little bit blinding, but honestly goes a little bit hard. I took some really cutesy selfies. I love this one especially. Not only that, but because a guy who has like some very heavy Shane Gillis energy was looking at me, judging me, and you know what? Touche, fair enough. I would too. If I saw a fursuiter around in the middle of Vienna, I would think the same thing. Respected it as well, but yeah, those experiences are something else. Yeah, that's exactly it, and that's more of the point. Like, I wanted to be respectful. I didn't want to pull out my phone and just start taking pictures for the awe factor. I just wanted to, I wanted to enjoy it, and some things as well. That's why pictures were very far and in between, and I wasn't, like, obviously documenting every little bit, every little experience I had, because, in the moment, you just kind of have to enjoy it. Put the phone down and enjoy the experience that you have in front of you. That's more of the point of it, and that's what I really enjoyed with it. But I did get some pretty banging photos in front of the cathedral. Not just selfies that I had where I went here, I did that, but even some pictures taken of me that Vex did, like me just in front of it and then looking up at it. They go hard. It goes hard. It really does. And these are like one of like, or two of like a good few that Vex took from me. I was very, very grateful for it, but God, it was just, it was so good. It was so good. But yeah, after that, we kind of kept going around. This is me after the cathedral, you know, going off onto the other road where we were going to go and hit up, I believe, another church. Not necessarily sure. There was a random weed shop that I found that was very nice and neat to see. Just the High Panda, new mascot for the con if you guys want. I mean, I feel like you could. Should. I don't know. But either way, it was just really pretty to see. And then after that, we went to another church. I don't remember where that... that's the same St. Stephen's Cathedral. Yeah. But either way, kind of kept going. This next church area, I don't exactly know what this one was. But I was told to visit the inside of it, and it was very, very, very pretty. It was very, very, very pretty. Just seeing everything as usual. It was a bit more open up, too. So it wasn't, like, closed off, but it had, like, a lot of light coming into it, so you could see a lot of, like, the paintings and murals and depictions. It's very, very, very cutesy. Church of St. Peter. Okay, so this is the Church of St. Peter that we went into. And it was... yeah, it was pretty gorgeous. I mean, there was just a lot going on, too, in it. I was very, very happy to be able to go and explore inside. Not really explore, but just see all the sights inside it. I mean, there's not really much to say besides it's just gorgeous. It's just gorgeous. And even I myself, after seeing these photos multiple times throughout this week, I'm still, like, looking at these and I'm like, God, this is so pretty, man. It's so pretty. It's so, so pretty. Like, even just the ceiling. Like, look at that. That's, like, domed, too. Like, goddamn! All the paintings along with it. Apparently someone is buried in there, too. Or, like, a saint. A saint is buried around there, and that's what they have more or less sort of on display a little bit. Kind of weird, but still. Very, very pretty. Very, very pretty. Don't know what that thing is, but it was really cool. The front area was really cool. Is that a church? Yeah, it's St. Peter's. Also, guys in the YouTube chat, please chill. Thank you. Look, you don't want me to pay attention to you in the sense of losing my patience. Otherwise, I just start banning. And truthfully, I don't care about protogen jokes. Anyways, me just kind of taking it all in. I got a little bit religious, I will say. I did like the sign of the cross and all that, just to be respectful and all that. But it was really, really pretty to just go through and see all these. After that, we went to this random town square area. This big statue thing was really cool to see. I'm losing my... This is what happens when I talk for so long. I've been going for 3 hours, too. Holy fuck. I've been going for 3 hours, too. God damn. But yeah, it's... As much as I don't know what to say, it's just pretty to see all this. I don't want to do a part 2 to this stream either, okay? We're like, at least after the first 2 days worth of travel... We're about more than halfway through, because a lot of these are just, like, the views and the sights to see. So, like, after all this, it's a lot more streamlined, because we're getting into the convention. We're not even at the convention yet, believe it or not. So, we got a lot to go over with that. But I will say, it was a pretty good trip. It was a really good trip. But yeah, this statue monument area was pretty cool to go near, get some pics around. I saw this cute little Ichiban tea area. It was really cool. Just a few more scattered pictures. Yeah, that just looks really cool, man. Just in the middle of, like, people walking back and forth, foot traffic, just having this there, it's just... It's so pretty. So, so pretty. A random cafe on the side that we walked past. Looked really pretty. There was also this advertisement for, like, a history tour, and this dude he's having time. He looks thrilled to be there. Dude's getting his money's worth. Like, all of his money's worth. It's nice to see to know how respectful and appreciative we're. That's what I tried to do. It's really hard to describe, like, all the things that I saw or what exactly it was just really pretty. And I wanted to be, like, respectful. It wasn't one of those where I'm like, oh, that's cool, let's keep going. It was genuinely, like, I wanted to be there and see it and just kind of understand how you even get to the point of making all of this. Like, this, the big statue, and then just the years and years of build-up. It's so pretty, man. So, so pretty. So, so pretty. And then after that, we went into another church. I can't remember the name of this one. But I think this would have been, like, the near to last one we went into. It's very nice to see. But me more or less just taking pictures of all, like, the different architecture. This random drawing on the wall. It's actually really, really cool. One of the oldest ones, I believe. Church of St. Michael. Oh, yeah, I forgot. These are all, like, different saints and all that. And the saints represent, obviously, different things from what I know. But still, thank you for clarifying, Vex. Honestly, I didn't know about some of these till you just told me. You're just like, oh, we're going into this next church. I'm like, ooh, hell yeah. You know, more pretty stuff to see. And again, it was still just gorgeous. Like, this whole front area, oh, my God. With the light coming in, too. It's pretty breathtaking. Oh, my God, the organ in the back, too. Can you imagine? I would argue this is probably one of the most expensive instruments. Most expensive organs out there. Just because of, like... It's gotta cost a lot to have something like this. Especially in, like, being in a church like this. It's so gorgeous. God, I'd love to play something like this, man. What an honor it would be. Like, that's the full scale of it, too. God damn. And the front area, too, was really pretty. It was me taking a selfie. There's a front area. I don't believe you were allowed to step onto this area. Anything on that rugged red area, you just weren't allowed to step on. Yeah, just obviously stay back. To some extent, they had things off. And then this was gorgeous. I don't know what it was I'm looking at here, but God, it is so pretty. And then it extends to the ceiling, too. I love it. I believe that's supposed to be representative of the Holy Trinity, the triangle there. Or the Illuminati, either or, but probably Holy Trinity. Then all these different little prayer areas, praying to specific saints, I believe. This is also, I believe, from what Vex told me, was there when they played it, and it sounds so mighty. Oh my God, I would love to be there to hear that. Maybe there's got to be some videos out there on YouTube I could listen to, but that also would not probably carry the magnitude of how it would be to be there. There's basically a picture of the Archangel Michael casting out Lucifer from heaven. Oh. Huh. Where was this? Oh. I see. I like that. God damn. Dude, this looks so good. I'm so glad that I got to go here, man. If only I could have gotten, like, a closer look at it, too, you know? Like, I know you were off by a certain point. You couldn't go any further forward, but God, it is just so gorgeous. It's so good. But this area here, I believe, was a secondary entrance, or like one of the other entrances that at the time, like, peasants were only able to enter. Where, like, I guess holy figures or people with status could only enter through the front of the church and people to the side. Correct if I'm wrong on that one. Maybe I'm remembering it from another church. But still, it's very pretty. All the churches were just so beautiful to go through. This here was... don't remember the name of this, but we had to go through here to get to the next area, which was more of like an open park area, and then we go into this, like, library archive of Austria. And that was really cool to go into. It obviously was like a huge library feel, but it's not really a library where you could pull out the books and read them. There was like a basic brief history of, like, Austria from, like, earlier times to more recent time. Habsburg Palace. Hofsburg, basically the Royal Palace. Okay, so we were right outside the Royal Palace. How do I not remember any of these, man? I feel so bad that I'm just like, okay, we went here. I don't remember the name of it. I feel bad about it, but it's like, I think I was just so visually overstimulated in a good way that I just kind of forgot the names of these when I was told them. So that might have also forgotten about it. It's a blur too. Yeah, that it was just, God, it was such a good trip, man. I love this. Also, hi Anuka, good to see you again. It's a lot to take in. That's what I was told too, that I was only barely scratching the surface of things to see and all the different sites and things to do in like Vienna. So as much as I saw a lot from the time that I was there for it, it still only scratched the surface from what I know. But yeah, this was so nice to see. Took some nice photos out front. Casually just taking a selfie next to like this gorgeous statue next to me. Oh, it was so good. And then after that, just going into the Royal Palace and then just seeing this. That was gorgeous. And then this little statue over here. We ended up taking a little detour to this open area. And I got some cutesy fursuit photos in front of it. Nice, lovely selfie of me. I fill the void with random awkward selfies here and there. It's really nice to be able to see and do that, let me tell you. But gonna see some random ones. Well, we are out of hydrating beverage. Oh well. But after that, I did take some cutesy fursuit photos, and with the help from Vex 2, right in front of the statue. Big dog. Big dog. Big statue. God, that's so cool, man. And then the pictures that Vex took for me. God, these are so good, man. This was so good. When I was sitting there, these pics look good. The only downside, though, is I got gum on my shirt from it. Basically, like, this area where I was standing was so hot that I guess someone had gum placed on there, and I sat on it, and it got on my shirt, and it stuck there, so a little sad about that, but regardless, I took some awesome photos. Like, God, this looks so good. I know I look like the average, like, tourist, you know, Adam Sandler vibe, shorts, baggy t-shirt, shoes, sneakers. Oh, it was so good. So good. But I love the pictures that I took, and the Labubu that we saw on the way there. I asked my sister if she wanted one. She's like, I already have like 5 of those. I'm like, okay, moving on. And then after that, we went outside, I believe. I don't know if we went in here, if it was another building. Look, all this vacation was turning into a whole mesh of different things. I need to rest my jaw for a moment. It's getting a bit tight from talking so long for 3 hours on end. So you just carry your suit head with you for the entire time. I held it in an IKEA bag, because the way the IKEA bag worked was basically I could, going back, I could put it on my back like this, have it as a backpack, and my fursuit head would just be like sitting basically at the bottom, and it was just fine. Wasn't a worry at all. Also forgot to even go through these photos too. God, this was, all the sights were just so gorgeous to see, man. God. What a view. I know I'm going back and forth, and there's still, like, so much more. Actually, not that much, believe it or not. After that, we get into the con, too, and that'll be fun. But, got some really nice pics of, like, the view outside of the statue area, the open space, which is just gorgeous. These photos go hard, too, man. I love the photos that I got in fursuit throughout this trip. It just hits different. It really does hit different. I'm so sorry. I'm getting tired. I can't be too tired. I gotta hop on VR tonight. Not that I have to. I'll be hopping on VR tomorrow night. It is a lot of pics. Also, I'm gonna have the rest of my little snack here. God, it's so good, man. You have to? Don't lie. I don't have to. I would be only getting on for Tink Tinks. Also, if I'm going this long for a stream, I'm probably going to be super exhausted come after stream. But either way, continuing on, after some lovely pictures outside of these monuments in Fursuit, this one goes hard. I love that. This one especially. I think these two are like my favorite. Oh, you can see my belly a little bit there. Oh, self-conscious about my weight again. Not really that bad though. I've gotten better with the weight. God, these pics go so hard. They're so good. But after that, we went to another location. Saw the sights there. After crossing the street, going in between these two archives, museum areas, one on the left and one on the right. I took some photos outside of the animal one. There's something rhino. Frighted. Yeah. There's a rhino there, so there was like something animal location, zoo area. But I got some pics in fursuit outside the location, in front of the fountain. That's a cutesy photo. I love that. And I got some sitting in front of it. Just a dog standing there, sitting there, not standing there, sitting there. This one's nice. I like that. I don't know, just going full spread. Kind of goes hard. I don't know. This is a nice selfie. After this, we went to this like little garden area to meet up with a couple of other folks that were joining us. It was Noodles who was joining us, who's the con chair of Awoostria, and then Trinity, who was a lovely other bean that I got to meet and hang out with throughout the con. Lovely just getting to go around with more beans, honestly, and meet more folks. I saw a duck. They were just vibing. That's pretty cool. And then the statue in the park was really cool, or the fountain. And then me having a happy selfie. Look at that smile. That's so nice. I love the photos that I took in Fursuit, too. There was also this open, in the park, little statue area. I think this was the Washing Woman, was the name of it. I remember I took a picture of the little placard that described this, but it's basically this, like, big closed-off building area in the middle of the park that you just go in, and there's this, like, there's this art piece. Happy that some pics turned out decent. Most of it was guesswork because the light was horrible. Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to do when it's all, like, sunny out in different directions and you want it to work. But the pics look still, like, they go hard. Like, at the end of the day, I know high-quality fursuit pictures are ideal. Like, they're the go-to. But for me, in this case, I'm not looking necessarily for quality. I'm looking to just capture being there. And you really did that. So thank you so much for the pics, Vex. Don't be hard on yourself about the pics. You know, I love these. They look so good. They look so good. The fact that I'm able to, like, even do this in Fursuit 2 is a lot more telling. It tells more of a story rather than just, like, getting the best pic. At least that's what I'm trying to go for with a lot of the, you know, the pics that I was going for here. The poses, you know. I don't know what I'm doing with these poses half the time. I was just having a good time. I really did. So thank you again, Vex, for the pics. But after that, I believe we went in here, this big location. It was basically an archive, like a library, but less of a library and more of just gorgeous. I mean, that's just so pretty. It basically showed off all these books on, like, the shelves, but a lot of what you were there for was to see the sights. Along with that, these little, like, I guess, signage locations to show, I guess, the history. Like, it would show, like, time periods, 2005 to 2025. The history of Austria or Vienna. And specifically in these different, like, periods in history with regards to, like, politics. But mainly you just go around in, like, a clockwise formation, seeing all the signs and reading them while also seeing all the sights here. And it was so good. Also, hi, Dusky. I love Dusky. How are you doing, hun? Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, teammate. How are you doing? I hope you had a good stream on your end. I'm going over the con recap and adventures that I had in Austria, in Vienna. And let me tell you, it was breathtaking. We're on to, like, one of the next breathtaking parts of it, where where I had gone to the archive or library in Vienna, and it was just so gorgeous. I mean, again, every like monument building that you're gonna go into is going to be gorgeous, and that's what I really enjoy. Just seeing the architecture, seeing like just the atmosphere of it all, with the books and everything. They didn't let me bring my fursuit head in with me. I had to get it in a locker because it was too big of an item. So had to put the fursuit head away. But honestly, it was just so pretty, man. And like, this was the ceiling too. The mural up here, God. Oh, it was so good, man. It's just so pretty. You had to be there. Oh, but thank you so much for the raid, Dusky. If we could get a shout out for Dusky on Twitch, go and check out Dusky. He's good soup. He's good bean. Need to life jacket him one day. But go and show him some love and support. What are you getting up to on your end, Dusky? What are you streaming today? What are you doing on your stream? You having fun vibes, fun times? I'm having fun vibes and fun times. Just retelling all my adventures. And it's still, I'm like, what, 2+ hours into it, and I'm not even into the con? This might take a little while. This may take a little while. Oh, it was just so pretty, man. It was so pretty seeing this. Just chilling in VR? Good. I'll hopefully see you in VR either tonight or tomorrow night. I don't know if you're on super late, but yeah, I should be on tomorrow for, I think Snowy's doing something for his like collab stream thing. But I'm really excited for that. Also, my right ear was getting a little tired having the earbud in it, so I switched it over. But yeah, I loved it. It's just, I could look at this forever. Just because of how gorgeous, the lighting, everything. Get lost in it, because you just don't really get to see that. You really don't. I mean, you know that some place was so memorable with the pictures if you're just looking back at it the same way you did when you were there. God, it was so pretty. But we just kept looking around this area. It was very, very nice to see, like, the history, to some extent, of Austria. There's me losing my mind with all the history, all the books on the shelves. The lighting was a bit weird, but I still took some great pics as much as I could. And just these little blurbs that would give a little bit of history to the country. Really, really neat. And then the statue in the center. That was nice to see. Also, anomalous probability, thank you for the super chat. I greatly appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Depends on what you define as super late. If it's Snowy's definition, then no. Oh, yeah. Fair. Fair enough. I mean, even I can't really do it that way. But the other thing, too, is we saw this little secret passage from the bookshelf that opened up. I'm sure there were some, like, much more ancient books in there. Just obviously behind closed doors so they don't get, you know... Not that anyone is going to yoink it. It's just more of, like, you know, keep it more secure and safe and preserved. But yeah, I love that, where, like, one of the bookshelf, like, opens up. That was really neat to see. And then there's me strangling you. Some people like that. I wish Jake would do that to me, but, you know... Beggars can't be choosers. There's the front of the archive that we went to, and then down another street that we went. We were on our way to this little cafe because Vex really wanted me to try apple strudel or Apfelstrudel, I think that's what it was called. But it's basically like an apple hot pocket. I wouldn't even say that because it was so good. It was so good. It was so... I don't even know what else to say about it besides it was just delicious. It was so fucking good. But we were on our way there. They had this little cutout thing, and Taliesin wanted to take a picture in it, and breathtaking. 10 out of 10. God, Taliesin's a vibe. He is a vibe. I might be on VR tonight. I don't know yet. I got pieces that's got to be eaten. I need to eat some food, too. I forgot that I have not eaten today, and that's no good. So I should probably do that at some point. Thank you for reminding me. I love this pic. I took a pic in there too. I can't remember if I had taken it on my phone or on someone else's phone, but someone should have access to this photo at some point. I'll ask for it later, but still. Yeah, Taliesin took a picture in the cutout. Pretty cool. The place was called Konditorei Sluka. I probably butchered the fuck out of it, but this was the little, like, cafe, dessert, restaurant place we went to. And it was really, really good. Really, really good. It was very pretty in there, too. This was the Apfelstrudel that we had. I was told I needed to get it, and I got that with an espresso martini, I believe. Can't remember if that's what I got it with, but oh my god, it was so good. It was so different. It wasn't overly sweet or anything either. And the inside was just fucking loaded, man. Oh my. I miss it. That was so good. It was so good. And then you have this little espresso martini with it that also hit really, really well. God, that was good. And there's just this like little shot of water with it too. God, I loved it. After that, we went a little bit more sightseeing, went around. I took my fursuit with me. There's me walking down like the street area, walking path. We were on our way to another palace area, which was also gorgeous. It was Irish coffee. Okay, so Irish coffee, not espresso martini. Look, I assume anytime I've had any sort of coffee beverage, it's like an espresso martini. I don't know why I don't default to something else, but yes, Irish coffee. I don't know how you remember that better than I do. Is it just getting late for me? Have I been streaming for too long? Am I just going crazy? I'm probably going crazy. I mean, I'm always crazy, you know me. But this was really good. The Apfelstrudel was amazing. I'm so glad that I got to go here and have this. It was delicious. But after that, we went on a walk to this next palace area, which was also breathtaking and very open. I got some awesome fursuit photos there, courtesy of Vex. It's me standing there like a dummy, me peering over, and randos on the side just being like, oh, well, what are you doing? What's this random dog person doing? That was a really nice photo. Me peering over was nice. Me chilling on the side. That goes hard. That goes hard. This also goes hard. So did this. But yeah, basically you'd go through to the other side, around the corner from where this palace was. And on the other side, you have like the open garden area, and you'd just be able to walk around there. It was so pretty. You seem natural at posing. I look like I'm taken off guard every time I pose. I guess for me, a lot of the times it really relies on where you place your head. I've been told like the top of my nose is where you want the lens of the camera to be on top of from your, I guess, focal point of where you're looking, just so it looks like you're staring directly at the camera. And that's how I base it here. Oh, but it was so pretty here, man. It was just nice being able to go around and walk around, get the pics that I did. I have so much like footage from the con too, or like my adventures that I haven't even gone over that will go towards whatever vlog that I do for this. Oh, it's just so good. It was so pretty. But yeah, got some nice pictures from a distance, took some selfies from all the different locations. It's very pretty looking at this from the little staircase in the front right here. Oh, so pretty. Also, Virgil was coming. The storm is approaching. Virgil. Yeah, that's all I got. And then we went down to the other side where it was a little bit more clear, and this is where I got a bunch of these pics, and this is where it opens up into the garden. And it was gorgeous, man. Apparently you can go up to this little area up here. They have like coffee and a couple other things where you can just like relax, chill, grab a drink. Very, very nice. Was not really expecting that, but hey, you know, it was also nice. Apparently there's like a zoo over there too, maybe. I don't know. But I did a Wojak, and that was pretty cool. And I got some god tier fursuit photos. And also, a lot of people wanted photos with me too. It was very, very sweet. Like some family wanted me to get photos with them, and I sat with them and got photos, and they were very, very kind. Everyone, like, those that wanted to interact with me did, and, you know, obviously people made faces. And I'm sure that's a question some of you have, of, like, how do you public fursuit beta? How do you do that? Honestly, just kind of ignore the fact that people are looking at you and just kind of mind your own business. That's all you can really do, and that's what I ended up doing. I didn't focus on the people who were staring at me. I didn't even know half the people who were looking at me. I was just focusing on the people that were there and wanted me there. That was really it. And it was pretty fun. I had a great time, and it resulted in some pretty awesome fursuit photos and a couple of people who wanted to get some photos with me. Like, look at that. That looks so good.
It was about time this.
Look at this. This was so good. Also, John, thank you for the 3-month resub. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. It means a lot. Hope you enjoy the emotes for another month. Hope you're doing well on your end. Can we get some life jacks and bait 8 of hearts in the chat, please? This is just, it was just so nice to be able to do this. To be able to see these areas and also go around in fursuit to do this too. Like, the selfies that I took, contextually, you might not understand where this is or what's going on, but it's just, it looks gorgeous. I don't know what I'm going to say in half of these fursuit photos that I post about it, but it's just, the fact that I was able to do it, it kind of just commemorates why I'm there in the first place. Like, I'm not just visiting Europe for the sake of visiting Europe, I'm visiting it, you know, because of the whole furry thing too, and, like, it's very endearing. This goes hard. Can you see the gum on my shirt? You can't. There was gum on my shirt on the bottom area where I sat. It was a little sad, but still, it just, I know you might be thinking, oh, these fursuit photos, you could pose better. It could be different lighting, but it's like, I'm just here to commemorate the experience. I'm glad I got to do it. I look back at it a little. I'm like, man, I wish I didn't have thick thighs. Man, I wish I had, like, a nicer outfit rather than plain t-shirt and shorts. But it's like, I'm happy with what I got to do. This is me going around in fursuit, or how I would partial suit there. So you know what? I'm happy. I'm happy. This also is really cute. I liked this. This is probably like my favorite little pose I did. Look at him. That's me. That's me. I guess the only way it could possibly, like, be a better photo is if I was in full suit, which, no. No. No, it was already really hot. It was already really sweaty inside the fursuit head as is. If I was in full suit, no. Just no. I love this man.
Did you ever get to try a European Fanta?
I didn't.
The one that actually tastes like orange the fruit and not orange the color.
You know, I wish I had. I also kind of wish I got to try McDonald's in Austria. I had an opportunity, but I just was not hungry after getting, you know, all-you-can-eat sushi and food with friends, and that was really fun. But, like, I think that's the only thing that I would have done differently, trying some, like, fast food, which I did try KFC in Austria, and I will say it was like slightly better quality than the usual, you know, KFC in the US. I'd take it. Also, Ace, thank you for the gifted sub. I greatly appreciate that. And thank you for the 100 bits as well, Ace. I appreciate that too. So is Fanta in Europe a lot better, genuinely, than like it is in the US? I want to try it at some point. I'm sure I can get it, like, imported, right? Or try it somewhere where, like, it would be sold. I'm sure they have, like, all these, like, different stores unique in, like, different cities where I could just go and get one. It would probably be a lot more expensive, but it'd be worth a try, right? More flavor, less sugar and carbonation. Ooh, that's exciting. I have to try it. I think this is one of my favorite fursuit photos that I got this weekend, too. Like, all of them are so good. But this one, just like, I don't know. It's just very whimsical. It's very me. It also kind of shows off my weight loss, too. I didn't even realize how much weight I'd lost until I started seeing it. Until I put on a European size XL shirt. You really see the difference then. But hold on. Real quick, I am realizing I gotta pee real bad. And it would be a good time. It really is like a thumbnail right there. I know that's the only downside, I think, is, like, not many people looking at this would be like, oh, I know what this is in the back. Hell, I don't even know what this is in the back. I know it's some, like, palace royal garden area in the back behind it, but the building itself, you know, I wouldn't really know. But it does look good. It looks so gorgeous. But real quick, I'm going to go and pee. I will be right back. And then we're going to continue our recap and hopefully actually get onto the con, because everything after this is just kind of, you keep going from there. So we're going to keep going. It's going to be fun. Hold that thought. Hold whatever it is that you are going to do, because we're going to keep going with this. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Oh, I'm gonna be honest, it was one of those where you didn't realize how much you had to pee until you started peeing. Anyone have that? Anyone have that happen before?
Some of the additives in the American Fanta
Something
are banned
additives in
the
American
EU,
Fanta
so
are
they
banned in the
changed
EU.
the recipe and they added actual orange juice / extract because otherwise it wouldn't be allowed to be called Fanta Orange.
Sorry. Very, very eepy. That makes a lot of sense. That's because I did have some friends who wanted me to bring, like, US snacks that they said were banned in the UK. Like, a friend who wanted me to bring, like, the Cheetos that they don't have there. So, brought that for him, and he brought me some snacks, and those were actually pretty good, not gonna lie. Also, thank you so much, Vex. I hope you get a good rest on your end. I'm sorry for keeping you up with this stream. I do appreciate you hanging out. Thank you again. Just want you to know, thank you again for being an amazing host. I'm probably going to say that throughout the rest of this stream, too. Genuinely such an unforgettable experience. I owe you so much. I had an amazing time. I had an awesome time at Awoostria, included with that. So just want you to know, you're awesome. If we could get a shout out for Vex, by the way, too. They do stream on their end. Go and show them some love and support, because they're good soup. And keep telling them that, because they are good soup. Okay? Good soup. 3 a.m. deep talks. Oh, those were so fun. That was fun on, like, the night before, like, we all left for the con, too. Before that Wednesday. Literally after, like, this whole day. That was a really good combo we had. I'm glad that we had that talk, too. But please get some rest on your end. Thank you for being an amazing, unforgettable person. Always remember, I'm here to help wherever I can. Don't take everything on yourself. You're good soup. Get some good rest. We love Vex. And they took this amazing photo. I love this. I look at this and this is just like, it really is like desktop background worthy. But let's keep going, because we have so much to go through here. Saw the different garden areas, took a picture outside the fountain. Don't stay life jacket near the fountain. Just kept walking down the path to the left, and also this is the pic from the back. That also was really, really nice. God, there was so many places to go here. God, he was so pretty. This area here was really neat to take pictures around. This is like a view going back up. Oh, so good. There's Obelisk the Tormentor. Was this Obelisk the Tormentor? Yes, it was. There was some place where I was told, okay, this was the Obelisk. I'm like, Obelisk the Tormentor. So yeah, we saw that. That was really cool. Got some really neat pics in front of that. This goes hard too. Wow, I like that one. Oh, look, there's Russ. There's Russ on my phone. Like one of the only stickers to have survived the back of my phone. God, we love Russ. And then the picture that I got with Taliesin in front of the... I don't know what to call this here, but it was really, really pretty. And then the obelisk. Oh, I love that. And then after that, once we were done exploring, we would end up taking the train to the next location, which would be to go and get food with a bunch of the friends, a couple of people who were, I believe, on staff for the con, and a couple of people that would be involved in the con in some way, shape, or form, because we were with Noodles and Vex, and they were like, oh, let's go and get some food. So we went to this sushi bar and grill area called Otoyami, and it was basically, you could get a la carte, or you could get all you can eat. And I definitely went with all you can eat and fucked up all sorts of sushi and drinks. Let me tell you, it was delicious. Started with, can't remember what I got for this one. Oh, it was a Moscow Mule. This is a really good Moscow Mule. But I had that in a water. We got a bunch of sushi. Dude, the sushi flour goes so fucking hard. The rose, oh my god. I didn't end up getting that. I think I ended up getting these sushi rolls, and then the... whatever this one is. That was really good. Fuck, it was so... oh my god, man. I hadn't had sushi in so long. So long, and this fucked so hard. I had that with a beer after, too. That hit like a truck, but god, it was so good. This, like, spicy chicken with beef, or spicy chicken with beef. Beta, please speak. Spicy beef with, like, onions and peppers hit so fucking hard. The fried noodles were delicious. Random sushi pieces were good. Next sushi plate, I think I ended up getting, like, these two. And then a rainbow roll after. Yeah, rainbow roll. I just kept, like, going, like plate after plate. I think I got my technically money's worth, because I did end up paying for it on this one, which I think Vex was mad at me for doing that too, but I did end up doing it just because, you know, just courtesy and all that. But this is where I had sat and met with Kai, who was the other lovely being who I spent most of the con with, and their partner Larry, and I sat with Noodles throughout the con. Pretty much our table ended up having a couple of our things yoinked because the tables got disorganized with who ordered what. But at the end of the day, we just ordered more, and god, it was so good. I think I had, like, at least 50 individual pieces of sushi, and I was so hungry, too. But ended that off night, well, had a bao bun. It was pretty okay. I think bao buns, these rolls, are pretty overhyped, in my honest opinion. But yeah, then we ended the night heading back to the train station, and then headed home. So that is officially the end of the touristy exploration parts of my Austria trip. And now we get on to enjoying the con and enjoying the space there. And this is where I ended up meshing the 2 days together, Wednesday and Thursday, because Wednesday was more or less a travel day of getting to the hotel space, the convention space, doing a little bit of work on my end, making sure I have my panels ready, exploring just a little bit with my +1 friend Taliesin, who joined me at the con. Just doing a little bit of work. And then Thursday was like register for the con, get started, opening ceremonies, do a little bit of exploring beforehand. But most of that was just getting acquainted with the con. So to start things off, Wednesday, woke up bright and early at like 8, 9 a.m. or so. Started the day with an energy drink, clever energy drink. And I was taken pretty much an hour away to the hotel with a bunch of my stuff and a couple of Vex's things, and just to get my room, which luckily I did have my room available for the day. Ended up being in a pretty good one. The space was pretty nice. This was our view outside. Yeah, but not bad. Still pretty good. Ended up doing some unpacking. There's the dog on the bed. There's the dog on the bed again. After that, Taliesin ended up showing up, so we came by and did that. I saw this meme on Twitter. I don't know why people are talking about fingering the crack, but it's happening a lot. But yeah, that was the meme that I saw on Twitter. Then I continued on my day. We decided to get some food. We were recommended this place called Dönermeister, which was what everyone was looking forward to with the con, like the kebab place across the street from the main hotel or the main convention space. And wanted to try it for the first time because I was really excited. Got this like canned peach tea. The peach tea actually went hard. It was really good. And I ended up getting a wrap, which basically was filled with chicken, shaved chicken, these pickled veggies. I'm gonna be honest, it went hard. It was pretty good. It definitely wasn't, I will say this, it was not the best kebab place that I've been to. But it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was one of those where, like, it was so hyped and it was like, oh, I can't wait for it. Oh, I can't wait for kebab. Oh, it's going to be so good. I'm like, you know what? It's definitely not... The hype isn't really there. It's a little overhyped, but it is still pretty solid. I enjoyed it. And then it came with fries as well. The fries, honestly, were like the star. The fries were the best part about it. Genuinely. Oh, so good. But then after that, I tried doing some panel work on my PC, and it went pretty well. My troubleshooter crashed, for the record. If you were wondering how it was trying to get any of my panels and presentations together, yeah. It was a rough day. It was a rough day trying to get work done, but I did my best with it. After that, Taliesin and I decided to go out and grab some drinks and just, like, explore the city a little bit since we were kind of just sitting in our room, not really doing anything. So we ended up going around. This is, like, one of the intersections we walked through. We ended up going to this little cafe/bar area called Espresso. And a lot of it was, like, outdoor seating. Like, there was a whole outdoor section past, like, the little restaurant cafe where everyone was just, like, sitting down, grabbing drinks at these, like, tiny tables. They even had, like, a little charcuterie board, too. I was really tempted to get it, but, like, didn't want to overdo it. But the menu didn't really understand it. I had to use, like, Google Translate for it, and I ended up getting tonic water, which I realized was not what the menu said of espresso something. I'm like, oh, espresso tonic water thing. That sounds good. It's just the house's tonic water that they serve there. So, learned that the hard way. But after that, I got an espresso martini, and that was pretty fucking good. It was pretty good. But we ended up just chilling and chatting. That's what Taliesin and I did. Caught up. Had some actual, like, quality chill time in between, like, the con and the traveling that we were doing. So it was really nice to just be able to unwind and kind of do our own thing for a bit. But I really enjoyed it. We pretty much just sat there for, like, an hour and a half, like, grabbing drinks and just chatting. And honestly, this was the vibe we needed. Like, sitting out here above, like, like, underneath the trees with, like, the little patio that they had. It was nice. And then after that, we walked back. We saw a bunch of, like, the architecture, the buildings. We saw the Duna place, and across the street is where we went because we were hungry. There's also a lot of graffiti in the street too. That's what I noticed. Like, it was heavily graffitied. Like, out of every city I've been to, this is, like, the most graffiti that I'd seen. I also like this. The truth is near and it smells like coffee. I kind of want some coffee now. I feel like I need it if I'm going to stay up late and be on VR too. But even still, this, if you were wondering, this is the front of the old hotel, the old venue, the Wimberger Arc Hotel. And across the street from here, to the right, was where the Dönermeister place was. But we didn't want to try that. We saw this Spacecomer place, which was a smash burger place. They sold smash burgers. We really wanted to try that out. We already tried the Döner place. We wanted some, like, really good post-drink munchies food. Dude. The smash burger place fucked so hard. It was so good. We ended up getting these, like, loaded truffle fries. Loaded truffle parmesan fries, which is just a ton of, like, truffle mayo It was loaded with that, with Parmesan and cilantro. And then this burger, man. Like, it was so good. And then I introduced my friend to K-pop Demon Hunters. This is my 5th time watching it. I sat through it again. I loved the fucking movie so much. But we put it on because I wanted to see it. And I wanted to show it to him, and he enjoyed it. And we enjoyed our burgers and fries with this movie. So good. So good. What a great way to actually end off an evening. And that's pretty much what we did. Well, minus me, I ended up continuing my panel presentation yet together. I was able to connect my iPad to the internet, was watching some, like, Naruto videos, because I've just been on a Naruto kick recently. And then I worked on my panel, which, yeah, as you can tell, connecting to the internet hasn't exactly been the easiest thing in the world while I'm over there. But I did get my content creator panel done, and I stayed up till 4 a.m. trying to complete it. So if you liked it, I did work hard on it. Thank you so much. And also, if you do want to watch it, both the part 1 and part 2, I'll be uploading those onto my Boodles channel at some point. When I get to it. I don't know when I'm going to get to it. I still have a million other things to do. But the panel itself, I feel like I did a really good job with. But either way, that was Wednesday. Pretty simple day. Kind of a day to relax before the storm that was going to be Thursday of the con. We woke up bright and early. It was actually really pretty out. Me just processing waking up. Yeah, that's me. And then I went to register for the con. This is the Awoostria banner at the front. It was actually really, really cute. I love that. But they had registration. Got ready for the con. Me taking a picture of the space around. It was pretty nice. There's my badge. My super sponsor ticket, Beta Ada Delota. Number 696, pretty happy about that. A bit of the con merch that I ended up getting. It's not all just this. There's so much more they ended up giving me, by the way. So, yeah, they loaded me up with stuff. I was very, very grateful for it. But the con book was really cool because I had this little section in there for me. It looks so cute. And you know what I'm happy and proud about? I didn't use ChatGPT to help me write this. I wrote this all by myself. Which means I'm still somewhat competent. No, but genuinely, I love how this turned out. They took, like, bits of, like, my business card and the art that I got and the icon that Bra did for me. Some pictures from, like, SawCon and my other travels. And then they did, like, the little guest of honor blurb, and they're like, could you type something up for us? I'm like, yes, I can. And I'm so happy with how it turned out. Because I didn't use any sort of chat GPT or auto-correcting software. I did that all myself. I had it proofread, and they're like, yep, it's pretty good. And I was happy about it. Ah, I love it. I love it. So happy. Also, hi, tuners in Ford. I hope you're doing well. I made it back safe. Definitely safe. Just still definitely exhausted. But, you know, we're catching up on a lot of the adventures that I had from the con. Which, actually, even though we started literally 3-ish hours ago, we're only just getting into the con now. Everything else was just, like, travels in Austria. And, God, it was so good, man. God, it was so good. This, again, this... Oh, my God, I missed the Vienna Schnitzel. It's so good. Ford. It was so good. I miss it. I miss it so much. It was so good. But hey, now we're finally on like Thursday or so at the con. What I ended up doing that day, also there's Reef. It's not actually Reef, by the way. I just saw, again, more graffiti on the wall, and I took a picture of it. But we ended up, before I had to get ready for the con, I already had registered, and there wasn't anything to really do before opening ceremonies, which I had to be there for, to say hello, do like my presentation, say hi, give introductions and all that. So Taliesin and I decided to go for a little bit of a journey. We went around basically this space to go and get coffee at this place called the Good Coffee Society. We saw it on Google Maps, and I'm like, okay, this has got to be good. So we went there, we got some coffee. After walking around this beautiful area where there's all these like shops and restaurants, I really wanted to explore more there, but there wasn't enough time. There really just wasn't. We ended up sitting down. We got I got a cold brew. Coffee with, like, a little bit of creamer. They ended up accidentally making a cold brew tonic. A cold brew tonic is like cold brew coffee with tonic water. Genuinely, this needs to take off in the US, okay? I'm surprised it hasn't. This is so fucking good. Taliesin ended up getting an espresso tonic. Oh my god, man. You'd think that it wouldn't work because it'd be, like, so strong with the coffee. But the tonic, like, the little bit of, like, carbonation from the tonic lets it mellow out just a little bit. It was so good. And then I had this with banana bread. This whole thing, I think, was like €9. And they ended up having this on the house. The cold brew tonic, because they ended up accidentally making it. But god, man, it was so good. And we just sat outside, literally right outside the cafe, kind of like what we did with the little cafe the other day. And there's just like this little patio sit-down area. It's so pretty, man. God, this is like the best way to start my day. Genuinely, it was so good. It was so good. It was a beautiful day out. We got to chat and yap and just... You don't really get to do this much, and I'm glad that I got to do it. Work had me do a mid-year performance review thing, and I went straight to ChatGPT. I am so sorry. Look, I mean, you know, work is work, too. For me, you know, I kind of... For me, work is more like my passion project, too, so it's kind of hard for me to use ChatGPT in it. Oh. God, man, this was so good. Literally getting to explore before the con, too, on our own end was also really nice. But after that, I ended up going into this little, like, sweets and treats shop. I could have gotten all these, like, little chocolates and desserts. I ended up getting these little wafers. I got like a hazelnut wafer and then a cappuccino wafer. I had like half of the cappuccino wafers last night. Dude, they were so fucking good. They were so good. Still haven't had these yet, the chocolate covered bananas. I have them. I want to try them, but I also would like to share some with Ryder, who I said I would bring back some chocolates and some snacks for him to try. So I got to save some for him. He gets first dibs on those, okay? But these were really good. It was so nice to be able to explore this. I really wanted to go into this bakery too. There was just this patisserie or boulangerie, which basically is just like a little bread store. It looked so good. I really wanted to go in there and buy something, man. Imagine it wasn't an accident, but the waiter is a fan of you. I'd be surprised. I'd genuinely be surprised. I feel like I was very out of my element here, but this is, you know, I feel like they just kind of gave it because they accidentally made it. Because in most places in the US, they would end up being like, oh, sorry, I'll make the new one, and then not even bother with the other one, just pitch it. But the old one that they made, they just like gave it to us on the house to try. And it was completely different from what we were normally getting. I was just getting a coffee with cold brew. That was an espresso tonic. This is a cold brew tonic. It fucked hard. It was good. It was so good. Oh, and then also when I went to this little sweets and chocolates place, the bag on it had this like cute little animal. This cute little Theo the tiger. Look at him. He's so cute. I love that. I loved the amount of like cutesy animal mascots at like the different places we went. It was like so cutesy, but this little guy was adorable. But that was like the little baggie that I took back with me from the sweets place that I ended up getting some stuff from. But here we are just kind of going around, walking across the streets. Like, it's just everyone's out and vibing, having a good time, getting like coffee, getting drinks. There was all sorts of like coffee stands around here, all these different shopping areas that we popped into a little bit. Ended up popping into this little church that we saw, and it's like, oh, this looks cool. Why not? Little detour. And you know what? It was beautiful. Yet again, I know we had seen like so many different churches and cathedrals and all these like religious monuments, but it's like, you know what? Why not? If only I had more small cafes in America, kind of starting seeing Starbucks everywhere. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing too. The first thing that I ended up seeing as soon as I like entered like Europe was like a Starbucks, and I'm like, I am not starting my experience in Europe with Starbucks. I get it. It's fine coffee. I drink it. I like it. But it's one of those that I would rather try something genuine and new. And unfortunately, I ended up getting another shitty chain coffee while I was in Switzerland. But still, ended up exploring here, and it's so goddamn gorgeous. Again, like, I wanted to go in to see it. Like, look at all the fucking murals, the individual murals on the ceiling. God, man, there were 4 different ones. It was so pretty. And we got to go at our own pace, too. It was really, really nice. Not that we were being rushed or pushed or anything by when Vex took us around. It was just more like, oh, you know, let's just pop in here and see. Instead of like, oh, we're going here. It's like, oh, this looks neat. Let's go in and see. See. So we did, and it was so good. Pedestrian-centric streets. That's what I like, Ford. That's what I like. I didn't know that there was a term for it, but you put it into words that I could not. God, it was so good, man. Look at the little man. I love him. I love that. He's so cute. But yeah, we ended up going into this church. We saw all these murals and statues, these little praying areas. It was really just nice to be able to explore. God. And it was just right in, like, the center of where we were walking to. So we got to explore that. While, like, outside, you had, like, Bila and all these, like, different shopping areas. I'm assuming that's, like, an indoor mall-ish area. I like that ceiling, man. God. That is so beautiful. So beautiful. There's also these, like, cups or mugs that when we went into this, like, tourist trap store... Taliesin wanted one of them, but he wants, like, a genuine one. You need, like, a certificate to know that it was, like, genuinely made. Otherwise, these are, like, knockoffs, which, luckily, these are probably knockoffs, so we didn't get one. But I ended up getting that little magnet of, like, no kangaroos in Austria in here for, like, €2. Not really. Pretty okay. I also ended up popping into this little bookstore to see what was in there, mainly because I wanted one of these rings up here, like the inflatable ring. It looked really cutesy. I wanted to bring one home with me, but they didn't have one for sale. So I was sad. But we still popped into the bookstore real quick. Saw these little, like, knickknacks and whatnot. Look at the cat plushies and also the cat mug. I wanted to get this for Evan so bad. But I know I couldn't bring back with me any sort of ceramic because there would be the possibility that it would be destroyed in my luggage. And I just didn't want to do that. So, yeah, but it was, like, really cute. Oh, look at the little cat. I love it. And then I went to the manga section to read some of the manga there. Read a little bit of Naruto. Naruto, absolutely a banger. Flipped it open to a random page. Land of Waves arc, absolute banger. Opened a Soul Eater. It's also another really good series. Whatever arc was going on here, don't know what was going on. Still a banger and pretty cool. Love getting to read that. Couldn't read what was going on because, you know, I don't speak or read German. But I already knew it was, so good. So good. And then after that, we explored the bookstore a little bit, saw this little lamp character fella. He looked like he was having a good time. Kind of wanted to bring him back with me, but obviously, feasibly couldn't. After that, I saw these, like, shoes, these, like, summer sandals. I kind of wanted to get them. They look actually really cozy. It's like the mixture between, like, a flip-flop and, like, a croc. I don't know where I'd be able to get one, but I kind of want something like that. I saw these shorts that I might want to get at some point. They look very, very, very thematic for me. And then I got this random espresso from this little coffee shop, and actually it hit pretty well. Just a shot of coffee with, or a shot of espresso with a little bit of coffee or milk. Coffee. This is what happens when I talk for so long. We're gonna have to wrap up stream soon, but you know I got to get through the con part too. But yeah, just an espresso with a little bit of milk, pretty good. Cappuccino. Then we went to KFC. It actually was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie, like the usual KFC, but it was like non-Americanized, so it was like a little bit better than just like a chain that you get in the US, just a little bit better quality. Did a Wojak in front of the KFC. Then after that, I got back in time to prep for opening ceremonies, which I was told I would be brought out on stage to give a little bit of an introduction, say who I am, ask for some pictures, said hi, you know, usual stuff. Not pictures, sorry. Just ask some, like, questions, give an introduction to myself. I think I'm at the point where after 4 hours of streaming, my brain is not working. This is no good, since I still have so much left to go through for this con recap. We're going to keep going. We'll keep going. So, made it back in time to prep for opening ceremonies. I was told to just kind of wait around. They give like introductions to what I would be doing out on stage. This is where I met Spray Kitty, and I also met Kai, who were both the voices of Austria, which is a whole other, I guess, sort of guest of honor-esque position, where basically they try to highlight members of the Austrian furry community, and Spray Kitty was one of them, and Kai was another one. They're an artist, fursuit maker. Kai is such a sweetie. I'm so glad I got to spend time with them. They're just, God, I love them so much. They're so cool. They were just like, I'll even go into it a little bit later, but they were hanging out. I was getting to know them and hang with them because I had gotten dinner with them previously the night prior, or I think the night prior. Yeah, Tuesday night after the travels and all that. But we were left to hang around and chill for a little bit, you know, give some introductions, give the usual spiel. I kind of already knew what I was going to say on stage since it's not my first rodeo with doing it, so I kind of helped in a little bit of a sense, like give some reassurance to like Kai and Spray, who were kind of new to this, and, you know, would be on stage to give introductions of like, hey, you know, here's what you should say, you know, a little brief spiel. I'll give you like how, you know, I would say it or how I would do it, and just like, it was kind of nice being able to help out in that sense of like, I know I was put on the spot with being on stage, and that is also nerve-wracking for me, but being able to like help out in that sense of just like give guidance or take the lead with it, that also really like was a good confidence booster for me. It really was nice to be able to help others kind of the way I had been helped in years past with other guest of honor responsibilities. But pretty much for the most part, we were just hanging out, chilling. I shared some of my KFC chicken nuggies, and they enjoyed it. And I got to see what like the main panel room was, or the main stage room was, and honestly, it was pretty cool. This is where opening ceremonies, closing ceremonies was, dance comp and all that. It's really nice to see. Got to get a picture of the chair. I don't know what the chair meme was about, but it's a meme with the con. Apparently there's a chair in the logo of Awoostria, so that's kind of cool. So yeah, chairman, I think that's the meme of it. There's me on stage looking flabbergasted before the opening ceremonies. There's me seeing everyone get ready for opening ceremonies. That was pretty neat. I'm just pretty neat in general. That sounds weird to say. I need to take a quick second break. Apologies. Whew. Yeah, definitely. I will say I should have probably split this up into like a two-parter stream now that I'm thinking about it. Coming back after not streaming for a bit and going immediately into like a 4 + 5 hour stream. It's a lot. It's a lot. I would not recommend that. But I am having a good time, I will say. It's just, there's been a lot of talking. My throat and voice is kind of hurting a bit. But, you know, we continue on. But regardless, opening ceremonies usually isn't, at other cons, like a big thing. It's usually just like introductions to the con, officially getting it to start. And most people, you know, have already gotten acquainted and started with it. With Awoostria, and at least at like European furry conventions, from what I know, it's a bit bigger of a deal because there's like more of a show to it. And that's what I saw very evidently going into opening ceremonies in here, was like the theme of the con actually played a little bit more than just having like a few different cardboard cutouts here and there. Like they actually dedicated a good portion of like the storytelling to the theme of the con. Where specifically in the opening they had like a parody play on I don't know the song in Wicked, but it's like the Defying Gravity. Not that song. That's a different song. Thank you, lamppost. But like they did a whole take on that with like the opening musical part 2, like the con. So they have like the con mascot Rain, and oh hey, that's I forgot their name. I feel so bad. I called them Palace, and they were not a fan of that. I'm like, oh my god, you look like Palace. I felt really bad. They're such a sweetie, by the way. They actually had like a bouncy castle, like a bounce house in their room, and they wanted me to come up in my life jacket and fursuit and try it out, and it was really nice. Cody! It's Cody. I keep forgetting there's so many Codys. For some reason, I thought Corey. Cody. Cody is such a sweetie. They were really, really cool to meet. But they did this whole stage performance thing based off of one of these songs and performances to the Wicked musical. And that was what started out opening ceremonies, obviously with also putting the chair on stage. But this was them trying out and doing it as a practice run in the beginning. And then while everyone was getting seated and the opening ceremonies was getting started, you know, with 2 minutes to spare, Kana Mao came by. I got to say hi to him and hang out with him a bit. He gave me an alcoholic slushie, and I was pretty happy. I was pretty thrilled for that to start my con with getting a little bit buzzed, but you know, it wasn't obviously that bad or that deep. There's my nose, just in case you wanted to know what it looked like close up. But this is when it actually started. They got in like full suit and they had like the cultish robes. Like they genuinely got into the spirit of the theme for the con. It was really, really neat to see. It doesn't just end with this performance, by the way, which was really, really nice to see. With like fursuits acting out over like the music, which is a parody to the Wicked song. It's either Defying Gravity or just Gravity. I don't know the name of it. I just kind of watched Wicked once and forgot the names of the song, and I feel bad, so I'll probably just have to listen to it again. Half of my friends who love musicals are probably enraged to hear that from me. But, point being, it was actually really cool to see. Seeing like all the effects on stage, like the light up eyes and all that. Everyone in like the robes and outfits, and everyone comes out on stage. There's Frodo. Hi, Frodo. But it was really, really cool to see. On top of that, they had like a whole storytelling aspect to like the theme of the con, with like the cults versus like the scientific progressive society, where there was like sort of like factions that you could choose, whether you were on like the cult side or like the side of science. And that would really, it was really cool to see with like the art and direction that they had for like this, and then they had like the two factions here in sort of like a visual novel-esque like video that they showed, along with like the Rain the Fursuit on stage. It was like a full-on performance and all that. It was really, really cool to see, and very, very different from what I'm used to with like US furry conventions, other furry conventions. Most of the time the theme is just the theme, but this is where they really like delved into it, and it was really like neat to see. As someone who hasn't really been to an opening ceremony at a con, in all due respect, this was like really, really cool to see. Like this was really, really entertaining. So yeah, theme was Rise of the Cult, and the story department also developed an ARG. Oh yeah, like there was a whole department on it, like a whole, like these are the credits for everyone that like put work into basically how all of this was put together with the ARG. There was a whole like game with it too, where you could get points for like the different factions you were on, for the faction of like science or the faction of the cults. It was really, really, really cool to see. And like the points were obviously determined off of like the game that you played, which is very Undertale-esque. This is just cool, okay? This is just so cool and different to see. I'll probably do a better job explaining it in the future when I do like my proper con video, but just in the moment, I just want you to know this is just so cool to see. I haven't seen a con really get into like the theming, the story that they're trying to tell through what they're doing. I haven't seen a con really do it like Awoostria has. I'm so glad you liked our show. We worked really hard to make this happen. I'm the voice actor of Rain. You did an awesome job. Like, it was just so, like, it was cool. Like, genuinely, it was cool to see it when everyone was, like, trying out and practicing it before, like, the big event. And then the big event was also just as cool. Like, I'm just saying this. I love the musical aspect to anything. I just love musicals in general. So, like, having this added in, that was really cool. I love that. I like that a lot. It's something that not many cons really delve into with, like, the theme or storytelling. Like, usually it's just a theme that's just kind of there and cool for the sake of it or fitting. Like with Anthem New England, Boston Furry Convention. Some of the theming being, like, nor'easters with, like, super heavy, like, blizzard storms. Or, like, one of the themes being trains, being themed around, like, the Boston, like, MBTA. With, like, the train system there. Like, that's kind of neat and all. But, like, it doesn't really delve into it Like I've seen, I'm not specifically saying A&E or Anther New England specifically. I'm just saying cons haven't really done it to the extent I've seen here, where there's a whole ARG with like a visual novel style thing going on with it, which that was really cool to see as is. And then on top of that, a whole game developed to like kind of give people more of a motivation to care about the theme and like fight for the faction they were going for. It's really different. You do not see this with other cons. So like I just wanted to say everyone who was on the team for putting this together, you guys went above and beyond. Like it was that noticeable, and I was extremely impressed by it. So thank you for the work that you did on it, and also thank you, Grand Pierre. I appreciate the super chat. You did an excellent job, by the way. I loved the voice work with it. It was so cute. But also they just had this whole like other thing where you can collect energy for like each one. It was just fascinating to see. I didn't really get to participate in that part of it that much just because of like my responsibilities and stuff that it was doing on top of it. But it was really, really cool to see. It was genuinely really cool to see. The dedication is just not something I've seen in a bit. So thank you guys for all the work that you did on it. It really made me interested in the theming, in like the buildup of the story for the con. And that also led into, you know, what eventually would be the next theme for the con for next year. So, you know, good job on that. I liked it. But after that, after opening ceremonies, after I did like my stage performance thing, which was more of like just going on stage, saying hi, giving an introduction. So I was also really proud of myself for doing a good job with that, because apparently the mics weren't working. And instead of just standing there like a doofus, I actually like projected my voice. I'm like, hi, I'm Beta. And then when the mic started working, I put it up to my face and started using it. But it's just, it was one of those things where I just kind of in the moment knew what to do. And I kind of used that as an opportunity to like take the lead and do the best I could. And apparently I did. And people were really happy with it. So you know what? Proud of myself for that. After that, Kai wanted to get some food. I wanted literally anything to eat. I was starving. So we went to this we went to the grocery store Bila right nearby, and they got these little, I don't know the proper name for it, but they were these like meatloaf sandwiches. They were called like meatloaf. Basically it's like this cut of meat with like cheese inside it or whatever other like mixture of like meat or whatever. Leberkasse? I am butchering the fuck out of this. Oh my god. A leberkasse? Basically, it's like a meatloaf sandwich with like pickles, mustard, cheese, whatever else you want on it. You might think it looks a little unappetizing from this. Let me tell you, it was awesome. Oh my god, man. I'm not even going to be able to spell it in Google Translate, man. Case it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm going to fuck it up every single time I say it. I think it literally translates to liver cheese. Either way, you want to know what it tasted like? It was like a Cubano, or a Cuban sandwich, which is like more of a common thing you see in the US with like, you know, pork and ham and like cheese and pickles and mustard, and they like smash the sandwich really hard. Basically tasted like that with a lot more meat. It was delicious. It was delicious. Also, I took a picture of like the cereal section, which is very different. Like mini churros? It's like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but not. Also, what is with the Cookie Crisp is looking different here. What's with what's the mascot characters? Why is everything furry bait, man? Jesus. But, sandwich, as much as I cannot pronounce it for the life of me, it was delicious. It was delicious, and it was just what I needed. It held me over just fine. The bread was awesome, by the way. Okay, again, like, the bread was holding the whole thing together. It was good. But I was happy with it. And I'm very appreciative of Kai getting it for me. It means a lot because it was delicious. It was really, really, really good. Again, I can't even pronounce the name of it for the life of me. I was just told to get it, and I got it. And I was happy with it. Really held me over. Kai fulfilled the experience of wanting to show what it was like of me eating it. And I'm just like processing, like, man, this is good. I'm upset. But after that, like not long after opening ceremonies, I had to rush over for a quick meeting at the Fleming's Hotel cafe restaurant area because there was a meeting for the Maid cafe for like directions on what to do, because literally the day after I was doing the Maid cafe, like one of my first shifts being like the first ones to open, and then directly after that, not even 30 minutes after, would be my first panel for the con. Oh, and then after this, I had my Q&A panel that evening, which also went pretty well. But point being, I had to rush over literally after like slamming this sandwich, which was delicious, to the Maid cafe area where I met a couple of the other fellow Maid cafe goers, in suit as they were, getting ready to show what they were going to be wearing for the Maid cafe, which was a pretty cool thing, honestly, doing that for the first time. I'll probably end up doing some sort of video on that at some point later, because honestly, it was a pretty fun experience. As much as it was only like an hour and a half, hour tops before I had to rush over to my panel, it was still really fun. I had an awesome time being able to do that and get all pretty, because I don't really get to wear my maid outfit that often, and it gave me a really good excuse to be able to. But I got a picture with this cutie. They were adorable. And then this big, tall cutie who, yeah, I'd let them punch me in the face. I'd let both of them punch me in the face. But point being, just kind of got a lay of the land, because truthfully, I had never had any sort of waiting experience before. So I was a little worried going into it with also being in fursuit and also other things on top of that. And just worrying if I was going to do like the best job or if I was qualified for it. But I dedicated to it, was going to do it, and I did it. But just got a lay of the layout of everything. And I'm like, you know what, it's going to work out fine. But not long after that, what happened next? I ended up rushing back to the main hotel to get some stuff because I needed like my laptop and a couple of other things. And, oh my goodness, is that Jake? Jake, Werepanther. How are you doing, Princess? Princess. I'm getting all dolled up for the Maid Cafe, Princess. Talking about my time at the Maid Cafe, Princess. Jake, how are you doing? I hope you had a good stream on your end. What were you getting up to? What'd you do? I'm like 4.5 hours into my con recap. I'm still not done yet, and my throat hurts. I don't know if I can make it in VR tonight, but probably tomorrow at the very least. At the very least, definitely tomorrow. Jake, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Jake? Oh, thank you, Stalkers. I appreciate that. Jake, I hope you had a good stream on your end. I miss your face lots. You're really awesome. Thank you for sending your community over. For those who don't know, from Jake's stream, I am doing my convention recap for my time in Austria, where I went to Austria for a week and went to Awoostria because I was the guest of honor for the con, and I'm talking about my experiences both in Austria, which has already taken up like 3.5 hours of just everything before the con, and now currently getting into the con and what that was like and what I ended up doing, which was a lot, but it was a good lot. But thank you everyone for coming by. I'm going to continue with my story. Pretty much after the meeting for the Maid Cafe, I had a little bit of downtime before I ended up doing my first panel, which was more or less a Q&A with the guest of honor, which I just kind of answered questions, gave a little bit of like a breakdown, who I am, prerequisite to what I was going to do for my content creator part 1 and part 2 panel, which the thing that I wanted to do with those two panels after this one is I wanted them to be sort of like a lecture school professor style thing, where part 1 is like an introduction, getting into content creation, and part 2 is more of getting into like the nitty gritty, bigger, deeper stuff of like learning, okay, where can I take things after I've gotten the ball rolling? And so I wanted to have those two be like one after another for the panels, and I was really excited to do with that. But the one thing that I wanted to do before then was just like a quick little Q&A to get some feedback, to see how I could like change around the panels of how I would be doing them for either the next iteration or for that next evening. So, pretty much I had my Q&A panel. While I was gone, Taliesin ended up picking up some beers and drinks. I took one with me. They allowed me to drink a beer while I was doing my panel, my Q&A panel, and let me tell you, it's pretty fun. It's pretty chill. I had a great time. God, it was so good. And for just like a simple Q&A panel, it went pretty well. And after that, I celebrated by getting another smash burger, except they didn't have any smash burgers left, and they had these little hot dogs. They look pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Just the problem with the hot dog for me is on the inside it was pink, and the outside it was dried. Like they had been kind of sitting there for a bit. I don't know if that would affect the quality of it. It was still pretty good. I ate most of it, but it was also a little concerning, and my appetite was kind of going away quick because I also wanted to get a good night's rest in. And I got to do that. I also got to meet Tay, the squeaky, floaty dog friend who I wanted to meet for a while. And this was after I had like a beer or something in me, and then I went and got the hot dog with the fries. And apparently there was ketchup in the hot dog. And when I went to hug him after giving my hot dog to someone else, I forgot I had ketchup in my hand, and so I got ketchup on his back, and I felt bad about that. But hey, you know, it's a good first impression. We all laughed at the end of the day. But Tay is such a sweetie. I'm glad that I got to meet him. Wish I was able to hang out with him more, but you know, this is how the con went. That's how cons be. But there was such a sweetie. I love that squeaky floaty dog. But I got a good sandwich, hot dog, and which should have been Parmesan truffle fries, but I think they just put the truffle mayo on it, and then a beer. And then I pretty much just ended up wrapping up my evening from there. I'm assuming there was stuff going on in the lobby and like a dance and stuff, but truthfully, I was tuckered out beyond belief, and I wanted to get like a good night's rest in, finish up the rest of my panels, and have them all ready before I ended up starting my next day, which Friday ended up being the bigger day of the con for me, with doing the Maid Cafe, my panel, and then I think I had something else after that I had to attend, which was more or less, oh yeah, it was an infinity ticket holder like dinner meal thing where I got to chat with a few different folks who were like the super sponsors, infinity ticket holders, and honestly, it's really fun getting to chat with everyone. That's the big thing that I really loved about this convention compared to other ones. It was so much more social and like just open a conversation. I feel like I could just have some really good combos with people. Not to say that I can't in like US cons. It's just more like the vibes are a lot more social and chill, if that makes sense. And it's not something that I've been used to with constantly going to like the big US cons where everything's going a million miles a minute. It's so hectic. It's so, you know, social to the extent where there's just so many people. But at least with Awoostria, I feel like I could have some very like intimate, chill conversations. I'm the type of guy, in all honesty, when I go to a room party, I will find like a nice little corner of the room to like sit and chill and chat, while like everyone else is like partying, dancing in the other room, or like fursuiters are porking on the bed in the back. Like that's just how it is. I'm just there chatting and having a good time, watching everything happen. And like that's more of like what I go for with the experiences at cons. That's how I meet the people that I do and chat with them like I do. And so I got to really do that a lot of times throughout the evenings at cons, whether I was at the room parties or I was just kind of chilling in my room. There was one evening, I think this was the evening, Thursday evening, where I was so tuckered out, and Larry and Kai were actually on the same floor as us, and they were just kind of hanging out before they went to bed. So I invited them over, and we just chatted with Taliesin and I for a bit while I got my panels all organized and downloaded, because I couldn't connect to the internet on my laptop because the fucking internet card isn't working the way it should. But it just ended up being one of those things where we just had a chill, kind of intimate hangout evening before the craziness to come the next day. And it felt really, really nice just to be able to lay back, chill, have this beer, chat, and get my panel together. That was really all I was looking for, and I had a good time with that. Especially after doing all like the opening ceremonies things, and then my panel, and then doing the meetup, or at least the group picture, and like the quick breakdown of like how the Maid Cafe was going, which I ended up getting there late too, and I had no clue what was talked about before then, and I was really confused. I'm like, you know what? I'll figure this out when I show up tomorrow. That's pretty much how it went. I was so nervous going into it. I'm like, you know what? Anxiety aside, you got to go in and have a good time. You got to go into it with an open mind and learn in the moment. And I did. I literally learned in the moment of the Maid Cafe when it happened, to the point where I didn't know what was going on beforehand, but it still worked out. Also, thank you so much for the raid, Jake. I appreciate you lots. I'll do my best to rest my voice after this, and I'm glad that you finished the Fursona review. I'm glad that you had a good time with it. I hope I get to see you tomorrow in VR, Mr. Werepanther friend. You're good soup. You're good soup. I appreciate you. I appreciate all my friends. Infinity ticket holders are the peeps with too much money. That's always fun. Love having 1 or 2 short combos of you. Oh yeah, that's what I really kind of go for at cons. So that's why I really enjoyed the vibe of like Awoostria, and specifically, I guess, European furry conventions by proxy. I don't know if it's just that's how European furry conventions are, or if it's just specifically how Awoostria was. But it was very just chill and intimate conversations. It didn't feel like I constantly had to be going around. Like, it was just a lot more laid back. I liked it. But yeah, I pretty much ended the evening by eating a bunch of the fries and food that I ended up getting. And I ended up finalizing my panel and plans for the next day, because pretty much Friday and Saturday ended up being like the most hectic days for me for responsibilities for like guest of honor stuff. Not to say that it was like over the top, over challenging for me to do. It was just more like I had one thing after another, and that was just how it be. But going into it, I know these are a little bit shorter for the rest of the evenings that we have, but Friday, 80%. Why is this 80%? Why do you think it says 80%? Well, you're going to learn very quickly what 80% meant. 80% could mean anything here. I'll let you guys take a guess until I tell you about it near the tail end of this day. But Friday was going to be the big day for me, where I did a lot of the panel responsibilities and really had to go around the con doing X, Y, and Z thing. But at the end of it, I got to really vibe out and party. Let me tell you, the party went hard. So, started the day, checking Twitter, saw a cutesy little meme. Cat likes collecting rocks. That makes me happy. But after that, I had woken up. I had seen the con space. I learned that there was free breakfast in that little restaurant area attached to the main hotel. And this is genuinely the second best meal that I had in Austria. The hotel breakfast. I know it might just kind of look okay, it's just okay. You know, like a couple of meats, sausages, potatoes, eggs, pastries. I don't know what they did to those goddamn eggs. These are the best scrambled eggs I have ever had. Paired that with like a little bit of hot sauce, or a lot of hot sauce for me. It was awesome. I had that with like a nice coffee, like shots of espresso in the morning with a little coffee machine. 2 shots of espresso with a little bit of creamer and milk, so a nice cappuccino. Oh my god, man. Something about having like kind of a little bit of a drinky night, having some drinks with friends, waking up to this breakfast. And it's a hotel breakfast, included with the con if you are an attendee. This fucks so hard. I know it's not really that special for any sort of hotel breakfast. But I ended up meeting up with Kai and Larry. I know Taliesin slept in a little bit. I had to get up a little bit earlier to prep and get ready for the Maid Cafe that I had, I believe, at 10 or so. 10 was my shift or so, up to like 11:30, and then my panel was at 12 or something. I'd have to check my schedule again. But I ended up loading my plate with all sorts of stuff to fill me for the day. This pretty much filled me for the day in terms of food. And starting off my day like this, absolutely you will get me out of bed. And it really was that good. The potatoes, the meats, the sausage, the bacon, eggs, the croissants. It was all so good. I loved it. It was delicious. And it was an amazing start to the day. All those eggs need are some onions and bell pepper. I agree. I agree. That would be perfect. Like a Kind of like a scrambled egg hash to some extent. Yeah, I know. It's included. Literally every morning, you could go down and get this for breakfast. And I did. And it was all you can eat. So, you know what? Pretty good. But after that, I ended up getting ready for the Maid Cafe. I got into my outfit. There's a whole video of me doing that at some point. And I brought the boy, getting accustomed to like where the area was. It was basically the Maid Cafe. How it worked was you would basically put in an order where they would put down for each table what they ended up wanting. You deliver it, and then they'd bring like the tray out for you to bring over to them. It was a lot more hand-holdy and helpy outy than, you know, you'd think it would be, but it all worked out at the end of the day. It was just kind of like looking pretty, getting to talk to a lot of the guests at the tables, and that's, blessed be the fruit, that's what I ended up doing. Where I was in fursuit, I was in my maid outfit, you know, doing my usual thing. Look at how pretty I look. And these are some of the pictures that I took, and the pictures taken of me. Like, look at how pretty I look. I ended up wearing my arm warmers and thigh highs just to get a little bit more in character, just to look a little bit better with it. And I can't remember who it was that took these photos, which big shout out to them. I love these so much. I should probably try to properly credit them. But they took these amazing photos of me while I was at the Maid Cafe. I absolutely love how they turned out. I mean, it's just me, just me, like, holding the menus, or the little, like, order sheets. That's so good. I love this. I love these pics. I'm just having, like, casual conversations with the, with the guests. I know I'm not really supposed to sit down and chat, but I really was, like, doing that. And it was really nice just to, like, get to know peeps, and also to kind of, like, initiate conversation. Which was being like, hey, how you guys doing? How's your con? How are things? Tell me about yourself. And, you know, really, like, it helped me get out of my comfort zone a little bit with, like, initiating conversation and just being, like, a lot more social. Instead of having the socializing coming to me, I go to the socializing and kind of create it. It was a really nice way for me to get out of my comfort zone with that and really push myself to be a lot more social. Also, yeah, Vex in the back. So Vex was like one of the prettiest maids that I saw in that cafe. Let me tell you, they went above and beyond with their outfit. I just kind of threw on some fucking Angie Paws arm warmers and called it a day. Oh, man. But I'm really happy with how I ended up getting to do this. It was a really nice opportunity, just going around and gonna try something new. But literally after that, I had to rush over to the main hotel to get my outfit off, grab my laptop, maybe get like a shot of coffee if I could, and then immediately book it back over to Fleming's for my first panel, for my introduction to content creation panel, which that one actually ended up going very, very well. It was really, really well received. It was the one that I spent the most effort on because I really wanted the introduction and motivation with getting into content creation to be like the best thing, because that's the hardest part about getting into it, I've found, is really just doing it. Like, you might have this idea, this passion for it, but you might not be able to get into it of like, oh, I'm not really feeling it, oh, this excuse, that excuse, and like, that's okay and all, but like, there's got to be that drive that got into it, kind of like I had when I got into it. So I tried to tell that story and really improve upon the panel that I did at TFF in 2022 for my guest of honor introduction to content creation panel. So I think I blew it out of the water. So if you want to see that, at some point on my Boodles secondary channel, I'll have the full recording of the panel that I ended up doing for that uploaded there with the audio quality and everything that you could want with it there. So feel free to check that out if you want to see how I did, and hopefully I'll have the slides downloaded at some point there if you guys want to check that out too. So yeah, I'll try and get that out hopefully by next week too. I just have to find where my DJI microphone went, because that's part of the problem. I don't know where the mic went, and it has all my audio data on it, which I need. But this is me on my way to the panel and losing my mind. And this is me getting back from the panel. My roommate had gotten a late start to the day and ended up getting a pizza. He really wanted to try pizza with corn on it, since that was something we saw a lot more frequently out there, like just pizza having some sort of corn on it. I wanted to give it a shot, and he ended up getting a pizza too. And it was pretty banging. The jalapenos, chicken, and corn on it, that was pretty good. This is me eating on the floor, having a little bit of a mental breakdown after realizing I hadn't sat down for 5 hours. So yeah, I was a little bit exhausted. I was enjoying that pizza and having the time of my life, or lack thereof. But after that, a little announcement that happened as well. After my first panel that I ended up doing, Sundrop Fox, who's the artist of this art piece, surprised me with this absolutely gorgeous fan art. And I loved it. Basically, the context of this was during my opening ceremonies little spiel that I was giving, I mentioned how, like, a carton of eggs, a 10 carton of eggs was like $15 in the US, and I was so mad. I was so mad realizing that. And they had gone out of their way, where 6 a.m. that morning, they had woken up to draw this for me within 2 hours and deliver it to me for my introduction panel later that day. To say that I was absolutely floored and so happy to the point of nearly crying is an understatement. So they made this lovely, lovely art piece for me, all from scratch. I'm so extremely grateful for it. I love it so, so much. So big shout out and thank you to Sundrop Fox yet again for drawing this for me. I love it. I'm going to get this laminated and hung up. It's adorable. I love it so much. So thank you. I love it. But after that, after like give or take about like an hour of relaxation, I ended up having the Infinity ticket holder meet and greet dinner, not really dinner, but like cafe meetup, where basically I'd be going back to that like Fleming's Cafe where I did the Maid Cafe, and I'd just be chilling there, talking with people, getting some like desserts and drinks and all that. That's me eating my corn and jalapeno pizza, by the way, Electro. It was pretty banging. I really needed it after not having any time to sit down and relax, but it's pretty good. But after that, we went to the cafe. I had a little bit of this dessert that Kai ended up getting. This was awesome. Absolutely awesome. I don't know what it was, but God, it looked delicious and amazing. And it was. So yeah, I ended up getting basically a donut. And instead of it being like a Boston cream pie filled donut, it was filled with, I think it's nectarine. Still with some sort of citrus fruit. It was so good. It was a mouthful of powdered sugar at first, but God, it was so good. It was called a Kropfen. It was far from crap, let me tell you. It was delicious. I can't remember what the fruit... Apricots! That's what it was. Not nectarines. Apricots. It was filled with like an apricot jam. Oh my God, it was so good, man. It was so good, and then I had that with like a nice coffee too. I needed that. I needed that as like a pick-me-up for the day. Let me tell you. But yeah, the Kropfen and the coffee and whatever little dessert that Kai let me try a little bit of a bite of was so good. I loved it so much. I think this was probably like one of my favorite desserts outside of the Apfelstrudel. Like the apricot filling on a donut, you don't really get that often. So this was different and it was delicious. So really happy for that. After that, I ended up going back to the room and realized I wanted a fursuit for a little bit. So my friend gave me a shot of like a tequila sunrise. That was the most pulpy orange juice I've ever had. But it was still good. And then I decided to get in fursuit. And this is where I realized I hadn't tried on my new life jacket yet that I got from Candy Coated Squeak. The full body, full torso life jacket that I waited so hard, so long to get. I ended up getting in suit for it. So I got full suit. I ended up putting on the life jacket over it. There's a whole life jacket suit up video that I'll have for some point discussing, you know, my new life jacket outfit for my fursuit, which I really want to do a video on because it looks really good. And look at him! It's the boy! I love him. I love how it looks. So the whole thing ends up inflating from the front and back. So you can see, like, the lower portion inflates as well, and it goes underneath the leg. So you step into it like a full-body life jacket. And honestly, it was really, really cozy. The only downside, though, is any part here between the fursuit and the vest was insulated. There is no airflow in between the life jacket and the fursuit, so all of the air that's emanating off the fursuit from my body is just retaining heat and moisture too. So to kind of give some spoilers for it, the entire bodysuit from this portion here was soaked. It was soaked in my sweat. I had to spray it down a bunch, and I had to hang it to dry. But I will tell you, it was absolutely worth it because I looked fantastic. Look at him. Look at the safety puppo. Look at the safety puppo. I love that. I love him. God, he looks so good. I need to wear this more. I'm absolutely going to be wearing this at Megaplex, by the way. But I wanted to test it out at Awoostria just because, you know, with it being an inflatable vest, I didn't want anyone to, like, pop it or anything. Or, like, be too handsy. And, you know, I trust, you know, attendees at Awoostria and Austria to be a bit more, you know, conscientious of that. And they very much were. People were nice to me with it. So I got to wear my new floaty vest about in the con space. And so if you got any pictures with me in my floaty vest at Awoostria, be sure to send me those pics, please and thanks. I haven't seen many of them yet, besides the ones that I was tagged in on Twitter, or the one that that Frodo sent me, which these as is are just super adorable. He looks so cutesy. He looks ready to be a floaty dog. The only thing that's missing is the pool. And it was really cozy, by the way. It was, like, very puffy and cozy against my body. It made me really happy. It's like a big, constant hug. And then I was getting swifty before heading down to the con space. Setting a good example as the GOH, you know? Having a little bit of a beer. But I also wanted this for the pick, too, by the way. I was having a good time. But yeah, I pretty much went out and about, went there. What I wanted to pretty much end up doing was, I know Kai and Spray were having their panel. For like an artist, you know, drawing panel, introduction to drawing panel. So I wanted to stop by, show support, say hi in fursuit. And so that's where I ended up going. Oh my god. So the sweat made it to other places, I see. Good thing I nuked my fursuit, as in washed the whole goddamn thing when I got home. So yeah. But actually, no, it was raining out. Okay, that wasn't sweat. That was from the rain outside. Never mind. But, yeah, I ended up chilling, wearing my life jacket while I was at my friend's panel. Got a few more pics throughout the space, which actually, they should be actually around here. Yeah, near the end. A little bit of a spoiler of where things come after. But, yeah, I ended up getting some nice pics in Austria. Pretty good. Ah, I loved it. Right in front of the whole banner and all that. The lighting was a little bit off-putting, but it still fit very well. And then me doing my little doggy dance. Really cute. Aw, I love that. But after the fursuiting session, this is how my fursuit looked. You can visibly see the moisture coming off of the outside of the fursuit. And the moisture is supposed to be kept inside. Yes, I was wearing Under Armour, by the way. It was bad. It was bad. All of this was drenched, like, from the top down. All throughout. I sprayed the whole thing down. These are my leg pads, by the way. This is how much they sweat through. You can see the darker marks on the legs. That's how much it sweat through. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. But hey, you know, I sprayed it down, took care of it, had a nice shower, had a bit of an existential crisis. You could have hung it up in the fursuit lounge, though. Wait, really? Is that how that works? I brought my whole cooling fan? Oh, true. They did have a lot of air dryers. I forgot. I could have gone there. I just kind of assumed, you know, I'd be taking care of a lot of the cleaning stuff on my own end. But yeah, that was me post-fursuiting in my life jacket for about, like, 2 hours. It was a good time. I got some really good pics in the life jacket, in suit, and everything. And that wasn't the only time I fursuited the con, but that was definitely the most drenched I've ever been when fursuiting anywhere. But, you know, after that, we took care of it. I ended up getting a nice shower and sprayed down my fursuit. Ended up getting a little swifty. Fun fact for everyone. This is a little... Not really fun fact, more of a warning to everyone. If you have bottles you need to open, like bottle cap wise, and you don't have a bottle opener, do not use nail clippers as a bottle opener. It did not end well for Beta. I'm still a little scarred. You can barely see it a little bit there. And like, maybe like there. Do not use nail clippers as a bottle opener. It will not end well. Granted, I did have a few shots in me at the time, so that might have added to it. But pretty much after fursuiting and hydrating, and I think I had like I actually don't think I ended up eating because I wasn't that hungry. Basically, it was like party time, party night. I was invited to like a room party to hang out and chill, and I wanted to, you know, come by and swing by, say hi to everyone. So I did that. Went by with my own beer, just in case, you know, bring your own beer was a thing, and you know, I did that, and yeah, it didn't end well. But hey, the beer was pretty good. After that, I ended up going to the room party, and it was a pretty fun time. I got to hang out with Kai, and Taliesin came by. This is Kai and Taliesin together. Aw, I love that. That makes me happy. But overall, it was a really fun experience being able to like say hi to everyone and kind of like decompress. Like the party was banging. Like there was a lot of people like hanging around, chatting. There were like bartenders. It was a really, really good time. Got to meet a bunch of sweet people and have some really, really nice conversations. A lot of people like were really complimenting towards me. Like some people were like, "Oh yeah, hi, you're Beta. I saw you on like front stage. At first, you know, you looked like a sweet, lovable dork, but as soon as you started speaking, you just had that like stage charisma. And I wanted you to know that." And people were like making me like internally cry and blush with the nice things they were saying to me. It meant a lot. It really meant a lot. Because like I didn't expect that I was doing a good job. I don't know if I was doing a good job or not with what I was doing. But, you know, it ended up being where, you know, I heard it from people. I'm like, oh, I did. That means a lot to me. It really, really did. It meant so much. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you everyone who was so nice to me that con. And also just like everyone who was like wanting me to try drinks. I got to try Stro for the first time. You want to know where the 80% comes into play? Yeah, basically I was sipping, give or take, Everclear. I was given like a shot of it, like a little shot to sip on. I wasn't going to drink the full thing because I was already very tipsy and not even tipsy, I was very drunk at the time. I was floored. I was full on B2 at that point. Oh my Christ. So when I was sipping at that drink, and I had to stop myself because I realized, okay, it's like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. now. I have to be up at 11 a.m. for a panel tomorrow. I'm not doing this. Beta drank hospital floor cleaner. Beta drank hospital floor cleaner. Where's Maverick? Russ, Maverick was sleeping. He's still sleeping. But yeah, I sipped at it a little bit. It pretty much was the evening of, here, Beta, drink this. So, Jake, if you're here listening, don't you worry. Your role had been fulfilled very, very quickly at the party I was at. And it was all for the better, too. I had a great time. But yeah, I was, like, taking little sips to taste it. I got about, like, 3/4 of the way down where I tapped out. But after that, it was around, like, 2 a.m. where we decided, you know, let's just, like, head back, hang out, chillax a little bit. I took a little bit of some pictures of myself. I met up with Kana in the hallway, who was wearing their, you know, meatloaf sandwich thing. Oh, I love Kana. They're such a sweetie. And this is the view from, like, right outside the party on, like, I think this is the presidential suite. I think. But yeah, we basically, I ended up spending the whole time outside here, just, like, chilling and chatting with people. Like, there were a few peeps that I was, like, hanging with, just chatting pretty much about the difference between here, between Austria and the US, and a lot of it was, like, guys, get me out of here. Guys, get me out of here. Pretty much. But, you know, I got to meet a few peeps. There was some artist, I can't remember their name. I feel so bad. But I had been following them for years, and I finally got to meet them and put, like, a face to a name. And it was so nice getting to meet them. They were such a big sweetie. And I was so glad that I got to meet them. But I pretty much ended up yapping and chatting with them all outside here for a little bit. Came inside, had the shot of Stro, and... long story short, I was praying to God over this thing. It ended up being like 3 a.m. Talston had gone to bed, because I think he had a little bit too much to drink. That's okay, you know, I was almost there. We ended up going to the Döner place across the street. And I ended up getting, like, I can't remember what the fuck the name of this was, but it's, like, the loaded fries with, like, cheese sauce and chicken. It was, oh my god, man, this was so good. This was, like, the best, like, before hangover meal. I was also, like, downing, like, my liquid IV with water just to make sure I was hydrated for tomorrow so I wasn't hungover. This looks like something you get when you're wasted. It was so good. There were jalapenos in it, too. It was amazing. It was so good. But yeah, it was amazing. It was so delicious. This is me on the... oh my god, man. I was fucking plastered. I was plastered beyond belief. It's a prequel to Megaplex? Jake. Are we testing the limits of B2 and B cubed? I'm scared. I'm scared, mister. It's like God's gift to Earth. Stro is God's gift to Earth? Oh no. But, so let me just say, after the party, oh my god, man, no, I was gone. Oh man, I didn't realize I was trying to recollect my memories from that fucking night. But hey, I got a nice pic with Kai. There's Kai. We love Kai. Kai's so cool. Kai's a big sweetie. But also, that was another pic from the balcony. I'm, like, all over the place with this, okay? Okay? But point being, party for the evening was a banger. I was doing an amazing job socializing with people. Got to meet so many new people. I was so happy. I had been waiting for, like, a really nice, big room party. And I was so glad to be able to go. Thank you to whoever hosted it. Thank you to who had me. I really appreciated getting to do that. I met some lovely beans. And I got to try Stro for the first time. And, don't sip it. Do not sip it. No good. Not a good idea. Ended bad for Beta. Not poorly, but, not long after that, at about, like, 2 a.m. when everyone was heading back, I helped Helson desuit, and then we went and got some food. Because we had some, like, basically a little bit of a hangover, and we wanted some food. So we went to the Dönermeister place. The Capsulon fries. That's what I ended up getting. The Hühnchen Capsulon, or the chicken Capsulon fries. And it was, oh my god, man. Oh, man, it was so good. It was so good. It was so good. This was me heading on the way over to the fries. I just knew right away I was going to get the Capsulon fries. I'm like, okay, this is a hungover Beta kind of day. We need something heavy and fitting and fatty. Also, hi, Kana. Kana's really cool. This was awesome. This is just what I needed. There was so much cheese and so much fries, I couldn't find the chicken. But you know what? I was happy and downed the whole thing. But hey, that's how I pretty much ended my evening. It was like 3:30 in the morning. I was sitting on the floor eating this. I'm like, that shot's still hitting me. Like I was getting like the spins a little bit, but I was still, you know, enjoying the food. And I was like, I was just sitting to myself thinking, I have to be up in 5 hours. And you know what? Literally, Jake was streaming at the time, so I popped into his stream to tell him, Jake, I'm praying to God now. I've become a religious man. Send help. I'm dying. I need anything. And I told him how I had a shot of Stro, and I was eating like a whole thing of loaded fries over it. It was so funny. So funny. But yeah, that's how my evening ended. And it was pretty good nonetheless. You know, I got these lovely pics after, courtesy of Kai, courtesy of friends who helped me get pics, and I was really happy. I love being a floaty dog, a life jacket dog. But yeah, that ended up being my Friday of Awoostria. Not gonna lie, it was a pretty banging con evening. For a Friday evening of a con, no different than US cons. You get a nice big party with like everyone drinking, having a good time, socializing. You get drunk and you end up getting some bomb food. Some absolute god tier food. And you know what? It hit pretty well. We expect you at Eurofurns next year. I cannot afford a European furry convention, okay? Unless all of a sudden I start like making like moist critical money. I'm not even joking. It is not cheap. I would absolutely love to do another European con. I would love to come back to Awoostria, but it is just not cheap in the slightest. It is not cheap. And I even planned so far ahead of time too. It was a lot, but I would love to at some point. I will save for it. But Friday's in the books. How's Beta doing on Saturday of the con after everything's said and done and waking up? Well, he started his day in the best way he could. The good old-fashioned free breakfast from the hotel. Again, best meal that I had. Absolutely needed. Had coffee with it too. Look at that. I had to get all these different shots of it too. Like, it was just... Nothing hits better for me than like a full breakfast platter. Like an all-you-can-eat buffet-style breakfast. It's so good. Like, I had to get all the different angles here. Oh my god, man. Like, come on. Come on. So good. And pair that with the coffee too. I was fighting for my life, man. I was fighting for my life here. I really was. But not long after this photo and breakfast, literally like a few minutes, I had to head over for my panel, for my part 2 to Introduction to Content Creation, which was more along the lines of like, okay, you've gotten started, you got the ball rolling with what you're doing. What do you do from there? How do you find a niche? How do you collaborate? How do you meet people, interact with people? Where should you take things to kind of maybe grow things, even though there's no guarantee? It's all about kind of the mentality of continuing things onward. And I genuinely, this is like the panel that I ended up doing when I was guest of honor at TFF in 2022, the part 2, like the intermediate, advanced content creation introduction panel. I'm going to be honest, I didn't know what I was doing for that panel when I did it. So that's why for Awoostria and doing it this year, I wanted to do the best job I could and really genuinely try to bring something to the table. Not to say that I didn't at TFF, but I know I wanted to do better than I did the first time. And so despite being hungover, I did ask if someone could bring me like a Red Bull or some sort of energy drink to my panel. And shout out to the staff member who did. I appreciate it so much. You saved my life. You saved my life, that panel, because I needed that energy. Especially knowing more people showed up to that panel than the first one. So I expected that I would need more room and space for like the introduction, the part 1 content creation panel. The part 2 had more people in it. I'm like, what? Huh? So, needless to say, I did the absolute best I could. And let me tell you, based on my presentation and the impromptu nature of everything that I needed to do and answer with questions and really guiding the way of like kind of how I break down the analytical process with YouTube videos or with content creation, I did an awesome job with that. So, again, my part 2 to the Introduction to Content Creation panel should be out on my Boodles channel, the secondary channel, at some point when I can get access to my audio recording and find my microphone. But yeah, point being, I was really proud of myself with that. I got pretty much the big thing out of the way for the day, and the only thing that I had to do after that was judge a dance comp, or judge the dance competition, which I was told wouldn't be, like, super, super stressful, and it really wasn't. But I will admit I wanted to do a good job with it. I didn't know what I was doing. So with that, let's see the couple of photos after that. Oh yeah, my fursuit head still wasn't dry after the previous night, so I learned a little life hack because I didn't have a fursuit head fan. I could take the reverse side of my fursuit fan hanger thing, turn it upside down, put my fursuit head on top of it, and it would create airflow to come out of the front.
Glad you had fun in Europe.
Also, hi, Medley.
Hope you'll eventually come to Fantastic or FBL cons in France. Be to et a heart.
I wouldn't be opposed one day. Thank you so much for the 13-month resub, though. I greatly appreciate that. Can we get some life jackets and beta hearts in the chat? I greatly appreciate the support. Thank you for the 13 months. And yeah, I had a good time. I would absolutely love to do more Europe cons in the future, but it's just so not cheap by any means. I mean, cons in general aren't cheap, but, you know, still, I would absolutely love to. Thank you so much for the support, though. But I had figured out a life hack to get my fursuit head dry when my bodysuit is done drying, where I basically take the fursuit bodysuit hanger fan thingy that I got, turning it upside down, putting the fursuit head on top of it, plugging it in, and it creates airflow going through the front. It was an ingenious idea that actually worked so much better than letting it just hang to dry, or just letting it sit there and hoping that it did dry eventually. Also, Levi Vor moment. But yeah, it was a little impromptu thing that I ended up doing before I went to the dance comp and got ready for that. So it ended up being where my fursuit head was dry directly after when I got back. So after this, little fun fact. This is the water bottle I had been taking around with me from my Starbucks trip on that Tuesday for pretty much most of the con. Because I did not have a reusable, refillable water bottle because I just wanted something to carry water on me, have my liquid IV as well, just for more hydration. And I ended up reusing this one from like 5 days till this point. And let me tell you, it was a lifesaver. Me just drinking up, getting some hydration in me before heading to the dance comp, which I pretty much did. They gave me an outline of what I needed to do, where I would sit, which was pretty much at like the front right area, right where I was sitting there. And pretty much how it worked was, I could probably give a breakdown of it later. I don't know how much of a breakdown I'm allowed to say per se, but I had done a little bit of research ahead of time because I was told I would be judging a dance comp, and I had no experience with that. And I really wanted to do the best job I could, so I ended up hitting up my friend Strobes, who is not just a dancer, like a fursuit dancer, but like has done dance comp judging in the past. And he gave me a very detailed breakdown on how I could look at or analyze each performance from the dance comp, from the fursuit dance comp, and do the best I could with breaking it down. Granted, the breakdown for what they ended up giving me for like a rubric to go through was a little bit different, but at the end of the day, you know, I wanted to do my best, and I think me asking Strobes was really good guidance in what I needed to do the best I could for it. So pretty much it was all everyone getting together. I was getting to the front of the stage. They gave me like a little rubric and whatnot. Don't know how much I can go through that, so I'm just gonna gloss over it briefly. And then like the little plaque they were given to the whoever won the dance comp. They got the floor together and ready. People were like filing in, and this is just me kind of like getting ready there. And what I'd have to say, they'd basically pass over each individual judge, which was me, Spray, and Kai, who were like the judges for the dance comp. And I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty fun. It was actually really fun. There was a point as well where they hadn't figured out, let me just go over to the first submission. I don't know who this fursuiter is, but I loved their suit and I loved their performance first off. So, little funny thing I was thinking of. Before the dance comp actually started, they were trying to figure out what a good group song would be for like everyone when they're like tallying together like the final results of like who won, where they'd have like a group dance where you have all the fursuiters in the center doing like a little dance. They were trying to figure out a song to do for it, and I immediately was like, oh, Why don't you do, like, Golden from the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack? And they're like, no. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, well, I tried with a good idea. And then first ever, I was thinking as well, I'm like, you know, maybe K-pop Demon Hunters is just too soon. Too soon of a movie. I love that movie, by the way. I've watched it 5 times over. I watched it like once on the way to the con and another time with my friend Taliesin in the room after getting smash burgers. It's just that good. I love it so much. I love the soundtrack so much. It's just so good. And I thought, you know, going into this comp, I'm like, man, you know, like maybe it's just kind of ahead of its time right now. Maybe it just isn't, you know, worth dancing to. This guy, first fucking dance in the dance comp, goes over Golden in the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack. And as soon as I heard that first little bit, I'm like, bum, 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 bum. I was just like, oh my god, there's no fucking way. And so I was immediately, truthfully, I was immediately biased. Like the little section of like my own personal judging of the comp, circling the 5 aggressively. I'm like, you win. You win in my book. It's perfect. I love it so much. Like, literally. It was just so sad. Because I'm like, oh, man, you know, maybe it's just too ahead. Maybe they just don't like K-pop Demon Hunters. And then this dude comes out with Golden. And I'm like, oh, my God. Dances to that. I loved it. I loved it. And thank God I was chosen first to give my own, like, little feedback on him. Like, thank you for doing that. As someone who has seen K-pop Demon Hunters at least 3 to 4 times now, thank you so much. I love it. K-pop choreo is difficult to learn. It took me a week to learn just the chorus of not. Yeah, it's. But just like genuinely, can't remember the name. Warrior Autobot. They did an awesome job. I love this. Genuinely, thank you for doing that dance comp performance. That made my day. that was my personal favorite. Not to disclude anyone else from, you know, doing the dance comp. I know it takes a lot of work to go on stage and do that. Trust me, as someone who's put on the spot a lot, it is confidence breaking. But I really liked their submission. It was really, really good. But after that, you know, ranked it a 5. I thought it was great. After that, couple of others came on. I noticed specifically that my friend's Fursuit was on. Not actual Nova Fluffy Husky, but yeah, I'm gonna say more about that. But it was just interesting. It was interesting to see. Regardless, you know, the dance comp submission was still like cutesy. If anything, they had done like a good amount of practice on it beforehand. So I gotta give them props for that. They really did. Like a different version of it? Yeah. I mean, like one of the ones sold on those Chinese knockoff sites. Like, say if I went to eBay right now and saw Nova Fluffy Husky, Blue Husky Fursuiter, and I bought that, that's probably, yeah. Hi, Alec. How are you doing? Look, I just saw it, and it was my first time seeing one of those knockoff Chinese fursuit made fursuits, like the ones stolen from other characters. This one was a version of Nova, like my friend Nova, one of my best friends Nova. So it was very jarring to see that. Again, I still judged it off of the performance. And the dance comp performance they did was, you know, cutesy. It was in tune to what they were going for, and they had practiced the routine. Is that? It's me. Hi, Alec. No, it's Maverick in the back. Maverick is there. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Alec. The Beta Ada. Hi, Alec. I miss your face lots. But seriously, though, nothing against these fursuiters or the dance competition performance. Okay, you know, at the end of the day, knockoff fursuits based on someone else's design are going to exist. That's just it. You know, I don't hold it against them. They either probably didn't know or they just wanted to do the dance comp, and they did a good job at the dance comp, I'll say that. But I just saw that and I'm like, oh, that's my friend's fursuit, like the knockoff version of it. Again, no shame to them. There's probably some caveats involved in between. Just thought I'd add that on my end. But point being, it was still a pretty good time. I did my best because honestly, I think the one thing that I really struggle with, I will say it, judging a dance comp was probably the hardest thing that I had to do this whole con. And it's not because it was technically hard. It is just hard for me to rank people, okay? It is hard for me to rank people from one another. I have my own personal biases with what I enjoy for, like, a dance comp or routine. I love Warrior Autobots because of the song choice and because of the energy they brought to it. That was my personal favorite. But it doesn't mean that anyone else did worse or I didn't like it as much. At the same time, it's weird. I hate doing that because at the end of the day, it ends up making me look bad, and I don't like that. I don't want any of that. I want everyone to have a good time with it, and I hope everyone did in the dance comp. It was just very interesting to see Nova, like, knock off Nova fursuit when they've had their fursuit used in knockoff all sorts of things with, like, the eBay fursuits, the resellers, the cheap knockoff remade versions. You know, I get how some people feel about it, so it was a little jarring, but at the same time, I judged the dance comp the best I could. That was genuinely my hardest trial, my hardest task with doing a judging of a dance comp, which I would like to do a further video describing, other than, you know, my 5-hour spiel here where I am so burnt out from talking, and I have a headache right now, if I'm being entirely honest. Because I've been talking for so long, and I really need to lay down. But, you know, I'm still gonna keep going with this. I might do a video discussing what it was like for me to judge a dance comp in the future and how hard that was, and also kind of bringing into perspective, you know, what a lot of Strobes actually told me for advice, because I genuinely took a lot of what he said into account for it. So, you know, I'm appreciative of the people that helped me, and I'm appreciative of people who are patient with me with it all. But regardless, dance comp was still pretty good. It was honestly kind of like one of my lowest points after that, just because I was taking a lot of things to heart, and I needed to lay down for a bit, so I did. And I had my leftover, you know, wrap that I had in the fridge after that, and I got some good rest. I'll lay down after this. Don't you worry, Alec. I appreciate you. And I hydrate for you. I hydrate for Amlick. Oh, but after that, I got some food in me. I laid down for a little bit, and I just want to say, I want to reiterate how awesome people like Kai and Larry are. It's not just, it's the people that make the experience for me. So, like, I was supposed to have some plans to go out and get, like, sushi and food with Kai. He was organizing a whole thing for like 20 people, and they were like, I want you to come. And I'm like, okay, I'll come. And after the dance comp, it really took it out of me, because some things happened with that, and some people were upset with me over that, and I had already been so overworked and overstressed that it kind of hit me really hard, and someone made a comment that I really did not want to hear from that person specifically, and so I ended up going to lay down, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to tap out of this. And I didn't explain everything to Kai about how I was feeling, about what happened and everything. I just needed to lay down. He's like, don't worry, you know, take care of yourself, whatever you need. And, you know, I just laid down for a bit. I ate my leftovers a little bit too. And then I was going to be up and about, going to, like, parties, hanging out with Kai after and everyone. And, like, when they had got there, Kai had, like, called me and asked, like, hey, you know, we're at the thing. Do you want me to, like, pick you up any food to bring back for you? Are you, like, fed? Like, do you have everything you need? I can pick you up something on the way back. And that just meant so much to me, man. I'm, like, the same way with a lot of my friends too. Like, I really genuinely do try to, like, make sure they're okay and take care of them. Like, not go above and beyond for the sake of it, but just, like, do like, shit like that. That, to me, meant so fucking much. Kai is genuinely certified sweetheart. Certified sweetheart. I want that to be known. I hope they can make it to a US con one day. God, they were so fucking sweet. Genuinely, even that like, notion that they had done, like, made my evening, and that really, like, turned things around for me. So, like, big shout out and thank you to them. They are so cool and so sweet. But I ended up having my leftover floor wrap, my kebab wrap, and it was pretty good. I ended up getting ready for the evening, and I actually went out for drinks with Taliesin for a bit, just to kind of get a little bit of an escape, you know, with the con going on, and do some other things. He had ended up finding this little bar called Habit, and he had been there the past few nights, and even the owner who was bartending there was, like, so friendly and, like, knew him by his name, and was trying to, you know, get Taliesin to bring people by, and I was brought by, and I ended up walking over. It was just, like, a nice little walk, and then I ended up getting probably the best Long Island iced tea I have ever had. Ever. The vibes in that little bar were immaculate. They were so good. And we were just, like, chatting it up with people that were coming and going in the bar. Like, someone who had, like, a whole Gurren Lagann, like, tattoo I recognized, and he's like, dude, no one recognized it. I'm like, it's such a good show! It's a good series! And then, like, we bonded over that, just complete random person in like, at that bar in Austria. And same with another person who came by, who was, like, originally from Hong Kong. And, like, it was, like, I feel like I was really thriving socially, if that makes sense. And it's genuinely what I kind of needed, a little bit. I'm glad that I went and did it, but yeah, genuinely, best Long Island iced tea I've had so far. But after that, I ended up heading back, and was hanging out for a little bit before Kai invited me to, you know, that room for a party, to the party and to hang out. And that's where I ended up, like, yapping and chatting with people. This is, like, our walk back, me and Taliesin. We buy, like, that little train station with the smash burger. They didn't end up having anything, so bit of a bummer. I went to the party, and there was a wasp on the table. Just a dead wasp. This is one of the pictures that I took. I mean, there are a couple of other pictures that I took, but I can't show those. But the party was pretty good. This is a pretty good vibe, I'll be entirely honest. It went a bit harder than it did the previous night, and got a lot of compliments. It was really nice. Can't really give any context, but you know what? Pretty good. Spicy pictures? Yeah. Look, you know how I guess the way to put it as well. Usually I get recognized too whenever I go to cons as like, oh my god, you're Beta. Well, I got recognized as Levi Sheppy. And that doesn't happen. And it was really nice to have happen, let me tell you. It was very different. And I had a good time. And I met a really big cutie who was really cool and really hot. So yeah, that was nice. But there was a dead wasp on the table. Don't know where that came from, but you know, the vibes were still immaculate. Again, I was sitting and chilling in the corner of the room where there was less people, just like vibing, chatting away with people. And it was pretty good. And then after the party, what is it? Kai ended up surprising me with the cutesy little doodle that they ended up drawing for me. And it made me really happy. Look at the floaty dog. Look at him just floating away. He was sitting at his, Kai was just sitting at his dealer's den table, just like kind of vibing and wanted to doodle this for me. And oh, I love it. I love it so much. I literally have it sitting on my desk right here. It makes me really happy. Aww. I love it. Floaty dog. And then actually Kai came by to my panel and took a picture of it. I didn't really have any, like, pictures from my panel, by the way, so I didn't have anything to show as reference for tonight. Apologies for that. So, here's a little still frame from a picture that I took during my panel. And you know what? I looked like I was really enjoying it and getting into it. And I'm glad I was. I did so good with that. And even, again, little preview for what the presentation was like. If you want to see the full one, again, it should be on my Boodles channel at some point. And if you have access to the slides, feel free to share them around. I want it to be like an open and available thing for people who want to learn more. You know, I don't want it to be like a hidden secret to success or learning more on content creation. I want anyone who wants to be able to do it to do it. So yeah, that's pretty cool. So that is pretty much it for Saturday. Now we're on to Sunday, the more chill day. And then we're going to get into Monday, where I have to panic to get home. And then that's pretty much my my con recap in a nutshell. We're getting there. It's only been 5.5 hours. Oh my goodness. I'm kind of glad that I started this stream at like 6:02, by the way. Because if we get to midnight, I'm going to go to bed directly after. I know I should hop on VR. I know some friends are waiting for me, but I am just... I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. But either way, Sunday was a lot more of a chill day for me. I really just needed to relax, but I also wanted to get more of my con activities in. Keep in mind, I also hadn't been able to hit up the dealer's den at all. I hadn't been able to go at all. It's okay. You know, it's okay. It's fine. So, you know, I ended up having a chill day. Wanted to go out to another little cafe to get a coffee and then come back, get ready for closing ceremonies, which I was going to be in fursuit for, and just kind of enjoy the last couple of social moments that I had with friends. So I started the day, went over to this coffee place. Don't know where this was. I ended up getting this called a guandolo. It's a cold brew coffee, lemon juice, sugar cane, and a slice of dried orange. It was so fucking good, dude. It was so fucking good. I don't know what this was. I don't know where this place was, but look at also that cheesecake. Look at how pristine that is. Man, you don't get that shit in the US. You really don't. Pay a lot of money for that. But started my day with a guandolo coffee. It was pretty good. The citrus really did add value to it. It was kind of like a lemonade and a coffee mixed together. It hit pretty well. It was pretty good. So I was happy with it, and it looks good. But then I wanted a little bit of food, and the Smash Burger place did have Smash Burgers, so I went to pick up a Smash Burger, at least for a little bit of food. Didn't want to overfill myself or have anything super, super greasy before getting in suit or before closing ceremonies, which I wanted to fursuit at closing ceremonies since I hadn't really fursuited much that con, so decided to do that. And honestly, pretty glad I did. This is me looking disheveled on that Sunday after a night of drinking, partying, and hanging out, and running on fumes at that point. I think I was just so socially burnt out and just burnt out, exhausted beyond belief. I was ready to... It's honestly ready for home. Not to say that I was done and over with the con. I was just tired. Really, really tired. So, ended up just kind of taking it easy, enjoying my coffee for the day. Had like that little banana bread day, which is pretty good. And then on top of that, ended up packing up my fursuit stuff all into one bag so I could fursuit to the to the closing ceremonies. And you know what? It was pretty fun. I'm glad that I did. Look at me. Look at the dog. I love that dog. Oh, that dog is me. I love that dog. So I got in fursuit, got all ready. There's the chair. There's like a coconut with eyes on it. That's different. And then I showed you my life jacket. Please respond. I showed you my life jacket. Please respond. Also, Dave, please get some rest. Don't like overdo it because just because I'm doing a con recap stream. I appreciate the help and feedback where you can, but please don't sacrifice your own well-being or sleep on my behalf. Please get some good rest if you can or you want to, because it's late. It's late. Also, I like this life jacket. It looks nice. It's very compact, very floaty. I need to wear it more. I'm gonna wear it at Megaplex. I think that's my plan. I'll have Jake and Cody help me if they're willing to, if they want to. I'd love for them to help me. But either way, closing ceremonies was pretty good. Got to go on stage and say hi, give a couple of good words about how the con went for me, how the experience was, and then that's when I was given this amazing plaque. Rise of the Cults, Guest of Honor, Beta Ada Delota. That made me really happy. Getting some of, like... I'm not really one for, like, trophies or physical commemoration, but it's nice to be able to get that. Especially knowing I haven't even gotten a silver play button. So, yeah. No fun. But, you know, it was nice to get this. I teared up a little bit. And then the closing ceremonies went as it did. It was pretty good. The chair looks like a chair in the logo. Awoostria. It showed for the results of the theming of the con with the super science-y versus culty vibes. The two factions going against one another. It was a really cool, like, closing out of, like, the story. And then that transitioned into chair. Love it. There's, like, the staff, like, group photo thing on stage. That was really cool. And then they introduced the new theme for next year's Awoostria. Echoes of the Ancients. I love it. I love it. I love the story that they're going for with this, man. This is really cutesy. It really, really is. Again, I haven't seen this much dedication to, like, a theme or a story or, like, really developing that in with what the con is about ever. I haven't. I haven't seen it. So, like, it's really nice to be able to see it with the con. So that's props. Props to Awoostria for that. But after closing ceremonies, I fursuited around for a little bit longer. I got a few pics with folks. I went around, had a pretty good time. It was pretty nice. I also, after I was about to desuit, got invited into another person's room who had a bouncy castle. And, yeah, I had a good time. Also, there's me and Vex. Aww. I love this. This is one of my favorite photos. God, I miss Vex. Vex is such a sweetie. He looks so fucking tired, though. Oh, poor guy. Poor Vex. He works hard. He's worked hard. I'm really proud of him. Really, really proud of him. But I did get some really nice photos, and I got to go to the bouncy castle, or the bounce house in Fursuit, which was all the more fitting. God, it was nice to be able to do that. People took pics of me. Look at the doggies, just enjoying his time in the floaty bounce castle. Ah, I love that. But after fursuiting, he was absolutely drenched. He also got, what's the term? Scent marked in the worst way possible. He smelled of just ass. Not by me, but someone who had touched me. Yeah, just a little reminder for a future video, by the way, which I did record when I got back. Make sure to wash yourself, because it's not just a matter of hygiene smell. It's a matter of that hygiene can spread to fabrics that attract any sort of oils, aka fursuit. So, yeah. I got scent marked at the con. It wasn't a good one. It really smelled, like, disgusting and gross and smelled like ass. Which, wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't so pungent and if it didn't go away even when I applied fursuit spray to it. So, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I washed my fursuit and it worked out just fine. Like, I washed my fursuit. It smells fine. We're good to go. But the problem is when this happens at a con and your fursuit is marked with a scent or stunk up by someone else's stink, and that's not getting out because that's body oils and fluids and whatever other bacteria that's just in the fursuit, and the only way you're going to be able to get rid of it is through washing it, or maybe like a vodka water solution, spraying of it, yada, yada, yada. The problem with it is that stink reeks, and it sticks to the fursuit. And if you go around fursuiting with that, no matter how much spray you apply, people are going to think that scent is coming from you. And so to some extent, that ruins your entire experience with fursuiting. So luckily, this happened to me on the Sunday of the con, the last time I was fursuiting. if this had happened on, like, the Thursday or Friday, I would not have a feasible means of washing my fursuit, for one, and two, I just wouldn't want a fursuit for the rest of the con. Especially if it's stuck to my fursuit body. So, this isn't just a case where hygiene affects just smelling you very briefly. It's a case where it can spread to others if they have clothing or outfits that attract, obviously, other fluids and bacteria and moisture. So, nice little reminder, if you don't do it for cons and you haven't showered for a month and you're wearing the same shirt after 3 months without washing it, wash your ass. It's not a question. It's not a suggestion. You should do it. Because it does genuinely affect and impact other people's con experiences. So, that's more of the point of it, okay? So, yeah, a little prerequisite to what one of my future videos will be, discussing this in the future. Because it happened to me, and it sucked. I also had, like, a post that popped off on Twitter, and that ended up becoming annoying, so, yeah. But, either way, after desuiting, I was tired, but I ended up having a little guest of honor dinner with the staff members, or the chair members, and Vex, and a couple others, and it was at this, like, little restaurant where the breakfast was before. It was actually really fancy to some extent. I ended up having a strawberry Bellini, and it was pretty good. Hit me like a truck. And also, ended up trying beef tartare for the first time. There was this other beef thing here, which was pretty good. Those aren't pickles, by the way. They're like berries. They're actually really good. Don't know what this was, but there was an egg yolk on top, and that was pretty delicious. Look, it was just a lot of bread and meat for the appetizer, but it was pretty good. I had I don't know what this meal was, but it was basically like this beef in like a beef broth, served with all these accoutrements. This was spinach. This was potato something. There was toasted bread. That's bone marrow butter. Bone marrow butter. Which is amazing, by the way. It was so good. Some apple thing, and then, like, I think there was, like, horseradish mayo. Or, like, a horseradish sauce. I don't know how to describe it, but it was really, really good. This whole thing was delicious. Like, I'd have the meat, I'd have the potatoes, the spinach. Oh, so good. As Uncle Kage would say regarding the 621 rule, the first two are for you, the other one is for us. Yeah, I think that should get to that point too. But yeah, honestly, this is a really good meal to round things out. And obviously, it wasn't the best meal I had on this trip, and that's just because I'm such a simple sucker for any sort of non-fancy dish, but this was still really good. It was still really good. But that was my last meal of the con before everyone kind of packed things up and got ready to leave. I ended up getting this little gift basket from Frodo with some like little snacks and stickers. That made me really happy. Shout out to Frodo. Thanks for being a lovely bean. Frodo's really sweet. That was like my whole baggie of snacks that I was bringing back with me. I ended up trying to check out the dead dog dance. I would have taken pictures, but no photos, so womp womp, but that's okay. After that, I just ended up packing, going to bed, getting ready for my airport flight back home for the next day in the afternoon. I was so tired. I was so tired after the con, but I left filled with love. I left genuinely filled with love. I packed all my things together. Where's my other pictures? Yeah, I packed my things together. These are a little bit disorganized. Packed my things together, got ready to go home. Oh, hey, there's the Arcanine suitor that I like. Reed. They're pretty cool. But ended up getting ready to go. Hung out in the lobby for a little bit. Took the Uber to the airport. Ended up getting a little bit of a snack on the way there, which was just... Where is it? Fuck. This, like, sandwich, which was overly expensive and really not that good. And then my friend, Talson, ended up going to the Jamie Oliver restaurant in the airport. And I'm like, this was expensive, right? Basil pasta salad. Lasagna. $20 total. And it were sizable portions, too. I was a little mad. I made the wrong choice yet again with traveling for food. But hey, you know, I wanted a coffee at the end of the day, and I got my coffee and the water with the cap that sticks to the end of it, by the way. That's kind of crazy. You should have gone to Libercos Pepe at the airport instead. I'll have to keep a note of that for next time, because let me tell you, I got this random chicken sandwich and it was not good. I had my leftover smash burger in the fridge, and that was still pretty good. Pretty happy about that. Saw this book there that said Wiener Kuche, and I thought it said Wiener Coochie. I thought that was funny. I got a kick out of that. There was also, like, this little Nintendo Switch station at the airport for, like, kids and parents to be able to, like, play the Nintendo Switch while they were waiting. That's pretty cool. That wouldn't exist in the US, let me tell you. But yeah, flight was okay. I panicked a little bit because the flight that was supposed to get me home or to Switzerland, which then Switzerland would get me home, the layover flight kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed to the point where I thought I was going to miss my flight from Switzerland to Boston, and that was the only flight for the evening. Pretty sad about that. But after all this panicking and all these delays, it finally happened. I got on my flight home. I absolutely had wine. Absolutely had wine. And then, I got home. Nice little pictures of everything on the plane. Anything other that's noteworthy? Me dying because the child is screaming, going up and down the aisles, screaming. On the plane, on my 7-hour flight back home. And then I make it back home, and I'm waiting for my ride. And then, you know what I do as soon as I get home? I take an edible. I watch some free run. And I pass out. And that is my full... Oh my god, man. This was longer than I thought it would be. This is my full trip, guest of honor at Awoostria, trip to Austria, Vienna experience in 2025, this last week, from the 20th of July to the 28th. Unforgettable experience. Genuinely, such an unforgettable experience. I will remember this till the day I die. I am so glad and so honored to have been able to go to Europe, to have been able to go to a European furry convention, to Austria, to be the guest of honor for Awoostria for the second year, alongside, you know, like, who was the guest of honor at the first year? Ash Coyote. Ash Coyote is a documentarian. I'm just a YouTuber, man. Genuinely, I'm honored beyond belief. I'm honored beyond belief. Honored. So, yet again, I just want to say to all the staff members, to all the chair members, to Vex, to Noodles, to all the volunteers, to all the attendees at Awoostria who I interacted with, even those I wasn't able to interact with. Thank you for an amazing, 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 amazing experience. I know I am exhausted beyond belief after this con recap. The way I'm feeling now is how I felt after my flight. I just want to lay down and go to bed. I've been streaming and talking for 6 hours. But let me just say, even though this stream, near the tail end of it, might have been a little bit lackluster, might have been a little bit this is not the last time I will be talking about Awoostria and my experience with it. I want to do the con recap for the sake of it. You know, if there's anything that I missed that you want me to mention, please do let me know, because I'm going to be doing a video at some point talking about my experiences, talking about, oh my god, demons, I'm so sorry, talking about everything that I did outside of the touristy stuff, and just talking about the guest of honor experience from that furry convention standpoint. There's so many things that I want to talk about with Awoostria, man. And genuinely, it's kind of been the hard part about coming back too. I have just been so tired after traveling and coming back. But I have so many videos and such motivation to keep doing what I'm doing, but my body's saying no. And this is where my body's saying no, but I'm continuing because I want to keep doing the con recap and have it all be in one. Maybe what I'll do for one of my future streams as well is do a better recap of the days that I feel like I didn't do as concise of a job with recapping through the stream. But regardless, this won't be the last time I talk about Awoostria or my trip to Europe. I have 200 gigabytes of video footage that I brought back with me from my trip and from my vlogging experience. I want to do something with that, and I absolutely will. So this will not be the last time I talk about the con. This will be not the last time I talk about being in Europe. I am genuinely so thrilled beyond belief that I had this opportunity. If anything, I just ended up leaving the con filled with love. I was filled with love. And I didn't realize I kind of needed it after being so terminally online with what I do, with being a YouTuber, constantly being on the grind. And sometimes you really, just like I even said in my own panels, sometimes you need to take a step back to see how far you've come and to see the effect that it has and to see how people are affected by it. And genuinely, this con was a showcasing of that, not just through the interactions that I had with the attendees, but just even being out there. Such an honor beyond belief. And so, with that pretty much wraps up my guest of honor experience and my Awoostria, Austria trip experience in a nutshell, which ended up being nearly 5 hours of talking. Outside of the introduction part of the stream we had. So, just want to say again, thank you guys so much for joining me with this. I might actually export a little PNG image of this recap, and maybe I'll attach it somewhere for like a downloadable link, since, you know, if you don't want to jump around and see when I talk about certain things, or you want to see specific pictures, you should be able to. I would like to have some sort of Google Drive or something of all the photos that I took that you guys can look at and have access to, but again, I don't really know how I'll be able to do that, so I'll figure something out just so you guys can see all the wonderful journeys that I went on outside of waiting for the con vlogs, the con recaps, whatever else that I have planned for videos. But just know that since coming back and since starting stream again, it's been really nice. Not just, you know, with the reception from you guys and all that, but just being able to come back and start streaming and doing stuff again. So thank you guys so much for being here with me today. Thank you so much for the love and support. I'm so excited to continue doing what I'm doing. Maybe I'll try streaming tomorrow if I have the energy, but I have another obligation to fulfill, and then I also need to get my fucking video for Sunday out, but I have absolutely no clue how to do that just yet, but we're gonna figure that out at some point. But I just wanted to say again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much for everything, for the opportunities, for being able to say that I was a guest of honor for Awoostria, or for any furry convention, is like, it is such an honor beyond belief. So, regardless, I'm probably going to wrap things up. I'm going to go and lay down. My jaws actually hurt from talking so much and from smiling so much, because this has been nothing but an amazing experience to recap. I'll probably talk more about this in the future of my experiences and probably mention multiple things that I've talked about before tonight. So keep on the lookout for that on streams and videos in the future. But in the meantime, who can we go and raid? Well, I know Frey is streaming right now, and I know he's probably going to end stream at some point, but you know what? I say we go and send some love to my favorite streamer friend, Frey, who is such a sweetie. He's been a lovely person that I'm so happy that I've gotten to know in the past few years. I'm really excited to spend time with him next month at Megaplex, and I just wanted you guys to go and show some love to him. Also, I want to give a little info. We made about 10k euros in charity. That is awesome. That is awesome to hear. And also, thank you for the feedback and pointers and everything, even being in the stream too, by the way, Dave. And I appreciate your work on staff. It means a lot, genuinely. But let's go and raid Frey. Let's go and send him some love and support, since I am exhausted and I need some rest. If you want to just send him a raid message of Bussy Blaster or Bussy Blast, feel free to do that. But for now, I am going to get going and lay down, because I if I want to wake up early tomorrow and get some work done, I need some proper rest. So, thank you guys so much again. I appreciate all the love and support. You guys have been wonderful. Have a good night. Take care. Life stay jacket. Treat people like people. Show some love to Frey. Tell him how awesome he is and how much he means to me. And that's about it.